retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Yeah, we ran out of patience. Boil up with the cold hard hatred. I can feel the vibration. Feet in the streets, it's a new sensation. I wanna break faces on the pavement. I wanna make greatness look complacent. Adrenaline awakened, I can taste it. We can make an impact, grab and then take it. Like a disease, bring them to their knees. Take for their disease. Rage is like a wind, spread into the streets. Time to make them bleed. 'Cause we just want retribution. Let's go light up the darkness. Make true of an empty promise. Flip cards into weak and harmless. Take to the streets and turn them to a mosh pit. 'Cause we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution.
Hello there, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Devil's Latest Issue podcast. I am your host, Mr. Vegas. I am joined, as always, by Mr. ManT. That's fine. We're also joined today by our magnanimous co-host, it's Mr. Rinsevind.
Evening.
There he is. Yes. Hello, Belarus, if you're able to see this video. We miss you, Belarus. Yeah. I don't even know where Belarus is. I'm not even gonna fucking lie.
It's above.
That does not narrow that down. That's
above the brain.
don't even know where that is. It's like, yeah, it's like eastish, I guess. I don't fucking know. I didn't pass geography, so I don't know.
Neither did I.
Yeah, that shit could be next to Korea for all I fucking know. Like, I don't know.
I look at maps.
Yeah, just gonna talk about shit. We do an official announcement. I mean, we lightly announced this announcement already, but this is the official announcement. Yes. What do you mean by this? I don't think that's a button I can press on my end of the stream. I was gonna say, I can put up the volume of how loud I hear it, but I don't think I can put up the volume of how other people hear it. Right. Okay, right. Once Discord loads the thing. Okay, there we go. Oh, you have sound effects now. Okay, that's cool. We have sound effects. Well, hey! The announcement, yes. The announcement piece was put together in the space of 5 minutes at the last minute because I panicked. It was on several hours ago, but I threw it together very quickly in Paint.net. Oh, you're going to abuse that soundboard a lot, aren't you? Still. So yes, this is the announcement. We are doing a Dungeons and Dragons inspired show, starting this Sunday at our usual starting time for the gaming show. The show is going to be called, as you can see on your screens now, people at home, The Devil's Latest Dungeon. And the name of this the campaign we'll be running for our first ever campaign run will be The Reign of Fire, because I think I'm funny with my puns and references. And as you can see, it was, of course, written, developed, etc., 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 by yours truly, Mr. Vegas O'Malley. That's right, that were a double announcement, double confirmation. My last name's O'Malley, as far as we're concerned on this show. So yes, one day I'll get brain dead enough to do that for money. That day won't be soon, but one day it might happen. So yes, that's the big announcement. We're doing a tabletop RPG show where we will be playing a campaign. It will be myself as your beloved Dungeon Master / God of the world. We will also have Fat ManT on the show, as always, my lovely co-host. Mr. Rinsevind will also be joining us. And we have a couple of guests excuse me. A couple of guests who may be appearing on the show, one of whom has confirmed their appearance, two of whom have yet to confirm or deny if they are appearing or not. Yes, including the one who has confirmed their appearance. It will be revealed on the day who they are. But I believe two of them have been on the show before. One of them has not been on the show and will be making their debut on the podcast on the day. And yes, I will be doing voices similar to this during the campaign to voice characters. It will be very fun. Fantastic to hear. Mr. Rinsevind, will you also be doing voices?
Most likely. I'm still trying to think of the character voice for mine.
That's fair. Yes, you're a wood elf, so it might want to sound a little more chipper, a bit like this, and sort of maybe lower it down into a lower octave with still that level of excitement behind it, or maybe even bring it up to here with a bit of jazz and razzle. I live in the forest. You know, there are many different ways to do that voice. That is an option. No, there are, in fact, many options. I mean, yes, but I mean, at the same time, because he's a paladin, because he's a warrior.
Poshly.
Yes, because he's a warrior, you could also give it a deeper gravelled undertone to the actual voice itself.
Yeah.
With all those posh illoquisms on the go. So still speaking like they're posh, but with like a war-torn voice, you know, like there's lots of options. Yes. He's basically going to be a little baby, but like, you know, especially, I was going to say, especially like in terms of elves, I don't think if he'll be the legal drinking age for elves at this point, at age 20. Like, it's something like that. It's like they need to be like 180 or some shit. Like, but yeah, it's fine. It's fine. I mean, yeah. Like, he's basically 2, but like it's fine. Yeah, in elven culture, he's 2, but like.
Should I have specified just 20 in elf years or some shit?
Technically, you should have, but like it's fine. We can treat it that way of like translated from elf years to be 20.
Yeah.
That's fine. Yeah. So yes. So yeah, folks at home, feel free to join us this Sunday for the Devil's Latest Dungeon. Yes, our usual start time of about 8 o'clock ish, or thereabouts. And hopefully we'll see many of you there on the day. Well, we won't see you, but you know what we mean. Hopefully you'll be there. Yes, there will be a tabletop on screen for both our players and for the audience home to see. It's yes. There are special effects. I'm not gonna lie. I've been having fun trying to get special effects to work properly. Like it's been I've not even touched that shit yet. I've spent most of my day trying to get the fucking clouds to work. Oh, yeah, like I'll be honest, I've not even found the button to like get into them yet, but like I know they're there, and I've spent most of my day trying to find that button. It's on, I think I know where it is, but like it's been a fruitless effort thus far. Have I fuck? I've been trying to figure it out on my own so far. I'll watch it later. I would see how much I could figure out solo and then like refer to a wiki. Like yeah. Well, I mean, you can treat a video like it's a wiki, like a video tutorial. It's essentially a wiki in video form. Because it's a collation of information, much like a wiki. Oh yeah, like it's usually bollocks, but like still, like. I mean, yeah, but we don't talk about how shit WikiHow is. Like, given how 5 Minutes Crafts behaved, we can assume WikiHow may not be much better. We're still upset with you. I can also confirm as well when we do the Dungeons & Dragons show, well, the Dungeons & Dragons inspired show, I should say, for legal reasons, there will be some man-made sound effects using actual props and also my talented vocal cords. Some of them will pick up on the microphone, other ones I don't think will, but I'm going to try anyway, and I hope that they get picked up by my microphone because they will be very neat if they do. There's other ones where I know for a fact the microphone will pick them up for the show, so that's the way the news goes basically. So yes, I believe that's all the housekeeping for the D&D show that needs covered today. I think the rest of it will get covered on the day itself, unless anyone else has something to add. That's all the stuff we need to announce today. Fantastic. For any younger viewers in the audience, first off, what are you doing here? Do your parents know you're here? Second off, the D&D show the D&D inspired, the tabletop gaming show, right? The Devil's Latest Dungeon, that show. It'll be fairly similar to this show in terms of age rating. Some episodes will be much more gentle. Other episodes will be a bit dark, a little bit kind of. So, for those of you who are under the age of 18, you may wish to reconsider your decisions, about watching this show in general, and also watching the Devil's Latest Dungeon when it debuts. Like I said, some episodes will be fairly chill, other ones will be pretty dark and disturbing. So we'll get into that episode by episode. Especially if I know for a fact certain topics are going to get talked about during a session, because that's what I have planned, and it's going to be kind of dark and kind of iffy, then a disclaimer will be put out right at the start of the show saying what those topics are, and if those topics are not to your liking, then to basically disappear. And there will, of course, be a reminder of that when those topics are about to be brought up in the show of, hey, here's the point in time where this is going to get discussed. Those who don't like that, go away for a while, come back in an hour. So, yes. That's the other big thing. Again, that will all get reiterated on the show itself, as well as information for the players themselves in terms of if things get a bit too much during the game. Because at the end of the day, it is exactly that. It is a game, and everyone should be having fun. So. Over it, I did a thing. Yes, good people. Yes, mentally disturbed.
And I made something
I certainly enjoyed looking at them
a
tits.
circular saw throwing device.
Yeah, I've done this.
Please don't kill me. 3, 2, 1. And I made this because I have a very tall hedge in my yard, and it really sucks to cut it. So I figured if I just get this clay pigeon thrower and put in circular saw blades, I can get the whole hedge nice and neat, and even reach the tall.
He built a fucking
And this
trebuchet.
thing
Holy
definitely
shit!
has a lot of power. Definitely powerful. But isn't accurate at all. My first shot hit my glass pool fence and somehow didn't break, and then the others just went into the retirement home next door. Then I finally hit the hedge. And when it does hit, it cuts really nice and goes all the way through multiple leaves. So now I just need to line up 10 of them sideways and I'll always have a perfect hedge. And I made something else.
Fair?
This is my man catcher. And like the name implies, I made it to catch men that have been naughty. And the idea is that often police will come across people that are unarmed, that are tripping on drugs or just having a bad day. So instead of tasering them or shooting them, they can use this thing to give them a big spiky hug and restrain them instead.
Just stab the shit out
If
of
you
them.
want to see me test this out on an 85-year-old man, go watch my full video on YouTube. This is my man catcher. This man broke into my car a couple of days ago, which gave me the idea to make a trap. I started by getting a mouse trap and cutting off the mouse squishing parts, then attached it to a wooden board and put this sheet metal over the top. So now, when it's loaded, instead of squishing, it flings stuff up, like peanut butter or other brown slimy substances. Then I got the box of something expensive and attached the fishing line to the lid and the trigger of the trap. So now when you open it, it sets it off. And I was about to put it in my car, but I kind of felt bad for the guy and didn't want to film another video like Mark Rober where he just creates traps that humiliate poor people. So instead, I printed out this picture of me just looking really sad and a photo of the guy stealing stuff from my car and then put it in my car with the door open so he would come back. Alright, I'm not going to tell you what happens, but I didn't expect this. He starts the car and he takes my whole car. This man broke into my car.
Dumb motherfucker. Oh my god. Like, what else was he gonna do other than steal the car?
This is an axe leg thing that I built, which can easily chop through a cow's leg bone.
Jesus Christ, I didn't think you meant that easily.
Now, last time I used this
I
exoskeleton,
one, but not for the reasons
I
you
broke
thought.
my toe. So this time, I added more protection for my feet by welding up a brace and also upgraded the springs on the side for heaps more power. And also welded this big axe on the front. And now, I can do a lot more kicking. Right, roll it to me. Whoa! That's sick. You're right.
Yeah, that won't be comfortable.
Check out my full videos on YouTube. This is an axe leg thing.
An axe leg thing, yes. It's a very successful axe leg thing, yes. I do. I genuinely do want one. That is pretty neat.
It's amazing how he comes up with this shit.
I mean, he's basically a guy who lives in Australia who has mental health difficulties. That's how he comes up with it. That's... No, you're right. He's just a guy that lives in Australia. You're right. That's enough. Nothing more needed to be said. You're right. He's just a guy that lives in Australia. Yeah, I think the police will probably be at our door the same day with some of the shit he's purchased over his time on YouTube. Yeah. Like, what do you reckon you're doing, my beauty? Like, are you wanting nicked? Like, that'd be roughly how that conversation would go. Yes, that's perfectly fine.
This looks like a normal axe, but it's not. It's an axe flail.
Yeah,
thing I
that's a
made, which
flail.
is
That's
really
very that's a big no-no.
Now, a lot of people have been putting sharp things on the end of chains, but they all kind of suck as they use floppy chains and the axe edge barely hits. But I made my one using a motorbike chain, and that way it can't twist from side to side, which means the edge of the axe always hits first. I also
That's
made it
fucking
retractable,
lethal.
and then it pops out with springs, which you put in the end. And this flail axe may seem useless, but it's really not. Let's say you're chopping wood and you can't reach the log you want to hit. All you do is just pop out the chain, and now you can hit it.
Actually, really cool though. Like I
This looks
want
like a
one.
normal axe, but it's not. It's an axe flail thing I made, which is really bad.
Have you seen what he's made for friendly Geordies?
I mean, this is the thing. I could make that here. I just couldn't let the police know.
But have you seen what he made for friendly Geordies?
No.
He made a face a face recognizing BB gun. Yeah.
Kind of cool.
Yeah.
In Australia, the government gives you 10 cents for every can you recycle. But I made this instead, which recycles your cans by turning them into throwing stars.
Oh, cool. That's genuinely kind of neat, though.
It's made out of scrap metal and uses these blades which pass over these metal stamp to cut out a perfect metal star. And the stars are double-sided, so they're actually quite strong when you throw them. So now, when that homeless guy comes round to collect the cans from my bin, I've got something to defend myself.
Wait, those are my cans. They're my can.
He actually just threw that at a guy. Oh my god.
The government
That guy was brave.
A lot of you wanted me to test what my can crusher would do to me if I accidentally put a body part inside. So I'm going to start off with this sausage. Actually, because most of you are American, this sausage. Then these chicken wings stuffed inside this glove, which are the only things I could think of which are similar to my hand.
It's possibly the most disgusting thing I've ever made. 2, 1. Oh, that's... I mean, you went through everything.
There's only one way to
Then I
truly
got a lot of
find
flack
out.
for using a watermelon as a simulator for a head, so instead I'm going to use this coconut.
2, 1.
And there you go. Can you please suggest less disgusting things for me to do? A lot of you wanted
mean,
me to
that would
test
kill
what
a man,
my
yeah.
can crusher would do to me if I accidentally...
I mean, yeah. I mean, at least that one's practical. Like... God,
So I modified my pressure washer to make it a little bit more powerful. All I did was make this metal fixture out of aluminium with the same attachment point as the pressure washer nozzle, which has this hole in the top allowing you to put stuff in it. And my intention for this was to shoot sand to help the water clean things better. But it didn't come out smoothly. So I tried using metal BBs, which worked alright. But you know what's even better for cleaning than BBs? Nails.
Excuse me?
So
Why?
I modified my pressure.
Why not? Isn't it?
I can think of several reasons why not.
Yeah. Funny.
Yes.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
You
know
can't
what?
arrest me. It's just
Fair
a
enough.
pressure washer.
Yes, but it's a pressure washer that you've loaded with a nail. You're still going to jail for shooting that at someone.
I
You're
have
going-
a good
you're not
lawyer
going
who
to
can
jail.
testify to that.
You're not going to jail for owning it, but you're going to jail for using it against a person.
But
I thought he was a robber on his way into the property to rob it. You know, a bit of
it was
shrapnel
for me,
must
the
have just
guy around
got
that way.
stuck. You know, a bit of shrapnel must have just got stuck in the nozzle.
Huh?
That. Jesus Christ. Oh yeah, no, that's illegal to do, but like, that's excessive.
I made this terrifying power hacksaw. And I came up with the idea because using a regular hacksaw sometimes takes a while. So I figure if I just hook up this saw...
Okay, that's
to my
actually a really
motor
cool
like
idea,
this,
though.
I will be able to cut metal much faster, as when the serrated blade passes over the metal, it will create an arc which blasts out the metal while also cutting with the blade. And I was hoping this would work in a similar way to those EDM wire machines. But after trying it out for 10 minutes, I only got this far through the bar, and I also melted off all the teeth.
There are no teeth left on this.
For comparison, it took me just over a minute to cut the bar with a normal hacksaw, so definitely not worth the electrocution risk and fumes I inhaled.
Still a neat
I made
idea.
this terrifying.
You know, like, it didn't work, but it was a cool idea. You know, like you can see his thought process. You know, like it makes sense. Shits and giggles.
Yeah. Funnies. You go
I mean, yeah,
tale of a lifetime, you know.
that's a permanent knockout right there, baby.
That one's setting back 50 years, you know.
That one's setting back permanently. You know, that's. You ever punch a bitch so hard they go back to 1810, like fucking.
Punching them so violently, their brain doesn't matter.
You ever hit a motherfucker so hard he goes more than just punch drunk, he gets punch back in alcohol poisoning. Like, you ever go that far? That boxing glove will make you go that far. That is a classic threat from the black communities. Our good friend Hisoka can in fact confirm that is a threat that black women use to on their children. Yes. Yes. I'll slap the black back into you. Like it's effective. Did your thing crash? What happened?
What happened was, my mic was working for most of the stream, and I've all of a sudden it stopped working. So we've been going for 30 minutes without hearing what fucking what I was saying.
Get wrecked, dipshit.
Oh yes, you dipshits!
But also thank you for being the best free recording software on the planet.
Question, did you hear that?
I said, but also thank you for being the best free recording software on the planet.
Yeah, it's still decent. A lot of people whinging about it. I don't have a massive amount of problem with it. You just got to babysit it, unfortunately.
You do, to be fair, yeah.
You can't eat either of the both thinking, oh well, it's set up already for me to use. Oh no. Get your head off me. Oh yeah. You know what I mean? You've got to keep your balls on it. Balls?
Eyes.
Eyes on the ball. Ah, fuck it. Anyway.
It keeps you on your toes. Was that what you were trying to say?
Yes, that's what I was going for.
There you go.
Anyway. Rinsevind wanted to talk about something because he can't fix his channel yet.
Yeah, so there is a current trend on the social media platform TikTok.
On that note, I'm going to go make a brew real quick. You guys talk about TikTok while I'm gone.
Fair. Where these people would stream themselves basically being NPCs essentially, where they'll just react to whatever's on the screen in a comically shit way. And you may have known Moist Critical, or better known as Penguin Zero, has talked about this before, and yes, but we lack content on Monday.
Well, I've actually got some there. There we go. To give a flavour what's kind of bullshit it's like. This is patient zero started.
Yeah.
For you. Take your cash, take your kilo. Yes, yes, yes. Take your audience. Oh, take your Samantha. This is so cool. Take your cotton. Take your meals. Take your I'm ready. Gang, gang. Oh, take you, baby. This is for you.
That's basically it.
I was gonna say, thank fuck that ended there.
Oh, I get so much worse. Hang on.
Oh no, not Cherry Crush. I had high standards for her.
Crunchy corn, yum!
I don't even know who the fuck it is.
Kitty paws.
Go on porn sometime.
Pumpkin, yum!
What?
So go on porn sometime. Or just look up a YouTube channel.
They're trying to dress as an elf.
Yeah, she does that the entire time, and I find it sad because it's like someone who I actually really like the content of, just going on the trend of. I'd say scamming. It's not even scamming. Like they've done this fucking pretty bloody well. They've hopped onto something that's clearly lucrative as fuck.
What's most said? It's like a fucking
hive mind. Look, there is a full live NPC TikTok from what was her face? Kinky Doll.
Which one?
The person who.
Oh, that one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was basically like down a half of this the same bullshit.
Yeah.
Apparently, she's been doing it for the past week and a half, 2 weeks.
Hang on a second. Go on. Are they sure it's Pinky Doll who started it?
Yes.
Because the Cherry Crush one there.
Yeah, that's the
was a month ago.
She started first. Mostly put on to she was patient zero for it. And that. She was patient zero of it, and people then followed afterwards. I think there's some sad enough that I actually went and looked up a full live stream for it.
Yeah.
And put it on the stream. And what I'm really confused about mostly is why he up to the one popcorn kernel in a pair of hair tongs.
Yeah, that one is a bit confusing.
I mean, the problem is, people don't know how powerful popcorn can burst.
Yeah. There's a reason why we put it in a paper bag in the microwave.
I mean, you ever seen the Chinese popcorn makers?
Actually, no, I have not.
Oh, hang on, see if I can find it.
Popcorn cannon.
It proves it's a cannon. Right. There we go.
And Mr. Vegas is back. And he has a coffee.
Now the question is, do you ever notice though, when you get Butterkist popcorn and
Yeah.
when you make it at home, they look entirely different from each other? This is the reason why.
Cool, it's like a centrifuge. Oh my god, is it literally just a heated centrifuge?
This is them making popcorn.
Yeah.
Bloody hell.
Yeah. Okay, that's kind of neat though.
It's neat, but fucking heck. It's literally like ready the cannons.
Yeah, it's literally. You remember that's a pressure vessel,
Yeah.
basically. It's a giant. It's a giant pressure vessel. So if you ever use a pressure cooker, right?
Yeah.
The old-fashioned ones, you know how much pressure those things build up. So imagine no water in that, and not releasing any pressure whatsoever until you hit that flap off. And that's how, honest, when you cook with it, you end up popcorn kernels, but it looks like. See if
It looks like something.
I can buy this.
Something out of the fucking medieval period, doesn't it? What is up with this fucking music?
I have no idea. It's creepy.
Creepy.
Let's just hope it's copyright free.
I assume so.
Oh, probably not. It's just YouTube short, completely different.
Yeah, true.
There we go.
Stand clear. Ready. Aim. Fire.
Show us the kernels, you bitch. There you go. Butterkist. That's to get the Butterkist ones. That's like perfect syrup. They use the same method.
Cool.
Yeah, those are about 200 quid on Amazon if you get one of those things.
It's not bad.
It's not time
I might get it.
to actually have a bomb in your house. You know what I mean?
I like, yeah.
More of a cannon than a bomb, but yeah.
You've sparked some interest.
But there's actually like guys on the street.
Rinsevind, you can't afford one.
I know I can't, but
And Lord knows your parents aren't going to let you build one in the shed. Because unlike me and Fat Man T, your parents aren't cool.
No, his parents aren't
no,
insane.
they probably would. Fuck yeah. Was that a car alarm?
Yeah.
Yeah. Why are you surprised that a car alarm went off at a cannon going off?
I wasn't surprised, but we just going to vote today.
It's the fact that like he's wearing an apron for safety, but he's not wearing any fucking gloves.
No.
Like, man could easily burn his fucking hand, and he's just like, nah,
No,
it's
he
fine.
is.
He's wearing a glove. Cool.
Yeah, but
Good for him.
most of them using a bag to catch it. Right?
Like-
He's using a fucking barrel to fucking.
He's got bamboo barrel.
Yeah, I mean, it's catching the bottom of the bomb, but imagine what it didn't catch. You mean popcorn 7 streets over. You know?
You're new to China. Just all you fucking hear. It's like, the fuck?
Just walking down Main Street, China, and it's just poof. Oh, the Germans are back. Poof. You know, fucking.
We can some poor vet. You know, fucking PTSD. Shit, the bombs are coming! Nope, it's popcorn.
Imagine that in Japan. Just, oh shit, it's back!
The Americans are coming. Run!
Fucking hell.
Are we banned in Japan, yeah?
We are now.
I mean, some of the size of these vessels are huge.
Fucking Rinsewind fucking sneezed, coughed, and burped at the same fucking time there. Like, Jesus Christ, I think his brain came out of his face.
Why did we put bicarb in
Fucking
there?
hell.
Why?
This fucking music.
Yeah, we don't.
It's a pressure gauge. That's the height of health and safety. Oh my god. So many health and safety rules just got fucking obliterated by that one. Just oh my god.
Yeah, it's just.
Hey yo, scroll down to that.
Oh. Fucking
Yeah,
hell.
that's the Chinese make popcorn. You know, we put in. We get little popcorn makers ourselves at home that pearl up and fire out.
There's a bloke there about.
Do we fuck? We buy a fucking like a bag and we put it in a microwave and then popcorn comes out. Let's
No,
face
I
it.
actually have a popcorn maker in my house.
I have a microwave. That's my popcorn maker.
No. That's because I'm lazy.
Unless I'm at work, in which case, like, the stove is the popcorn maker, because we buy kernels and just fucking pour them into a pot and sit it on a fucking stove for a bit until it goes bang.
That's what we're used to at home, people. Fairly safe.
Yeah, like the cinema-style hot plate bitch, like...
Yeah. Not, GG bang bang.
Because that's what a popcorn maker is. It's literally just a fucking hot plate with a fucking, like a slopey bit to catch the popcorn. That's all it is.
Yeah. I mean,
not ready, aim, fire,
It's,
yeah.
La 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 la.
Amazon.co.uk.
There you go, £92 for one.
Again, it's not that bad.
That
That come with like all of it, like the fire maker and everything.
That's full kit. So you got the tin, a bag to catch your detonation in, the Allen keys and stuff.
I want Christmas.
No, I don't think I will buy you one for your Christmas. I already bought you a capture card. You ain't getting a popcorn maker as well in the same year.
Oh, that's cheap.
It's 72.
The problem with a device like this, I don't think I want cheap out on it. To be honest.
Yeah.
I mean, no.
Like what I'll do if I ever do get one, it's cheap as fuck. I'll go out into the woods with my friends.
Get them to hit.
Like, it's perfectly safe, guys. I played with it earlier. It's perfectly safe.
Yeah, no.
One of you pals loses a hand, the other two lose a leg. Fucking
half the forest disappears.
Fire brigade gets called for a small thermonuclear blast. Fucking.
See, this one's 260, but it's a bigger version. That's at 720 mils. I've got gas burning with it.
At £260 is probably safer to use.
Yeah, it's probably thick of metal. I mean,
yeah. Less likely to detonate for no fucking reason,
Still, I mean, of all the ways to make popcorn you can think of.
Like, a centrifuge isn't really on the list.
A centrifugal cannon, yes.
Yeah, like it's...
But, obviously, Butterkiss thinks it's the best way of doing it, because we shouldn't be using the technique.
I mean...
You admit that when you pop popcorn at home, it looks nothing like the one you get out of a bag of Butterkiss.
Yeah. And I always find that Butterkiss is more smoother.
I mean, right, controversial opinion.
Yeah.
Like, hot take here. I don't like Butterkissed popcorn.
It's 50-50 for me, depending on what I'm feeling like.
I'm not a fan. I much prefer, like the Co-op own brand popcorn.
Yeah.
I prefer that popcorn. That's my favourite popcorn brand. It's just a Co-op own brand stuff. That stuff's really nice.
Yeah. I think popcorn's one of those divisive things. Is everyone has their own idea what they want.
Yeah.
But no one can actually fully say which one's the best certifiably.
But we can all agree that popcorn from Odeon cinemas is the worst type of popcorn. Everyone on planet Earth can agree to that much.
It's the most expensive.
Never had it.
Don't.
Yeah, it's the most expensive and it tastes shit. Everyone can agree.
For the largest book they do, it's like nearly £10.
Yeah, and it's not that. It's not that much, and B, it's like passable popcorn at best.
No, it is that much. That's why I bought popcorn at fucking cinema was about 6 years ago.
Yeah.
You know
that cost me nearly £7 for a tub.
Was it nowadays? It's about £12 for a large tub. You don't get that much in it, and it's like on a good day, it's okay popcorn.
Yeah. Always go
You know, like on an average day, it's a bit shit. You know, like it's
better go and sweeten your salty because salty is just.
Yeah. I personally, I'm a weirdo. I like sweet and salty in the same container. I like the two mixed together.
I don't mind that too much, but the problem is I know for a fact the guy who's done the salty is generally pissed off that day on high and just opened the salt pack and just dumped it in and not even mixed it.
Yeah.
So
when I went...
Reason?
So when I went to go and watch the new Transformers movie, right? For about 30 quid, we got 3 containers of pick and mix that were big.
And it was probably better than the popcorn.
Yeah.
Question is, how big is big though?
I've got the tub still around. Hang on.
I mean, I'm guessing like a tenner ago, I'm thinking 500 gram.
A 10 for 500 grams is fucking expensive still.
It's not terrible though. Like that's
no, that is terrible for a penny chews.
I don't know. Like 500 gram for a tenner, that's pretty decent. Like that's half a kilo.
Right. I can get a kilo from one of my shops for like £5. So
now, I'm about to send a picture. Oh fuck! Hang on. I'm not about to send a picture.
How big is the tub? Outside of a pint glass?
Actually, you know what? See while we're on the topic of pick and mix, right? There's a couple of stores near where I live that do a thing when it comes to pick and mix, right? And I argue that this should be illegal.
What's
okay?
that?
You ever go to a pick and mix place, right? And it says like, oh, £5 for like this size of pick and mix, right?
Yes.
So you grab that container of pick and mix, you fill it up, you take it to the counter, right? And they're like, they put it on a scale and then tell you the actual price.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, and that should be so fucking illegal. Fuck you.
See,
The weight of the sweeties should not matter. What should matter is it fits in the container. The fucking board says that much for that container, so fuck you.
You know what the Candy Kings?
Yes.
See, down here, we do the Candy King down here is literally that's how you do it. Is
Yeah, if it fits in the fucking cup, you get it.
As long as you get the lid on, right, it's fine.
Yeah, and even then, some of the ones I've been to down south, they don't even care if the lid fits, so long as it like doesn't overspill. Like they don't give a fuck.
By the way, my finger is a reference of like where I filled it up to.
That much for a tenner, really, dude? That's
bad.
pretty shit, actually. Yeah, no, that's
bad.
Like you got scammed, my guy.
It lasted me 3 days.
That's about 250 grams at best.
Yeah. Like, that's pretty shit.
But I know why.
I'm not even gonna lie.
I know why. It's from the view.
Yeah.
That's why.
Now, to be fair though, right? I actually prefer View cinemas over like other cinemas I've been to.
Yeah, I'm here back smoking my shit in.
Like their chairs are normally comfier in my experience, right? And the Views I've been to, pretty good chairs, right? I don't know what it is. Their sound quality seems to be better than like my other local cinemas. You know, like in my local Odeon, they've always got their sound settings way the fuck off whack.
Yeah.
So like, if something loud happens in the movie, it just overclocks the speakers and like you get like some audio, but fuck all really.
That actually reminds me,
Like,
I don't know if Vincent, sorry about this. I don't know if I had the pleasure of this, did he? Of what we found last time on stream.
Well, you're gonna have to narrow that down a little.
Hang on, I'm gonna pull it up.
Would it be that what the internet is for? Is it that or?
Oh, hang on, it was him that sent us to us actually. No, it wasn't him. Actually, it was you that sent me to it. So, hang on.
Again, doesn't narrow it. I've sent you to a lot of things over the years.
This one.
It's the strange ice cream flavors. Yes. Rinsevind, have you had the pleasure of being introduced to this shit yet?
Yes.
Yes, such as the tomato sauce ice cream and The other flavors that exist.
I did not know about the tomato sauce one.
Yes.
Yeah, ketchup flavour. There's other ones they have.
It's like the old Walker's crisps when they were experimenting, apparently.
Only worse because it's ice cream.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, some of them seem alright. Like, you got, like, custard. That seems quite
Brown
nice.
sauce.
You know, the brown sauce one,
HP brown sauce.
it sounds weird, but, like, I'd give it a bash. That sounds alright, actually.
HP is like spicy and sweet, so I could probably get.
Yeah, like, you could get away with it. It'd be weird, but, like, it could be okay. Then you got shit, you got, like, baked beans and shit like that as well.
Heinz baked beans sounds
Yeah.
fucking repulsive.
Salad
The
cream.
polo one
Mayonnaise.
sounds quite nice. I like the sound of the polo one. That sounds quite tasty.
Liam Perrin's bush.
Yeah, actually, because it's just mint.
Yeah.
Strong mint, but mint.
Yeah.
But even the PT
Frost
chips, I can get away with.
Yeah,
but that's
like
just
tea flavour. Yeah, tea flavoured ice cream sounds alright though. You know, like.
Soy
Tough
sauce,
is a good one.
not so much.
Is that corn?
Yes. Frosties.
Frosties.
And Cocoa Pops.
Can be.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
fine.
Frosties and Cocoa Pops might actually be alright.
There's a porridge one as well, which again sounds quite nice. There's it's not in that photo, but there's
I mean, porridge is hit and miss.
rice pudding flavoured one as well that sounds quite nice.
What? Say how the prices were on this one? Yeah. For a single scoop, it's £3.50, and for a tub, it was a tenner.
Yeah, and like that's for 500 ml, which that's extortionate for a tub. The scoop, like, yeah, that's fair. At 350 for an old tub at a tenner, that's extortionate.
Imagine getting a tub for a tenner of Heinz baked beans.
There are dipshits out there who would.
Absolutely. I mean, the people who bought it. You know?
Yeah. I mean, for that picture, there had to have been someone who bought them.
Oh yeah, someone did.
People been buying the fucking baked beans and everything weird shit. It's basically the classified the corner is a couple staples collection, the British cupboard and everything, and there's things for ice cream. Fair enough, makes sense. Like the tea one does because you got mochi ice cream, custard. Because to be honest, ice cream is custard, just frozen.
Yeah.
Now, we can all agree that the baked beans on toast people, you know, they're fine, but the fucking baked beans with ice cream people, they have some mental issues.
Yes. What do you mean fine? Like, no, I'm sorry, Rinsevind, we need to disagree here, right? Baked beans on toast, beans on fucking toast is more than just fine. Baked beans on toast is more than just acceptable.
It's a British
Baked
staple.
beans on toast is a fucking staple of Great British culture, and you need to change your fucking thinking, good sir. That shit, top shelf, highest quality, you're weird. You know what you've just done? Do you know what you've just fucking done?
Beans.
Do you know what you've just done? Right?
What?
First off, you've just committed treason. The Queen herself had baked beans on toast for dinner.
Well,
Second off, you've just lost your fucking Britain card. You've just lost your British citizenship. Congratulations, you're now a fucking nomad.
No, he's Welsh.
Fuck you. Right, as the only true Great British person, it's the only true Great British person in this call. Half English, half Scottish. You've just lost your right to be British, good sir.
There you go, Peter.
You're officially fucking French.
That's just mean.
You
could have
like
been
all of a
German.
sudden, your PlayStation name makes fucking sense. You're French. Fucking voulez-vous être? Voulez-vous être, Rinsevind?
Oh, that's cruel. Could at least made him German.
That would have been too kind. I like the Germans.
Now we see what's
Tell you who I don't like, people that don't eat baked beans on toast. Now there's people I don't fucking like.
Now what's controversial is
Sorry, I
bean and cheese toasties.
Throw up by the fucking sight and smell of baked beans.
You fucking should be. Quite clearly, you've never been on the fucking poverty line before. Posh boy.
I have.
Posh boy. Posh
Everyone has baked
boy.
beans,
Posh
and I don't.
boy.
That's the whole simple thing.
Posh boy.
Bean.
Posh boy. You can't stomach baked beans. He's a fucking posh boy. He's never been camping. Posh boy.
I have. I used to like baked beans, and then the mushiness of it just made me fucking gag a lot.
Posh boy. That's what you clearly not been fucking cooking them right then. If they're mushy, you fucking dip.
I don't cook them.
Oh my god. Learn how to cook. You know what? Come to Scotland. I'll teach you to fucking cook. Jesus Christ. Can't even cook a fucking tin of baked beans. Jesus fucking Christ. What did they teach you at school?
Don't have.
Honestly, like, you went to high school. You tell me you never took fucking home ec once? Can't even cook a fucking baked bean tin? Like, fuck me. You did food tech at school and you can't even cook a fucking tin of baked beans.
Yeah.
Jesus fucking Christ.
On different things that weren't baked beans.
Like, fuck me. That's day one. That's your first day in a kitchen. It's how to fucking open a tin and then how to cook a baked bean. That's day one type of shit, man.
It was soup.
Jesus
it's
Christ.
Same process. You get tin over, open tin, put in pan, put pan on stove.
If you're feeling extra spicy, you do it in a frying pan because it makes it way fucking nicer.
Or if you're an extra spicy like I do, you generally buy fresh bean pulses, dry them, make your own, and make your own barbecue beans.
I fucking. Do you know what this calls for, Fat Man T? Do you know what I, Mr. Vegas, may have to fucking do? Right? Do you know what I just might have to go ahead and fucking do here? Right? I might have to start doing fucking cooking tutorials here on the channel. Right? Recording myself making some fucking banging meals. Right? So that Rinsewind here has a reference guide on how to cook basic meals. So that if a day should ever come where he has to live on his own, he doesn't starve to death.
Ooh, that reminds me.
A microwave exists.
Knowing you're the type of dipshit that could burn 1 minute rice. I don't trust you with a microwave.
Right, I know it's off topic for the last one, but tell you what I did find out. Right, I was watching an old video from about a month back.
Yeah.
Court case in America.
Mm-hmm.
Now this woman pled down, I think, to misdemeanor for not reporting an accident.
Yeah.
Right, it was good for it. But then how a victim impact statement came on. Right, and according to the victim impact statement, this woman literally ran this guy over, caused him several broken bones, including having his ankle fused, ribs cracked, spinal fusions, and everything else.
Yep.
Right, and all she pled to was not reporting an accident.
Mm-hmm.
So the judge went apeshit at this woman. I was going to say poor woman, but at this woman. And the prosecutor said, "What the hell? At least this would be almost a murder charge, just about."
I mean, yeah, that's attempted murder in a good day. Yeah, on a good day. Like,
Do you have footage of this? This sounds interesting.
I do actually get for you. Give me 2 seconds.
yeah, I had to open your fucking mouth, didn't you, T? Didn't you, right, Rinsewind? Like,
Yeah, but it sounds interesting. It sounds funny.
like, my God,
Like the judge just going
we do
off on
court
something.
every week, man. You couldn't just let me have 1 week where we don't do court. Like, come on, dude.
It would have came up eventually.
Like, God damn it. Yeah, but it could have come up like next episode. You know, it could have been next week's thing. You know, I could have had a whole week where I'm not looking at a courtroom. You know, like, God damn it, man. Like,
Not my concern.
like, God damn it. Like, you're like this close to having your fucking Boss Act card revoked. You're about this close to losing your Boss Act privileges.
Try it.
You say that, but you and I both know that I fucking succeed. You and I both know that I have a gilding knife downstairs. Don't fucking tempt me.
Yeah, it's there's 3
Doesn't
months
mean
before.
you'll get close to my bollocks.
That's where you're at. I can get close to any part of your body I want to. You can't fight back.
It's not very unsexualized.
You don't have the same kind of training I do. You're mine, bitch. You're mine.
Tell you what, dude. Just
I've been
as
threatened of sexual assault. Oh,
there you go.
Oh, boo-hoo. I'll send you the fucking number for Childline.
There you
Oh,
go.
wait, you can't phone them. You're an adult now.
let's go to Sumerian. Or better yet, I'll just get police fucking custody. Custody?
The police, yeah, we just get started on the police lately.
Yeah. Just have them survey the area every once in a while.
We went over some police videos last week, didn't we?
Because you really think I can't dodge a fucking copper? Like, if I couldn't dodge the ballers, I'd be in jail by now, pal. Fucking.
First of all, you should have been on last week's show. Rinsewind. We went through some interesting police video footage.
That's fair.
Frankly, you're probably more likely to get raped by the police in this fucking country than you are by me. You're at a higher risk going to the police. Especially if they look at your search history. They look at your search history, you're going to jail. They won't worry about me no more. You go to jail.
Oh, fucking hell. If he's going to do it, we're going to do our search history.
We going to the Hague, Fat ManT. We going to the Hague. Fuck jail. We going to the Hague.
Straight to the gulag.
We going in for fucking war crimes and hate crimes and all the different types of crimes in one goddamn go. They're going to send us up to the goddamn Hague for war crime charges. Yeah, right, buddy.
Straight to the black site.
Do not pass go. Do not collect £200. Go straight to Guantanamo Bay. Fucking. Go straight to Guantanamo Bay. Fucking. Just fuck you. Go to jail. Just
hello,
go to
Bin Laden.
Guantanamo.
So you didn't get you, really? That's where you've been all this time. Hey, nice to know.
Huh?
Catch up with you later. Oh, it's on the conspiracy that they actually didn't kill Bin Laden, just captured him instead.
Oh, right.
It surprised me. Like.
It would surprise me either, to be honest. I mean, one of the best ones I love was they killed Bin Laden years ago, and the videos kept releasing with the CIA trying to do a fucking backstep.
They accidentally killed him, and you're like, oh shit, that's not narratively appropriate. Hang on,
Yeah.
let's deep fake it, you know, like.
Hang on,
We
wait.
accidentally got him in a drone strike targeting a convoy of weaponry. Like, we need to pretend that didn't happen, you know, like.
Hang on, where's Timothy? Timothy, you look Arab. Put his beard on. Here's a turban. Now stand there, just say this bullshit. I don't know what it says, just read it out. We got
Stand in this cave in front of this camera and just, like, read some Arabic. Like.
There we go. Perfect. Right, now do one of those every month or so for the next 5 years. And then we're going to put you in a room in Syria and get you shocked later. Okay? Brilliant.
But don't worry, it's going to be airsoft rifles, alright? We're gonna superimpose the bullets and the muzzle flashes in the After Effects. Like the editing team's got it.
If the Matrix can do it, we can too.
Yeah, very about to come of the day. Right then, did you tell them about the airsoft guns, didn't you? Oh no. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh well.
Oh fuck, they've killed John. Oh no.
Never mind. Moving on.
So much for that plan, you know. Like.
That's one less loose end.
Was he married? No, sir. Perfect.
Good, we can send flowers to his bitches and hoes instead. Like, it's fine.
Just shred the file.
That's still, you know, real quick. I'm gonna very quickly curtail us back onto like what the original topic was gonna be for today, right? just like for 5 seconds, because I need to talk about this, right? Y'all ever seen the movie Scary Movie 3?
Yes.
Right. You know the one that Leslie Nielsen appears in for reasons of he was bored.
Yes.
That fucking scene where like the knockoff Wu-Tang Clan turn up and just fucking kill each other for like no goddamn reason, and Leslie Nielsen just turns to that fucking CIA agent. He just like send flowers to they bitches and hoes. Greatest fucking moment in a movie ever. That every time I watch that film, that one line puts me on my arse for about 10 minutes. It's fucking beautiful. I cannot do justice to how Leslie Nielsen says it. Just that classic Leslie Nielsen way of just straight-fisted, come from the hip, fucking cool, calm, collected, just send flowers to their bitches and hoes, and then moves on with his life. It's
speaking back on to scary things and idiocy.
Like how does Leslie Nielsen say shit like that and not piss himself? Like, I don't get it.
I have no idea. But go on, Tom Cruise.
Tom Cruise
has apparently been on another tirade of trying to recruit people back into Scientology again.
God, not again.
Yes.
He's
doing his half-decade rounds, trying to recruit more people back into Scientology. He's apparently sent it to the next step.
Let's be honest here.
You what?
It's a dying religion, let's be honest here.
It's not a dying religion by any stretch of the fucking imagination.
No. It's like last time I checked, it had a record number, record-breaking numbers.
Yeah, you're talking it's like nearly what, 500 million give or take.
I think it's something like that. It's like 400 or 500 million strong.
No, Nick, like Catholicism or Hindu or Judaism, like, but it's not doing bad for itself.
Yeah, because like Catholicism's up at I think 2 billion or some shit, isn't it?
Catholicism 2 billion, Muslims around 2 bill, Hindu it's about 1 billion, and rest religions like pocket religions make up the rest of it. Buddhists around Well, technically, Buddhists make up a good 2 million, but Buddhism is one of those ones where different sects have different ideologies, so it's muddled.
Yeah.
On that one.
Kind of somewhat how paganism works. So it's kind of neat.
Yeah. So you can't really say Buddhism as a whole make up this number because it's the different. A Zen Buddhist has completely different ideology to Tibetan Haro Buddhist. So
yeah. Anyway,
we'll be doing a talk story on Scientology at some point when we can be asked.
Yeah. So
we have a plan for them. Anyway, our main talk today we want to talk about what we classified as the pinnacle of or beginning of certain genres or TV arcs we think started as a whole. Now I'm going to start off with the category, and I'm going to start with sci-fi, one of my favourite categories.
Yes, I think it's a lot. So let's be honest here.
Like sci-fi is quite a broad spectrum, though. Like
It
in
is.
fairness,
You cover fantasy, because a lot of fantasy films come into sci-fi as well.
yeah.
Yeah.
And that. Now, I'm talking. When I go thinking back for sci-fi, I'm talking going. If I go for the earliest stuff in written literature, you're talking like H.G. Wells' Time Machine or
Yes.
Journey to the Moon, that type of stuff. The fact thing is, it was the first ever film actually released was Journey to the Moon.
I believe it was a hell of a book as well. Like genuinely one of the most influential books on modern culture, and a lot of people don't realize how important that book actually was.
Same with the Time Machine.
Mm.
It was one of those weird books that came out that completely disturbed the psyche, yet changed everything else after that.
Yeah, because like both books didn't they come out like back when like fucking cowboys and shit were still cutting about.
Yeah.
Like it was like the 1700s or some shit when those books
Victorian
dropped.
period, H.G. Wells.
What was?
It was the Victorian period, toward the end of the Victorian period.
Yeah, so like cowboys were still cutting about, you know, like.
It was before cowboys.
Was it?
Yeah, cowboys talking like 1850s. You're talking this is like Civil War period.
Oh no, you're right. Yeah, like fucking Victoria was 1801, wasn't she, when she fucking popped her clogs?
Victoria was 1820, I think. Then the Georgian
So
period after that.
1820 when she could. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Then the Georgian period. Then we moved into the First World War area. You're right.
I'll tell you who I'm thinking of. I'm thinking of fucking Elizabeth I. She's the one that died in 1901. That's what I was thinking about.
Lady first. She was older than that.
Yes, she was 1901 when she died, I believe.
No, because it was a king. Back then.
What? Right, no, that's the thing I remember from history. What fucking monarch am I thinking of then? Hang on, I'm gonna Google this in the background. Hang on. Died in 1901. This is the thing I distinctly remember because I fucking. Oh no, it was Queen Victoria. Queen Victoria did die in 1901.
Oh, because the Georgian period was only like 20 years.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, January 22nd, 1901. Yeah, and then it was Edward VII after her. Yeah, she was 1837 till 1901 was her reign. Yeah.
Queen Victoria.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, J.C. Wells, I think it was the Time Machine was 1840.
Yeah.
The Moon was 50, I think.
Still though, very, like genuinely very, like a strong pick. Like some of, if not the most influential writings to sci-fi as a genre, like as a whole.
I found when the book was written. I'm curious now.
$1895 apparently, according to that, was when that was published.
Yeah. So later than I thought.
Even still, like.
He's done that like 100 years before. Yeah, about 100 years before anything we classify as popular sci-fi these days.
Yeah.
Because the 60s had a sporadic showing of sci-fi. Like the early 40s, 60s had sporadic showing. You got like The Forbidden Planet, Doctor Mysterio, a few. They did try and do a few like DC comics in early films. So you got like including Marvel, like had Rocket Man. Iron Man came out as well.
Yeah.
Superman and Captain America came out in early forms. Back in the
Apparently, Captain America was one of the first ever superhero movies to come out.
Yes.
Yes, it came out. It actually came out just before World War II.
Yeah.
Because America used Captain America as a recruiting slogan.
Propaganda.
Basically, it's propaganda. Yeah. Like.
Yeah, that's what and originally it was DC, not Marvel.
Yes.
Yeah.
He also came out during the 60s as a communist hippies.
Yes.
Hence, Red Skull was Soviet. The early Captain America. I actually had some of the VHS.
And now...
Now, if I want to say the pinnacle of sci-fi, we'll start off in most people's modern memory. I would probably say it was early Flash Gordon.
Yeah.
Early Flash Gordon.
Yes. Brian Blessed.
I mean, yeah, a little bit. Do you mean Life of Brian versus Brian Blessed?
No. No. He played the Hawkman in Flash Gordon.
Oh, I was gonna say, like, do you mean the very loud comedian Brian Blessed? Like,
Yes, very likely Brian Blessed.
I was gonna say, yeah.
Dive!
I forgot he was in Flash Gordon, actually. Yeah.
Yes, he was. Well, it's actually his first... No, it wasn't his first Shawn, because Blake 7 was his first time Shawn.
It was like one of his earlier things. Yeah.
It was the first, called like the first cinematic release that was done in the 60s of sci-fi. Now, most people would say Star Wars was the first big one. Cinematically, probably, I would say no. I'd still say Flash Gordon was.
Yeah,
TV-wise,
it was certainly the thing that like kicked it off to be like a popular genre.
Now, as far as TV goes, that title has to go to the British Doctor Who.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Doctor Who for sure.
Yeah, Doctor Who's black and white in the 40s, man.
Yeah. Right, Doctor Who is old as fuck.
Yeah, it's technically the longest running TV show from start to finish.
Like, even if you take its hiatus into account, it's still one of the longest running TV shows in history.
Yes.
Like, I'm pretty sure at this point it doesn't quite beat out shit like Coronation Street and EastEnders, but it's fucking close.
No, it does by some landslide.
I don't know, because like, didn't EastEnders like start in black and white as well? Back in, I want to say, like the 60s and 70s?
It started in the 70s in colour. Yeah, he told Doctor Who started in the 40s.
What's the one I'm thinking of that started in black and white and is still on the air? Like, in terms of soaps? It was one of the British ones. Was it
Coronation Street has been going on for 63 years, and it started 1960 to present.
There you go then.
Yeah, Doctor Who started in the 40s.
Yeah.
So, no, it would be 51, I think it started. And when was... I'll still check.
Hang on.
It still doesn't beat it out by that. It's like a decade's difference.
63. November 23rd.
Doc Who. AIR.
Yeah?
First airing.
Transcripts? The fuck you need them for?
That's just...
1963. There you go.
I was looking at David Tennant's new Sonic Screwdriver. I couldn't count that. So no, if this next set of Doctor Who fails, they're going.
Shit, is Doctor Who on Amazon Prime?
Yes.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, some of the
That's
early
pretty
ones.
handy.
Oh, if I'm not mistaken, if you want to watch the earliest Doctor Who's, you still need to buy BritBox on Amazon Prime. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can watch like the ones up to, I think, the newest series. That's quite full of these
from
days.
2009 to present, yeah.
So like bald guy and onwards.
Bald guy.
What was his name?
Christopher Eccleston.
Christopher Eccleston. That was him.
But
Yeah.
You won't catch the chick. On that one, the female version they did.
Yeah, because that's still on iPlayer.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, Doctor Who, I'd say, is pinnacle of sci-fi. We'll start like the whole genre off. Then you got Star Trek came afterwards, which again captured a lot of imagination of the public and pushed social boundaries more.
It also like Star Trek's responsible for a lot of like actual technology being invented. Like that shit inspired like the flip phone, the fucking iPad, like all kinds of shit that we have today. Literally only exists because Star Trek made it an idea, and then
make it.
And then like a nerd
Star
went,
Trek.
"That's a fucking good idea."
I mean, the
Star Trek first aired in '66.
Yeah.
Its pilot did, but the actual series didn't launch till a good 2 years afterwards.
Yeah, I think I want to say it was like 69, maybe 70 when like the show properly
69 was when
kicked
it
off. Yeah.
69 when Kirk came into it.
No, because Kirk was in episode 1. He just
wasn't.
wasn't captain yet in the first episode. Yeah.
It wasn't. It was Pike. Kirk was nowhere
Yeah.
near the ship in the first
No,
one.
Kirk was on the ship in the first episode.
He
Pike
wasn't.
was just a captain. He was.
He wasn't.
He was.
He wasn't. Try again, boy.
I will continue this argument.
Kirk,
Right.
No, Kirk was still
No,
the
no.
enemy.
Hear me out.
Who was the captain in the first
No.
episode of
Pike.
Star Trek?
Rincewind, that's not the argument here.
Jeff. Oh, fuck's sake. Captain Pike. Played as Jeffrey Hunter.
Right, Rincewind, darling, Rincewind. If you're not going to listen to the fucking argument, get involved. Stay out of it. Shut the fuck up and listen to the fucking discussion, dickhead. Now listen here, Fat ManT.
I'm
Right?
listening.
This is mainly for your fucking benefit, right?
Okay,
Here, Rincewind, I'm gonna reiterate my point here for Rincewind's benefit, so that he understands the fucking argument correctly. Right?
Proceed.
Captain Pike was the captain. I agree with you. Kirk was in the episode.
He was not.
He was.
William Shatner was not in the first series.
Yes, he was.
He was
If
not
you
in the
go
pilot.
back and watch the fucking episode, he's literally in the background of like 80% of the crew shots. He's there.
Not.
William Shatner is present. He just doesn't
No.
talk.
No, 'cause
He
William-
is there.
William Shatner wasn't on set for the pilot because they didn't hire
He
him.
was.
He wasn't. He wasn't even hired yet.
I'm telling you, he was there.
He was not. No, Shatner was not even hired to be Kirk until it was about a week before they aired the first series.
I am 85% sure I saw William Shatner in the background of that
No.
fucking episode.
William Shatner was nowhere near because originally Pike was going to be the full-on captain for the first series.
Yes,
Right?
and then the bastard got greedy and asked for too much money, so he got
Yeah.
the sack.
So a week before they showed the first episode, had reshoot it all, and that's when they hired William Shatner. William Shatner was nowhere near it until they shot the first episode.
No, I'm sure he was there as a background character.
Nah, he was nowhere near it.
To my understanding, he was.
Nah.
Now, Rincewind. Now that we've gotten into the argument somewhat, and you actually understand what the fucking discussion is,
I don't know if the rest of the crew was.
you may now feel free to pipe in.
The rest
All
of
I
the
heard was who the captain was.
We weren't arguing about who the captain was.
We knew the Pike was captain. Now the rest of the crew was there. Like the last who played the communication officer.
Ahura. The one that played Ahura. 'Cause, yeah.
Spock was
Oh, Choi was there as well.
Troy,
Still.
oh,
What's his face? Sulu was in it.
Yeah. So the main character, Bones wasn't. That female doctor.
Bones, yeah, because Bones didn't get introduced as a character till like episode 3 or so, I believe.
No, he was in episode 1.
Was he in episode 1? Was Bones?
Yeah. We came on with.
No, yeah, you're right. Yeah, it was the female doctor that. Yeah, she was cutting about in episode 1, and then doesn't really come back. I think she gets mentioned once or twice.
He comes on with Kirk. Kirk takes over the ship.
Yeah, I think she comes up again like later in the show and like does make a couple appearances, but like she's played by a very different actress.
Yeah, and a different storyline entirely. It's weird.
Yeah,
But yeah, it's Bones. Like I said, most main character was there for the pilot, apart from like Shatner wasn't, and the guy who played Bones wasn't. They came in on episode 1.
I'm still like 80% sure Shatner was there, but sure.
Now, there's a guy who looks close to him walking around in a scant, but it's not Shatner.
Are you sure he's in? Because I remember it with the scan that didn't actually start appearing until like next gen with the scan.
No, there's a few meals in
With like
scants.
the full like the shirt with the fucking skirt scan.
Nope, scants in the actual TNG. In TOS.
Like I know some of like the female like crew member were wearing them because it was like their standard thing. But like I didn't realize there were like male characters with this scan in the original show as
There's a
well. I
few-
thought that was only next gen that played with that.
No, there's a few of them in it. Like not many compared to next gen. They did do it a couple of times just for like the social bitch slap they're trying to pull
Fair.
off.
And even then, even with next gen, like a lot of people do it like in the community talk about next gen being like, really good with that. But like, even with next gen, it's like a couple. It's not that frequently you see it.
It's only the first series. First series you see shows up, then that's it. Doesn't after that.
No, because there's one shot in I want to say like season 4 or 5 where a guy wearing like the scan is, I think he's escorting someone somewhere on the ship. I want to say it's like a civilian visitor or something. He's like giving them an escort from like the shuttle bay to
Yeah, it wasn't a
their
scant.
quarters or some shit, and like the security guard behind him's wearing the scan.
No, it's not, that wasn't a scant actually.
Was it not? I remember that being a scam.
They looked close to it, but it actually was different. It was a civilian uniform.
Yeah. Either way.
Yeah, I mean, TOS played with a lot of social problems. Like the first gay kiss was with the TNG, with TOS.
It was, yes.
One of the first black and white people kissing was there as well, which that pissed a lot of people off.
Oh, it did. See, but that's the thing about Star. It's the thing I somewhat disagree with a lot of Star Trek fans, like when it comes to Discovery about this point. But I also I get where they're coming from because I half agree with them.
What's that?
Like a lot. I'll pre-emphasis this, right?
Oh, you're talking about the
certain vocal members of the Star Trek community who are very much leaning towards the right side of the political spectrum have been saying since Discovery came out that Discovery is too political. It's too politically correct. It's too touchy-feely about just shit.
It is. I agree with them. It is a bit.
I agree somewhat in the sense like it's too upfront with it. It's too on the nose, like fuck you, this is how it is kind of way. Whereas like if you go back and watch like the original series and Next Generation, Voyager, etc.
Although I would say,
they do have episodes like that where like they bring the issue to the forefront and talk about it and say you're all idiots. Yeah. But most of the time when they're tackling stuff, especially stuff like sexuality, racism, stuff like that, it's more like background storytelling.
Yeah, it's
such as with the scan, like dealing with trans issues and homosexuality. That's a background thing where it's not being outright stated that that's Gucci, but there are background hints to say that's Gucci, so you can slide it past the censor.
Yeah,
like Star Trek has always been quite politically motivated like that.
It has.
With Discovery, it is lost the subtlety, but I still feel like it is doing a decent job at it. It's not subtle about it, but it's still raising those key, very important issues. Right. The problem it's just being very kind of ham-fisted about it.
The problem is, though, when the early Star Treks did it, they did it in a way that shows that it's normalised in their society. Mm-hmm. That's how it should be. The way Discovery did it is how they're doing it now, where it's you will obey us and just ram down your fist, down your throat to
exactly.
Yeah,
which is the point of what Star Trek's trying to do.
It's like one of my favorite examples of like older Star Trek like tackling an issue like that is from Deep Space Nine. There's an episode in Deep Space Nine where they end up with a new member like working on the space station who's disabled. They're in a wheelchair, right?
Oh yes, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
And like the engineers have to try and like install wheelchair ramps. It's a really cool episode.
And like
it gets mentioned a couple of times in the episode. Just like this is quite an unusual problem for us because like medicine's so advanced. Like most of the reasons for why you'd be in a wheelchair have been fixed. This unfortunate soul just has a thing we can't fix yet.
No.
And like I love that. No. I love that was a way they kind of handled.
No,
that.
with hers, what they did with hers was it wasn't they couldn't fix it. Is she was from a low gravity world.
Yeah, that was it. Yeah, it's like so they still couldn't like fix it permanently.
There's nothing to do about it. So
they had like they could like change the settings to her bedroom so she could walk around in her own quarters, and then like if she was at work, she had to use the wheelchair and stuff like that. Like it was a really nice way of handling that. Of just this person's disabled. We need to work around that. It's unusual for us to have to work around that because normally we can just fix your bones. But this particular character has an issue we don't have medicine to fix.
I mean, even brought
so we're gonna work with it. I like that.
I mean, Star Trek, all three of them actually brought up genetic manipulation, which is a big hot button issue at the moment.
It is, yes.
And all three of them brought up about manipulating
all four brought it up.
Voyager didn't so much.
It did bring up I think once or twice. It got mentioned a couple of times, but it wasn't really tackled.
It mentioned it, I think twice. I think it wasn't really a big thing. Whereas with TOS you had what the fuck guy's name again?
I don't know because I've not watched enough TOS to be familiar.
Oh, it was one of the films. Khan,
yeah. I forgot he did that to Khan, yeah.
Kang Sung was the main thing for the case of genetics going awry, about being a super soldier type shit. TNG brought in a couple of times as well.
Yeah.
On certain planets for like cloning and gender modification, that type of stuff. That's when Dolly the Sheep first came out, actually.
It was, yes.
And
Deep Space Nine, I think Deep Space Nine, I think there's a lot about Deep Space Nine. I think Deep Space Nine handled it in a really well done way. I really like how Deep Space Nine handled the issue.
Because of Bashir.
Yes, because like Abe Bashir is a fucking amazing character, like one of my favorite Star Trek characters,
And he's
like of all time. And like it kind of handles the idea of like, what if you were genetically modified in a world where that's frowned upon?
Yeah.
You know, like it was a really cool idea, and it was handled really quite well.
Yeah, because he wasn't modified for an advantage, but it's probably given anyway. It was modified to save his life.
Yeah, and like one of the unfortunate side effects of that was also it made him like genetically more disproposed to be slightly more intelligent than he would have been, but not by enough to be, you know, a problem really.
Because one of the ones that came out in TNG was Geordie.
Yeah,
he could have got, as a baby, got genetic modification to get his eyesight back.
But that shit was illegal.
The I-1 wasn't illegal, but in the world he was because he was born on Earth, it was frowned upon on Earth. But if he was in one of the colonies, it would have been
perfectly acceptable. Yeah.
So instead, he built a brand new technology just so he could see.
Which is really cool. Like, and I guess a thing that like Star Trek does here and there that I think is really neat is like the idea with like, if you live in the Federation and you're born with some kind of problem that like they don't have a fix for, they're more than willing to throw the resources to help one guy with a really obscure problem. They don't mind doing that, and like that's what society should be.
He was the only guy with a visor.
It should be everyone coming together to be like, this poor unfortunate soul has a really strange problem and we don't know what to do. Ideas, and people just start shooting the shit and they come up with a plan and go, let's give that a back and invent this whole new technology just to help this one guy. Because fuck it. And then if that problem ever comes up again, we have the technology to fix it.
Yeah. Now, admit the Discovery and Strange New Worlds are very, very political, but they're doing. Instead of being subtle about it, and like say, we're in the future, and this is how we dealt with it a little bit. They're trying to say their problems they have now are the same ones that they should have fixed.
Yeah.
Which is the issue. They're making our problems theirs, and that's not how it goes.
Yeah, like see if you did it with like the same way with a sci-fi show that just didn't have the Star Trek label.
Yeah.
It would be fine. It would work up quite well. I would quite enjoy it.
But we know
because it's Star Trek, and Star Trek lore is already pretty well established.
Yeah.
You know, it doesn't make that much sense. Like, yeah, it's earlier in the timeline than like most of the other shows. Like,
yeah, but
there is that
Enterprise era though. That's the point.
Yeah, and that's what I was like. Most of the time when it gets mentioned in the shows of like, yeah, that used to be a problem. They're talking about like our time period of like the 21st-ish century.
Yeah,
the show is set in like the 23rd, 4th century. You know, like
TOS was end of 23rd.
Yeah, because it's 23C. So yeah.
So
you know, like it's.
We're classified as the dark ages of history.
Yeah, it's like problems that were fixed back like 200 fucking years prior. You know, whereas with Strange New Worlds and Discovery, it's like, no, we're fixing it now. It's like that from the pre-established lore that was fixed like hundreds of years ago. Why is that a thing that's being talked about on this ship?
Which a lot of people now saying they're separate timelines.
Yeah, I mean, it was already like confirmed at like, the end of like season 1 of Discovery that shit's a different timeline altogether, and that like which for the record, by the way, right, I want credit for this. I called that shit. Right, when Discovery first came out and I watched the first like 2 episodes, I fucking called it right off the bat. I was like, alternate timeline.
Yeah, it's
sure enough. Sure fucking enough. Like I want credit. Yeah. I want fucking writing credit. It's frankly, right? If you listen to Netflix, I want fucking writing credit for that shit.
It's the only way it could have worked.
Called you bullshit. Yeah. I want writing credit. I want my name in the credits.
Now
I want fucking watch an episode of fucking Discovery, it comes up in big bold letters at the end. Co-written by accident by Vegas O'Malley. I want that shit. Fuck you, Netflix, get it done.
Now, if
you still own the rights to that show, which I doubt.
If we're about a show that's close to what Star Trek used to be, and I'm very surprised by who wrote it, who made the fucking show, is Orville.
I was gonna say, is it the Orville? Yes.
The Orville.
The Orville is amazing for it. I love you know what? The Orville's just amazing. Full stop. It's a great show.
It is. It's very. To be honest, it's more Star Trek than new Star Treks are. To be honest,
it genuinely is. Because it does that beautiful thing of like it does subtly tackle a lot of like issues, but it also brings a few key big players to the forefront and goes, big issue. Let's deal with it in a way that is very on the nose if you pay attention.
Yes.
But if you're an idiot or like, you know, too far into the right wing to be helped, it'll fly way under your fucking radar.
I mean, my biggest one I think.
Where you'll be watching it just like, oh, it's the aliens. And it's like, no, it's telling a wider story. You're just stupid.
Yeah, my biggest one I did like was the transgender one.
Yeah, that's more what I was kind of referring to, like,
The-
discreetly there, like the transgender issue with the
Marla?
what's her face,
What race was it?
Crichton's child, whatever Crichton's kid was called in it. That one, them, her, I guess. Hang on. Her, yeah, no, because they were born a female, got forced into being a male, and then transitioned back to female. So her.
Yeah. And the problem with people like that though is right. What I did like what they did is they brought up the court issue.
Yes.
Because believe it or not, there have been court cases in this country and in America about whether or not a child should be transitioned or not.
Yeah.
Now, personally,
it's really cool.
To me, I'm against forced transitioning.
Yeah, forcing it is.
But I'm also against children transitioning until at least the age of 14.
Yeah.
And I'm also against the idea of puberty blockers as well for children young, because they do a lot of damage to the body.
It does a lot of damage doing, like, getting on puberty blockers.
I'm not getting more of me. Yeah, let them dress as a girl, let them act like a girl, the what? Right? It doesn't bother me.
Yeah, but like take medical options off the table until they're, you know, at the very least like 13, like 12, 13 is like my, and even then I might have some issues with it, but like 12, 13 is like that's my hard line limit of just like, that's the youngest where I'm going to be okay with it. And 14, even then
14, I'm pushing my luck on that one, because I think it needs to be till 16, because when the body's fully established pretty much.
Oh yeah, like once they hit 16, I'm 100% happy. I don't care anymore. Like, that's fine, you do you. Like 14, like 15, 14, I'm like, sure. You know, 12, 13, I'm like,
I know a lot of people
like, some circumstances, sure. If you're younger than 12, just no, take it off the table.
I know a lot of doctors say, oh, it's perfectly fine, so it's bullshit, is it?
Yeah.
It's nowhere near safe whatsoever.
It's just not. Like,
give an idea. Take an estrogen they're about for transitioning from male to female. Right? The amount of level they're giving you up to your chance of cancer by almost 600%.
Yeah.
You give that to a child. It's like battery acid in the veins.
You know, like, it's...
Puberty blockers. Not only studying the puberty levels, you're also studying bone development, muscle development, brain development, organ development. There's a whole host of things to stopping. And it's not for the reasons you think it is. Anyway, let's go side off topic. Anyway.
Yeah.
Back on the films of sci-fi genre. I still say Flash Gordon is a pinnacle one to me.
Yeah, like Flash Gordon. If you ask me, Flash Gordon was better at being subtle about it than Star Trek even was. You can 100% watch every episode of Flash Gordon and go, "There's nothing political here." But if you pay attention,
yeah, the dictator of being and shit.
There's a lot of shit in there that is like low key, actually pretty political and pretty on point as well. Like it's quite cool.
You got my Flash Gordon was in the 60s, so you had
it was about that, yeah.
So you had the communists coming in, which was like what Ming was supposed to be, the communist empire, and how it was running, and the capitalist. Even though Flash Gordon wasn't technically a capitalist in the story either, it was more of a monarchical system he was fighting for. Oddly enough, I mean, Star Wars tried to do the same thing with the Republic, which the Republic was supposed to represent. The Republic originally was represent America.
Yeah, it was supposed to be like a democratic trade republic.
Yeah. Then
which, like, unfortunately is pretty much what America is at this point. Like, it's...
And the Empire, because in the original ones, the Empire was supposed to represent Britain. Taking over America. And the Republic was the Civil War trying to fight back to take back America. Bullshit. Which...
Well, the rebels, but yes, because the Republic was before the Empire.
Yeah.
It's an argument for a different day.
That's where the role is. I mean, one of my favourite one was Firefly, of sci-fi's modern era.
Firefly has got to be one of the best modern sci-fis. It's fucking...
And
again, everyone said it, but that shit died way too early. Like, I miss it.
But that was cancelled for political reasons.
Yeah.
Because it had America and China mixed in the future.
It did, yeah.
And Chinese culture seeped into everything, because they had half the language is Chinese.
Yeah.
And the Americans did not like that, so they cancelled it for political reasons.
Which, like, even still, you know, like, it's...
But across the rest of
the world... It's a good show, though. It's a really cool concept.
Only American stuff, but across the rest of the world, everyone loved it.
Yeah.
As a concept. We saw what Cowboy did in space. What Americans saw was China.
Yeah, and even it was only, like, really the Chinese government, the American government that saw that. Mm-hmm. Like, most of the general populace was just like, cowboys in space, that's fucking neat.
Which one it was advertised. Basically Cowboy Ninja in space.
Yeah, and it pretty much is. Yeah, like it's basically a live action version of Cowboy Bebop. It's fucking awesome.
It was brilliant.
You know, it's a really cool show. You know, like I am, however, very happy that they've got the green light to make a movie to wrap everything up.
What's
you know, like that was nice.
It didn't wrap everything up though.
It didn't wrap everything up, but it wrapped up most of the key kind of things that needed sorting out.
Yeah, like the Reavers and shit, and that wrapped up, which was nice stuff. They did.
Yeah, there was still like one or two plot points never quite got the time to finish, but it's fine. You know, they got the important shit out of the way.
Well, yeah, it's one of those films I think is brilliant. So, modern movies, where do you stand on the best sci-fi one? Because there isn't many of them.
Like, what do we mean by modern? Like, what's like the earliest back I can go for modern?
I'll put modern genre between like 90s to now. So,
90s till now.
Yeah,
and this is movies.
You've got movies. Unfortunately, there isn't that many good ones.
There's not really. I mean,
a lot of them are very just you got like Solaris, The Passenger.
This is a bit of a gamble pick because I can't remember off the top of my head the release date for these films.
If you go for Aliens, that's the 80s.
No, I'm gonna go for Back to the Future. I want to say like one of those released during the 90s, so I'm technically good, but I can't remember off the top of my head.
91 for Back to the Future 3.
We'll take that. That's in the 90s. I'll take it. That's a technical success.
Yeah, but no, I'll still say you.
Still, like, it's a little bit too far back.
It's not that. I won't say it was great. It was good.
I don't know. Like Back to the Future 3 was okay. Like I was more kind of hoping, like at the very least, 3 would be in that time frame. Then like, I could count 1 in because I started it. But
even 1 was good, but wasn't great. I would say.
I mean that's fine. I feel like they were not necessarily the best, but certainly like one of the more influential releases when it comes to modern sci-fi.
I mean, they saved a dying car company from Ireland.
Yeah, they also like I think it was like the first movie to properly sit down and explain time travel mechanics in a way that made fucking sense.
No, Time Machine did that as well.
I mean, yeah, the Time Machine as well. Like, yeah, like even with the Time Machine's explanations, it was like a little fucky.
It was, yeah.
Like it was just a tickle bit fucky. Whereas with Back to the Future, like, you know, he sat down with a fucking whiteboard and broke that shit down in a way that makes sense. You know, like he walks you through it.
Good idea of the close one. Like Event Horizon. Stargazer was one.
Oh, what was that one? Oh, that.
Yeah.
One popped into my head for a brief second.
Hellboy.
And it's gone.
Hellboy's good.
Hellboy's pretty good, yeah.
Again, although it's in the sci-fi category, I would say it doesn't exist there. It shouldn't be there.
Yeah, I would more argue it's like high fantasy, maybe. Maybe just like fantasy, like modern fantasy, even.
Fantasy supernatural, I would say.
Yeah. I can see the sci-fi elements to it, but like...
Yeah, Wolfenstein. That's where it came from.
Yeah.
2 seconds.
No, I'll go for it. Trying to think now. It is, because it's like Fat ManT said, there's not that many like more recent options.
Oh, I've got one actually.
Okay, we'll wait for Fat ManT to come back first, and then...
I still hear your headset on.
Oh, okay, cool.
Interstellar is very...
It's very bullshit. That is a love story in space. Come on.
Yeah, it's...
No, I meant by the designs of its planets, not its story. I meant
even then
we're going for everything. Problem with Interstellar is you've got the same. Interstellar's Howard is great, but it wasn't. In a way, the problem with Interstellar is like it was big, but like Avatar. Big budget.
No, you know what? Yeah, Avatar's my pick.
I'll give you Avatar. It was one of the big selling ones of the thingy.
That's what I'm like. Again, hot take. One of my favorite movies. I genuinely adore the first Avatar film. That movie is really good. It's just a bit too long.
It wasn't bad. But remember the guy who wrote Titanic as well.
Yeah, like see if Avatar was like 2 hours long instead of like fucking 3.5. Mm-hmm. I'd love it, but like, still one of my favorite movies. Still adore the shit out of it. It's like an hour longer than I think it should have been.
From Avatar, Avatar's now been tainted because of Avatar 2.
I've not watched it yet, but I've heard murmurings that it's not great.
It's basically a slap in the face of what the Chinese say the colonials did to the Native Americans.
Yeah.
And it's not
Yeah, I
about it
saw
either.
like the first 5 minutes of it, and I was like, well, that's the first 5 minutes all I needed to see.
Yeah, it's pretty much just trying to rehash out the Indian Civil War against the cowboys. And
Wasn't that literally the plot of the first fucking movie, though?
Not so much. This one's more blatant about it.
Yeah, fair.
The first one was more like about a land grab for resources, so it could be anything really.
Yeah. Even
Whereas
still,
the next
like-
one literally goes down the whole of they identify the big blue aliens as fucking Native Americans,
I mean, fair, yeah.
and that's down to how they dress and that type of stuff. So it's
Which again, they kind of already did in the first one, though, as well.
It did
like,
was more certain how they did it.
Yeah.
For all we know, there could have been Africans as well.
Well, yeah, true.
But with the second move, they blatantly made it American Indians. Whereas with the first one, you could have said, oh, it could be Chinese, it could be Africans, it could have been...
You know, real quick, right? Just because you mentioned Africa, right? This is, like, very off topic, right? This is a history thing, right? I don't know about you guys, right? I think one of my favourite historical events, right? One of my favourite things that ever happened in history was that time where Europe got bored of just shooting at fellow Europeans and went, let's rape Africa. And just every European country simultaneously said, bet, and they all scrambled to race to see who could rape Africa the fastest. Like, that has got to be one of my favourite historical events ever.
But one country
of just, let's rape Africa and who can do it the fastest.
But one country didn't rape Africa. Which one was it?
Was it the Dutch?
Nope, Dutch was the first one.
No, you're right. No, you're right. The Dutch were the first in.
Dutch was start the slave trade.
No, they were in Georgia. There's no way Georgia was. I don't even think Georgia had been founded yet. Georgia wasn't involved.
No, but the part of the country Georgia was part of was there.
Yeah, so like Georgia doesn't count. They weren't a country yet.
I'm gonna go on a limb and say it was Australia.
They hadn't been invented yet.
Australia was still calling you back then. Be surprised when I tell you.
Russia? I don't think the Russians made it over.
Russians were in there as well.
Were they?
Yep.
I know Italy was there, because like Italy was still raping that shit when World War II kicked off.
Yep.
Never did get Ethiopia, though. They tried, but they never did quite get Ethiopia.
You'd be very surprised when I tell you the country.
Go on, then.
Give me a second, I need the country list. I'm still in. Just give me like 10 seconds to look at Google Maps for the next. Right. Iceland.
Iceland's technically part of Europe, no colony.
Fuck. Sweden.
Nope, Sweden was down there.
Norway.
So was Norway.
Poland.
Yeah, Poles were moving around that point. More mercenary based rather than direct involvement.
I'm gonna say Poland was more of basically just a really big mercenary camp.
We're talking about the big countries here.
Okay.
Like your key players of Europe. Belarus?
Belarus was part of Russia at the time.
It couldn't
Spain?
have been France.
No, France.
I definitely wasn't France. I was gonna say I know France had bits. Spain?
Spain was down there as well.
Portugal?
So was Portugal. They're trying to wipe out the Holy Grail and the fucking
Yeah.
found youth at the time. Remember?
Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, no, I forgot about that for a minute.
Yeah, they're trying to wipe out anything pagan related that could contradict the Bible. They're trying to destroy.
Again, I know the Italians were there. Because again, they were fucking Ethiopia. Or trying to.
French were definitely there. French Foreign Legion, for fuck's sake. They were busy raping Egypt. And
The French Foreign Legion was raping everything they could come across, though, let's be fair.
Yeah,
that was their entire
They were
point.
going through the north of the country quite quickly. You go, yeah.
Well, I'm out of guesses.
Yeah, no, even I give up.
Britain.
Fuck off.
You know, I did think
Really?
Britain, but then I thought, but we
We did set up a colony, and we did conduct some slave trading, but we went through the Dutch for the slaves. We didn't participate in the slave trade itself.
Oh.
We bought
But
out
like,
the
it was
Dutch.
our idea to rape Africa.
We were trying to do with China and India at the time.
Yeah, but like, raping Africa was our idea. Why the fuck weren't we in on that shit?
Because we couldn't be asked for that, to be honest. We actually quite liked the Africans.
It was our idea!
Most people from England went to Africa.
Like, we talked every other motherfucker into that shit.
one specific verse in the song 17 by the Sex Pistols comes to mind.
Yeah, it was the. Although we did send we had a colony down there, but unlike a lot of the other countries which try to use the blacks as forced labour, although we had slaves, yes, black slaves, we're not denying it. We bought them from the Dutch, but a lot of our colonies, a lot of colonies had us sitting on equal terms with the blacks down there in the colony areas. The point one was Quartermain, and that the famous British hunter and explorer.
I'm more just meant like, you know, the whole point of, like, you know, all the European countries gathered together in a meeting and went, let's all rape Africa. That's my favourite thing. Is just everyone got bored of like war.
Yeah.
They sat down at a table and they went, let's, like, we're all bored. What do we do? And then us, the Brits, stood up and went, let's all see who can rape Africa faster. And then a race began.
I don't know why the race began in Africa for. Was the main problem we were after.
It was pretty much the only bit that wasn't Europe that we hadn't raped yet.
Nope, diamonds. It was after metal, so nickel, iron.
All the gold that was there too, like.
Yeah, that's what they're after. Now, the reason we didn't bother with that for is our economy is not based on gold back then.
Yeah.
And we have
our economy was based on tea!
Tea, iron, and sugar. And we had India, which gives us all the gold we need.
And tea. They gave us all the tea we needed.
Yeah, well, but the British economy itself was based on iron and steel. So Africa had very little interest in us, to be honest. And that's what we didn't bother with it for. And to be honest, we are also of the opinion that we have pirates, so we take what we want from them.
True, that too, yeah.
We still kick the Spanish teeth in.
Yeah. To be fair, right? We weren't even kicking the Spanish's teeth in. The weather was kicking Spain's teeth in for us, for the most part.
Yeah.
Like, they had like 15 attempts at fucking us up, and like 2 of their fleets actually made it past the storms that kept happening.
That's when, during that period, when they were in Africa, we took Gibraltar, and we've held on ever since.
Yeah.
We took an island as a military base, literally 0.1 mile from their shoreline.
Yeah, and they still couldn't take it back.
They're still trying to this day to get it back, and still failing at it.
Yeah, but they're trying diplomatically these days. They're trying to buy it off us.
No, they demanded from the Brexit agreement.
Yeah.
And we said hell
Didn't
no.
work.
No, we went hell no. So they're really pissed off about that.
No, they're just like, nah, we ain't giving back our holiday home. Fuck you. We took it rightfully by conquest. Fuck you. You know?
Again,
you had your chance to get it back during the war. You fucked it up. It's ours.
Again, you go like sci-fi films. Back to that point.
Back to sci-fi, yes.
Technically, the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen was technically sci-fi.
Yeah, because it had like the Invisible Man and shit in it. So like, yeah, I'll give you that.
The Victorian X version of it was technically sci-fi. It was a shit version, but it wasn't bad. You know.
You know what? Controversial pick, right? Because I know for a fact that this film like lands in your time reign, right?
Mm-hmm.
The Iron Giant, the animated film, The Iron Giant by Disney.
No, I'm not opposed to that. To be honest, I'm not.
You've never seen The Iron Giant?
I've seen it, yes, but I'm not. Like I said, I'm not opposed to using it because I would classify animes as well.
Yeah.
Animation as well.
So if we're classing animations, Big Hero 6.
Yeah, no, okay, I'll give you Big Hero 6.
Again, Big Hero 6, although technically has a sci-fi connotation, I would say more superhero.
Yeah, like it is predominantly a superhero thing, but it's kind of like Iron Man for me, where like because it has such a heavy theme on like technology and science and stuff like more futuristic tech. Like I'll class it into sci-fi.
I'll say superhero with sci-fi with like let's say subclass in sci-fi.
Yeah, like a sci-fi twist. A little bit of sci-fi spice to like mix it up a little bit. You know,
like Iron Man. It's just basically a superhero film with a technological twist to it.
Yeah.
You know,
no, it's got enough of one for me to counter it though. Like it's
he's basically like Iron Man. You know, his superpower was money.
Yeah, much like Batman, only better.
Yeah, that's all Batman's power was money.
Yes, it was just I'm rich. Okay,
money.
That was Batman.
Money, and he had the ability to terrify everybody by knowing everything about them.
Yes, because he had money and could afford a police scanner.
I mean, he didn't have to be terrified fucking Lex Luthor.
Yeah.
By giving up, like, say somebody's here, Lex Luthor shit himself and just give up.
My favorite thing, it's ever happened. This happened more recently in the Batman comics. This was a couple of years back. was Batman. I don't remember how exactly, but he ended up stumbling upon this machine that can, like, it knows everything. It's like omnipotent as this computer, right? And he straight up just asked this computer a question that he didn't know the answer to, which was, like, what is Joker's real identity? Like, who is Joker? Who is he? Who actually is he? Because like so far in the comics, like there's been a couple of times where they've gone like, oh, it's this guy, and it's like, no, it's not. He was pretending. Like throughout the comics, he's just been known as like John Doe, because that's what the mental hospital he was in before he was in like Arkham Asylum classed him as, because he didn't know who he was. He asked this computer like who the Joker was, and because they're assholes, DC doesn't tell you, but they told Batman. Batman knows exactly who Joker really is, and that's really fun to me because Joker himself doesn't even know his real identity. Batman knows who Joker is, and the Joker doesn't, and I love that. I think that's really neat.
The best theory about the Joker I love is his Batman's brother.
Yeah. That would be a really cool idea, like, if only. That would be really fun.
It's Batman's bastard brother.
Like, that would be really fun. I would like that.
That's a lot of the theme, a lot of the bed comics go down that route of who the Joker is. And that. Or the Joker's like an old friend, like college friend or something. But like the Green Goblin scenario.
Yeah.
Hobgoblin.
One of my favourite comic arcs of Batman and Joker is the one where instead of his parents dying, it's in fact Bruce Wayne that dies, and the parents tear each other.
Yeah, like his dad becomes Batman and his mum becomes the Joker. That was a really neat, like, what if comic. It was really good. I really liked that one.
That was in the Flash arc when the Flash went back
to his
mother.
One of my favorite Batman like comics, and it got turned into a movie as well. It's got to be the Killing. It's either the Killing Joke or the Killing Smile. It was one Killing Joke. Thank you. Because that has got to be easily one of the darkest fucking Batman stories there is. Like, that is so fucked on so many levels.
No,
and I love it.
Early Batman was dark as fuck. Early Batman.
Oh, like it was, but like the Killing Joke takes it to a whole new extreme.
No.
Like the Joker cuts off a guy's face and wears it as a mask. Right, that happens in that comic. Right, Robin fucking dies again. Right, fucking the Joker straight up rapes a woman and takes photos and videos of that shit to torture her dad with. Her dad was Commissioner Gordon too, I might add.
Yeah, and you talk like
Joker straight up kills him at the end. Which, like, can you blame him? Like, it's a fucked up comic, and it's really good.
No, you're talking early Batman, right? You're talking like some of the ones Batman did was the car. Realize the car has wheel ribs on it.
Yep.
They'll basically spikes that shred people's ankles as you drove past them.
Even I would argue that's not as dark as Killing Joke got though.
No, again worse. One of Batman's favorite deterrents in the early comics was basically hanging people up by their arms and eviscerating them live in public.
Yeah. Again, I feel like raping a woman, taking photos of it, and using those photos to torture her dad. Slightly more fucked. Like
somewhat, but not.
Like one's violent, the other's a straight up war crime. Like in your example, Batman himself is a darker character, but the story being told was much darker when it came to the Killing Joke.
Even the Joker was quite dark back then.
Even still,
rape was off the table for most stuff back then. In terms of
love
crimes. He was quite bad back then, compared to
even still, like.
So, have you seen Batman's first encounter with the Joker? He literally kills him at the end of the comic.
Comic-wise, yeah, he to say Batman in the early was not about like saving the shit. No, it was like just wipe the fuckers out.
Yeah, like Batman didn't give a fuck originally.
Yeah, Batman was basically just Dredd
the age rating
with a mask.
For comics.
No, for decency came in for comics. But since he both got hands on him, decided to make things decent.
And he had a gun as well.
Oh, he had several guns. I mean, the best one I can remember was he turned the car around, put the brakes on, and used the jet engine to barbecue people with.
Yeah.
Just flat out, just like melt this bitch.
Because like the original point of like Batman and a lot of like earlier comic books about superheroes was like the story was supposed to be like vigilantes are bad.
Yeah,
it's like letting something traumatic happen to you and using it to basically fuel like a vengeful, like a vigilante kind of lifestyle is bad, and here is why.
The only way they kept
And then, like DC, Marvel, and a lot of other companies then took those things, saw this shit can be marketed to children really fucking easily. Went that route and made it all like kind of gentle, which lost the original purpose of being a vigilante. It's not fucking good.
apart from one character, which kept it like Dark Street.
And there's a handful, like Deadpool, for example.
Deadpool's more modern one, but the original one,
Yeah, but still.
Punisher,
yeah.
he kept his dark streak going through it.
It was also the only one that actually kept that original idea of, being a vigilante makes you a bad person.
Yeah, but who cares?
Yeah. Like, in more modern retellings of Punisher, like, no. Like, they touch on it a little bit in the show when he, like, gets pulled up in court and shit for it, but, like, they still... Like, they don't really tackle the idea of, like, what if Punisher was wrong? What if that guy didn't do it and it was a case of mistaken identity? They don't really play with that idea.
Only the very first Punisher film, I think, played that idea.
I think the first Punisher film plays with it a little bit, but...
Yeah, then they changed his character, because the original guy didn't do it, a bit like he did with Hulk.
Yeah.
They changed Hulk's backstory about 5 times before fucking Avengers came out.
Yeah, for the canonical MCU version. Well, I say canonical, movie canonical.
Yeah, not comic.
Still find it weird, like, in the current, like, MCU, there isn't, like, an actual, just standalone Hulk movie.
No, because the Bat size, they've done 3 movies, and each movie had a different story for it.
Yeah, and all 3 were shit. Like almost everyone else has a standalone, but, like, Hulk didn't get one. I find it weird.
Now, according to Marvel themselves, the canonical Hulk movie for the MCU is The Incredible Hulk.
Yeah.
The first one.
Yeah. Not the one where the bloke's painted. The first one that used CGI.
Like the first CG one. The one where he had, like, the weird haircut.
Yeah.
First CG one where his father tried to take his powers from him. That was the canonical one.
Yeah.
I believe so.
Where he was genetically mutated, and then the accident occurred, which caused him to mutate.
Yeah.
Whereas in the previous ones, oh no, he mutated himself with the serum that Stark built.
Yeah. Yeah, no, he had a genetic predisposition anyway, and then had a lab accident, and that's what caused it.
So
he explains it a lot in Endgame on how he becomes the form he is in Endgame.
I've heard rumors that, like, they're thinking about maybe doing a standalone, like, Hulk movie in the future, but I feel like it's too late to do it now, you know? It's too late to go, but unless they do, like, a hard reset of the timeline at some point, like...
I think
they could get away with it, in fairness. Like, there's many ways they could pull it off, like, but...
There is. But I think what they're going to play about more is She-Hulk.
Yeah.
And I think they're going to try and manipulate that to make something usable, not just like the feminist piece of trash that it was.
Yeah. Say that, and I don't think any hard reset can be as successful as Flashpoint.
Not at this point, no. It's too hardwired now. The storylines.
Yeah.
I feel like I could pull it off.
Even having trouble with Spider-Man trying to keep that going.
Yeah.
That doesn't help that Spider-Man's got 2 different fucking timelines running at the same fucking time.
3 timelines.
And no, we're not counting the Sony shit because they're not doing anything with it anymore.
No, they count because they're part of the Spider-Verse.
No, they're doing 4. They're doing 4 timelines. So they've got Toby's, they've got Andrew's, they've got...
because the newest one just made those first 2 canon again. So yeah, okay, I'll give you that. Yeah.
Yeah. So they're literally linking like 7 Spider-Man into one timeline now. It's like, pick a lane, bastards. And the excuse for it.
5. Sorry.
And the excuse for it.
We've got 5.
Which I do like.
Because I've just remembered Venom.
Yeah.
Because the excuse for it, which I do love the excuse they're trying to make for this one, is it's the Infinity Stone that caused it.
And now they can fuck off.
That's the excuse for it. It's the reality Infinity Stone wasn't fully dislodged or destroyed by Stark, and that's causing this pipeline. It was embedded into fucking Spider-Man. That's causing the divergence.
Sure, we'll go with it. Fuck it.
Yeah, Mysterio totally doesn't fucking... totally isn't a bloody maniac or anything.
That's what they're going with. Which is probably the
Make it work. Fuck it.
They literally explained how Mysterio works. And how Doctor Strange's multiversal magic-y thing works.
Yes, but it doesn't work. because that works inside that universe, but it doesn't explain. It works in that multiverse, but it doesn't explain the Sony incarnations.
Yeah.
Which is the problem they have. Because what they made...
I mean, it's not even really up. They can just ignore the Sonyverse. Like, it's fine.
Pure can't, though.
Yeah, they can. They can.
They're not, though.
Venom is part of it.
Like, they can... Well, no, because they can really easily just ignore it by just bringing in Andrew Garfield and Tobey Maguire, shooting basically shoot 2 fucking remakes of those films, set in the MCU timeline, and just make it work with the current MCU's rules around how shit works.
Yeah,
it's not fucking hard.
It would be frowned upon.
It would be gently frowned upon, but still, in terms of law, as long as you don't throw Venom in there, you're fine.
They have to.
You don't really have to. You can get away with it.
He is part of Andrew Garfield's timeline.
Yeah, but like I said, if we have to bring them into the MCU, and to do that we have to ignore Sony's bullshit, we just ignore the fact Venom's a thing because we don't own the IP of Venom. We're already remaking the film to make to change the laws of physics in the films. We might as well just pretend that Venom wasn't in it. Fuck it. That's well. That movie had enough villains in it already. Quite frankly, Venom can get the fuck.
Venom isn't a villain though.
Even still, that movie had 4 other fucking bad guys in it. We can just use them instead. Fuck it.
The problem is Venom's also in Avengers, though.
Yeah, but still, he's not there yet, so we can ignore it.
No, yes, he's mentioned.
He's mentioned, but he's not on screen yet, and we don't have the IP to do him yet. So fuck it. We just pretend he's not here yet.
Anyway, let's move on.
And then when Disney eventually buys the IP off of fucking Sony in 10 years, then we'll bring him in.
But
they might at some
point. Keeping a tight grasp on Spider-Man and all of the other owned liberties of Marvel they own.
Yeah, but throw enough money at them and they'll give it back.
Don't worry, there's been enough problem in the game world as well. So
yeah,
with Microsoft.
Oh yeah, no, they may be going on, but there may not be another Xbox.
No, even though they said they're going to release I think it's 28. They're releasing the release concept release 28, with the new consoles coming out. Yeah. If they survive that long.
Yeah, no, I don't think it will.
Because they've thrown so much money at game companies now trying to make themselves look better than PlayStation. They've crippled themselves as a company.
Yeah.
Even though they already looked better than PlayStation 80% of the time.
Yeah, no, 360 they nailed it, but now they're just
even with the Xbox One and shit, they were good. Just with Game Pass, they were fine. In my eyes, they were winning just for the Game Pass.
The Xbox One was when they started deteriorating.
Xbox One killed them.
Yeah.
They couldn't outperform PS4 for starters on graphics and stuff, and B, PS4 had exclusive content.
But again, the Game Pass system was a better system than PS Plus.
It was.
Yes.
But
no, you didn't need to buy Game Pass to do your online shit.
Unsuccessful.
In my opinion, you got better exclusives through Game Pass. Especially in more recent years, you get better shit through Game Pass. You get more shit through Game Pass and Xbox Live, because you get Xbox Live for free with Game Pass when you buy it. You pay your monthly subscription to Game Pass. It's about the same price as your PS Plus is. You're getting 2 free games through Gold, for Xbox Live, plus a catalog of 100 fucking games you can play whenever you want for a tenner a month. That's decent. Especially if you've just bought your Xbox, you have 1 or 2 games.
Yeah.
Pay for that every month. You basically get a shot at all the games you might want to play at some point.
Yeah.
And decide, do I throw my money at these or not?
The problem is Game Pass is good, right? Don't get us wrong. I like the idea, but in fact, PlayStation's actually trying to use it now.
Yeah, because it's a genuinely good idea and it works really well.
But it's included with the subscription, where Game Pass isn't.
Well, no, because with Game Pass is the subscription is included with Game Pass, whereas the way Sony's doing it is their Game Pass is included with the subscription.
But here's the problem comes with the Xbox and the PS system, right? Say I buy a game for the PlayStation.
Yes.
If I don't pay my PS Plus, I can still play that game.
Yes.
If I don't pay my Xbox subscription, I can't play any game on my console.
No.
That's not entirely true, actually.
It is. It's
no.
90% even game discs. You buy a disc copy, you plug in. If you don't have the subscription, the game will not work for 90% of the games.
No. You're incorrect, good sir. I own an Xbox and I can disagree with you vehemently. Right? A key example. The game Skyrim. Right? When I purchased my Xbox, I purchased a copy of Skyrim digitally. Right? Now, Game Pass is included with... Not Game Pass, sorry. Skyrim's included, with Game Pass. Didn't know that at the time. Found out after I bought Skyrim. Boo-hoo for me. I can still play Skyrim on my Xbox without having Game Pass or an Xbox Live. Even the mods button works. Yep. Everything works fine without having those subscriptions.
Talk my brother-in-law.
Stuff like Halo and Call of Duty and that, yeah, because you need... To my knowledge, anyway, with Xbox, I wouldn't know. I've not played enough of like Call of Duty on Xbox to know this for sure, but to my understanding, it still works how it did on 360, where to do online play multiplayer, yes, you still need that subscription, but the single player still works.
Nope, single player doesn't work. Ask my brother-in-law. He's got the Xbox. He's only my brother played Xbox religiously since 360. He's not moved on from that at all. Right. And if he doesn't get live, most of his games won't work. Well, two might work.
I would say which games in particular, because I know there are a handful of games that have released in more recent years that have online-only DRM bullshit, but looking at you, EA, that's like 80% of your fucking catalogue, guys. Since 2012, it's been like your whole thing, and we hate it. Stop it.
Xbox One launched game only, so not like Skyrim, which was a remake.
Yeah.
Launch Xbox games only at the time, all have the DRM.
Even then, like fucking... Oh, what was one I was playing a while back? What's it called now? I think it was like Outer Worlds or something. Was one of them.
Outer Worlds no remake.
No, it's not. Outer Worlds isn't a remake.
Outer Worlds is?
No, it's not. Outer Worlds is an next-gen.
You're talking about Outer World?
No, the Outer Worlds.
You said
to space them up.
Outer Worlds.
No, I said Outer Worlds.
Outer Worlds has
to
DRM.
Space them up.
Outer Worlds has DRM.
Does it?
Yes.
No, you're right. Sorry, no. I misremembered my own fucking story. You're right, yeah.
Any game in the last 5 years has DRM.
Sorry, yeah.
An Xbox selling point at the time was, our games can't be... You guarantee the quality of our games because you have the DRM put in place, so guarantee the games aren't pirated. That was what their biggest sell point was.
Which, yeah, but like...
But what they didn't tell you is you needed to have constantly pay for live in order to play the games. Which is what started to sink them in the early days. The pass is making up for it, but it's too little too late. Because even the Xbox themselves, the chairman went on record saying the Xbox is dying.
It's dying, but like...
They only hope...
I feel like it's unjustifiably dying at the minute. I feel like it's a strong contender that should be doing better.
Not really, because...
That's what we said about fucking Atari and Sega, yeah, they still fucking went...
Yeah, come on, Sega made the Dreamcast, which is like... Big brain gen.
Saturn. All you need to say is Saturn, and they just...
Well, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, they say, the Dreamcaster, although crippled Sega, if they brought that out 5 years later, they would have dominated the market.
Yeah.
I mean, it was an amazing console. It was genuinely really good.
And the first one built in modem and ADR hard drives, that type of stuff. It was a brilliant console. It just brought
Nintendo and Sega would still be battling it out.
Yeah, like it was just too ahead of its time. It came out too early. Like
if they waited 5 years when the PS2 were launched, they would have dominated the market.
They would have kicked the shit out of everyone, including Sony.
But they didn't. They went a bit too early.
You know, and it's a genuine shame. But at the same time, the argument can be made if the Dreamcast hadn't released when it did, the PlayStation 2 wouldn't have been as strong a performer. If the PS2 had released before the Dreamcast, the PS2 would have died.
Yeah.
And if the two released at the same time, they would have been strong competitors against each other.
Yeah,
you know, Xbox wouldn't have gotten a foothold in the first place.
For one to succeed, one must die. So.
I think Xbox would have died because Microsoft was just trying to whinge the fact that we were getting up the market at the time.
Yeah, so the Xbox would not have gotten a foothold.
No.
And they're still trying to buy out Activision.
Yeah.
No, they've got Activision now.
Have they?
Yeah, it's Blizzard they have trouble with.
They're in debt.
Xbox in debt because they spent $40 million on Activision, and they spent another $20 million to get the Blizzard part of it coming in.
Yeah.
And they're in debt. And the problem is, the only reason they won their case to buy Activision was a promise not to make any Activision products Xbox exclusive only.
Yeah.
Bull and shit.
That's the only way they got it. If they do that, then they'll be torn apart by the...
they will get fucked.
Yeah.
Trade would come in
them.
and nuke them from orbit if they tried it.
Nah, watch it. They're going to.
Oh, they're gonna try.
They're gonna get money
fucked.
hungry.
They're
Gonna get raked over the coals if they do, though, and it's gonna be funny as fuck.
They won't try it, but they're going to be
We'll
nuked from orbit if they
watching
tried it. Because not just the American ones, they fight American ones for this. Those fight the trade federation in Britain, Europe, Asia as well.
Like pretty much every fucking like market they had to fight to get access to Activision. It was fucking great.
And the only way they got it was by saying, "Yep, we won't make things Xbox exclusive."
Like I'm pretty sure it was in this like the sale contract for Activision as well. I'm pretty sure it was in writing when they bought Activision that they weren't allowed to do it. So if they do try it, not only do they get fucked over by like all the trade commissions, they lose Activision by default for breach of contract.
And even managed an amazing thing, which was they got Sony to open the borders of Cyber in Japan to allow Xbox over in Japan a bit more. As part of the deal, for them not to do it. So they managed to do that one. So if they do that, they'll lose the Asian market. Because the next biggest one to us for game consoles is Japan.
Yeah.
Right? And if they fuck what they're about to do and do that for the Japanese will slam them hard.
Yeah, no. Xbox has failed. Xbox is dead.
Nah, this is like Xbox is like right on that precipice where like if they play their cards right, they can bring it back. But statistically, they are fucked because they are statistically likely to lean the wrong way and fuck it up.
See, no, what's fucked Xbox over in recent years with the Game Pass. It was a brilliant idea they did. Right? Is they've got no exclusive games to the Xbox anymore.
Yeah, there's nothing like that's hard exclusive to Xbox.
So there's no point buying it. You just might
except Halo. Halo's the only one that anyone gives a fuck about, and even then,
that's not.
It's a dying trade.
It's
dead.
It's
like it's dead.
It's dead, and it's not exclusive to Xbox.
Well, it's on PC as well, but like you know,
everything you buy on Xbox, you can buy on PC for cheaper.
Yeah.
Yes.
And run better.
And that's the only way how they're staying afloat at this current moment in time.
Is Game Pass is linked onto PC. That's the only way to stay afloat.
Yeah.
PC Game Pass is the only reason. And even then, I think it's a fail-safe for if the Xbox dies.
It is.
Yeah. That's like I would also argue the fact that if you pay for Game Pass, you get EA as well. Like if you get the EA Play Pass while you're at it, you're getting 2 for the 1 subscription.
Yeah, probably
that's helping as well. I feel.
It's not really because remember, all EA Pass does gets you a free empty box. So then you have to pay extra money for to get things in the box.
I mean, yeah, like it gives you the base game of The Sims 4, which is already free to play.
Yeah.
You know, and then you have to pay. I'm still upset about that. I'm still really upset with EA about that. Right? If you fucking buy EA Play, you get access to a free game.
Yep.
Like, why is that a thing? Why do I pay money and I get the base game? I already get the base game for free because it's free. It should be. I get base game at like 1 or 2 little fucking packs, like 2 kits or some shit.
The deluxe
Something
edition
shitty.
is what you should be getting.
I mean, look, it's fairly cheap. Like I'd like 1 or 2 DLC.
Yeah.
You know, like 1 or 2 little things, like maybe like the Star Wars pack and like something else. You know, like.
Yeah, one also even nippier though, right? You know, on PlayStation, you can play like in the free playlist. You can play all those games for free, even online.
Yes.
Without paying a penny. So even you lose your PS Plus, you can still go online and play those games online free.
Yeah. They get added to your subscription. Yeah.
You can't
with your
Xbox.
account. No, 2 a month you get through Xbox Live because you get Xbox Live including with your Game Pass.
I'm talking about they're talking about in the free like Star Trek Online.
Yeah.
It's telling you a free game for us.
Yeah.
So you don't pay a PS Plus subscription, you can still play online with that game.
Yes.
You can't on the Xbox.
Yeah, which is nippy, but like at the same time it kind of makes sense because like servers are expensive, I guess. But like,
Yeah, but they're paying for the server though. Microsoft's paying for the server.
Yeah, but like Xbox has to pay for like the server that's hosting the actual game itself being on Xbox. So like the little server that holds all the game, like the downloadable data that you have to install onto your console to play the game. That
comes off encrypted.
Does it? I thought like the console holders like Sony and Xbox had their own separate server that the console has to connect to do the store to download the shit for you.
No, all the ones for that free game section are held by the companies themselves. Nothing to do with
Oh, cool. Like I know the actual game server that holds the game, it's like all the game like the actual gameplay itself was the company, but I meant like on like the PS Store, where you've got the download button and it downloads all the data for you.
No,
so you can actually play the game.
No, that's on their server as well.
Ah, see, I thought that was like Sony had to deal with that shit because it's their store page.
The only Sony holds is the player data, and Critic pay that privilege.
Ah, well, fair.
So that's what I'm saying. Xbox still charges you for a free game.
Here's the thing that Xbox does, like, to their credit, genuinely does better than PlayStation, in my opinion. Their accessibility options are better, in my opinion, on Xbox.
I'll agree with you. Most of the options for just like change the keypad and mouse, them portals are better accessible on Xbox than on PlayStation.
I don't even mean I'm even like talking about like smaller shit, like colorblind mode. The Xbox has a colorblind mode, and you can customize it just like you can on PC. Yeah. So if you're like red-green colorblind, and you're also like a little bit yellow colorblind, you can go in and say like, right, reds are now this color, greens are now this color, and yellows are now this color, because I can't see those colors, but I can see these other colors. Like that, I like that. You know, like you've got a lot more fine-tuning when it comes to like your audio settings as well. You know, where you can be like you can set like on Xbox you can set a minimum volume for shit, whereas like on PlayStation you can't. You can only set a max. You know, like it's really they're really good for stuff like that. Like if you can think of any reason why playing a video game could be difficult because of a disability, they have a button to make that easier. You know, it's really neat. Like Xbox also has like way more adaptability when it comes to like external like controllers. Like if you need a specific custom built type of controller because you don't have hands, the Xbox can make that work. It's fine. Whereas the PlayStation, it's a little more difficult.
Yeah, I'll give you that one because Xbox was probably the Xbox One was advertised as a competition console.
Yeah.
Where the PlayStation wasn't. The PlayStation was advertised as always as a home entertainment system.
Yeah.
Well, the Xbox isn't. It's all Xbox being. They decided to mark themselves as a performance-based console for game competitions and online gaming.
Being like a pro in that, like.
Yeah. In fact, they based their entire personality on Call of Duty.
Yeah.
Which is why they're trying so hard to get it.
Yeah. They're just like, right now we've got Call of Duty, we can have real fun here. No, they're still dying. They're still dead. Like, it's far too late.
I feel like they can still pull it back if they play their cards right.
This is like the Hindenburg. You see it coming from a mile away.
Nah, because here's how they can pull off technical exclusivity without outright doing exclusivity. Like, what they can do, and this like they can justify this too technically, is they can still release Call of Duty on like PlayStation and that, right? But when they release it on Xbox, right? Early access, have it released like a week earlier on Xbox consoles, right? And a week afterwards on PlayStation, right? Basically, like Xbox players get like 1 week early access, something like that. While you're at it, and you can easily justify this too. Make it cheaper to buy it on Xbox versus buying it on PlayStation.
Nope, that goes against the deal.
Make it like 60 quid on Xbox, but like 80 quid on PlayStation.
Nope.
And they can justify it of like, well, we own the company and we own all their servers and stuff. We don't have to pay as much to host it on Xbox, but we have to pay more to have it hosted over on PlayStation.
Nope.
You know, they couldn't make that argument because they have to pay a royalty fee to PlayStation.
Nope, they couldn't.
I feel like they could make that argument.
No, because that would ruin the contract they already signed for now.
I feel like they could swing it. I feel like they could make it work.
No, any move they make that makes it harder to play any Activision games on PlayStation, whether by price increasing it for one console or the other, would go against what they signed for the competition deal.
Fair. Even still, like the whole the exclusivity thing, they could like 1 week early access they could get away with easily, which could help. Even like because like they do this a lot between like Xbox and PlayStation is like exclusive content deals. Whereas like if you're playing on Xbox, like you can get a Master Chief skin, or like if you're playing on Xbox you get a Mountain Dew thing, or like little bits like that where like only Xbox players get that thing. They could still get away with that, and there'd be people willing to go out and buy an Xbox just to get that particular cosmetic.
You know what to save Xbox if they didn't try and do what they're doing now with the Game Pass? Mm-hmm. Right? In order to save them, if they kept the original goal.
Yeah. If they just kept the goal the original goal, of just being a home entertainment.
No, that's being a home entertainment. They kept the goal of saying, look, we're a performance-based system designed for like competition playing for first-person shooters mainly. Yeah. You can't get the content, but mainly a first-person shooter competition, how about competition thing for computational playing, that would have saved their asses, but they didn't. They
Yeah.
built a console based on that theory, and then went, "Oh shit, Sony's did this. We've got to try and do a copy of what Sony's doing."
If they just stuck to their guns and go with that original plan, they probably would be doing better. And while they're at it, see if like Microsoft themselves actually like set up and hosted like tournaments and stuff rather than like just sponsoring tournaments.
That's the original X games was set by Xbox.
Yeah.
Right?
And now it's just sponsored by Xbox and it's really fucking nippy.
Yeah, they hosted the very first online esports competition, and then they
Yeah.
forgot about it.
Like if they'd kept going with that market, or even just like if they reboot that market now, they could hold on.
The thing with the PSP was a brilliant kind they made. I loved it.
Mm.
But the problem is though, right, Game Boy. If anyone thought of handheld, you might all have thought of Game Boy,
Yes.
which saturated the market, and the PSP and the PS couldn't break into it. Now the Nintendo's completely dedicated itself to the handheld market only.
Yeah, which is, if I'm being honest, not very good. I think they should actually make a console every once in a fucking while.
Why is
Fair
big
enough,
games, to
right?
be honest?
To be fair though, the Switch is a really good handheld console though. Like I genuinely really like the Switch. I think it's really comfortable.
It's not bad for what it is.
Like that's what like this is like the whole gimmick to the Switch. I fucking love the whole idea of like you can use it as a handheld, but the controllers can come off and you can use it as an actual console.
Yeah.
You put it in a little dock and it broadcasts it to your TV through a HD. That's really neat. I love that.
The problem with the Switch
Right.
is, which a lot of people are saying is, right, it shot itself in the foot slightly because it doesn't have the power needed to play the hardcore games.
I don't know, like The Witcher 3 runs really quite well on the console. Like
Yeah.
it's impressive.
If you compare The Witcher 3 though to like a PlayStation playing it on the same screen,
Oh yeah, like it's at lower quality, but it's still impressive they made that game work at all.
that's the problem. Is just the next gen games are going to be low quality on the Cube. Don't get me wrong.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be of a lower quality, but it's still like good enough to play it. You know,
Yeah.
like
Now the Steam Deck is trying to do what the Switch is doing, but trying to do the high end version of it,
yeah,
which has caused them to explode.
yes, and also be painfully expensive.
Yeah, like £500 expensive.
I mean, fuck, when they first came out, they were like $1,000.
Yeah, I
Right?
think they still are.
Now Google is trying to go the opposite route. Google's trying to do what they tried last time, and make a new set of augmented reality glasses again.
Yeah. Let's just pretend that that's not what Microsoft are up to right now.
Yeah, Microsoft looked at it. Apple's trying to do their hand in it.
Yeah.
I mean, Apple's well about Apple is they basically showcased a new headset off.
Yeah,
Right,
it's not very good.
Yeah, someone bought it, took it apart. It's like a 5-gen old Oculus with this bullshit strapped on the outside of it.
What are Apple doing?
They're trying to like do their own VR headset, but it's literally just an old Oculus with fucking extra guff glued to it.
I need to see it. This sounds...
Like,
Well,
Google it in your own time.
Oh.
Even Facebook are trying to break into the gaming scene at the minute, like with their whole Meta thing.
That's not gaming. That's just VR.
Well, no, because they're trying to make like a whole VR headset to go with it and that, and like they're trying. It's not a great idea, but they're trying.
The Metaverse just got legs.
I mean, it's got legs, sure. It just doesn't have arms or a brain yet.
No,
Like, it could be a really cool thing if you give it like 20 years of development. In its current state, it's gonna be shit. It's gonna be really shit.
There you go, Apple Vision Pro. That's it.
You know, like it'll become good, but when it comes out, it's gonna be shit.
There you go. That's it.
It looks like an overpriced ski mask.
It is.
Yeah.
Oh, the text on Oculus is like a 5-gen old Oculus.
Like it's like I'm pretty sure it's like an Oculus 2. Like it's
Or
just
even a
it's like the fucking second release. It's really shit.
Yeah. Technology's small, but technology is based in Oculus 2, and that's the price point for it.
Yeah. But that's Apple.
3,500.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Oculus costs you what, £500 on max for a setup for
It's
Oculus?
it's about that. Yeah.
If Apple really want to compete, they're gonna have to lower the price.
Nope, they're not.
And like that's the thing, like this is why in my opinion Oculus is probably one of the better like VR options out there. Like when it comes to being on like a bit of a budget,
Oh yeah.
is like Oculus is like Fat ManT said there, it's about 500 quid, right? But unlike most other VR options, you don't need a high-end PC to use it.
Hell,
It's
no.
got everything built in. Yeah, it's got all of that shit built in.
I mean,
It's a standalone thing, you
You
know,
know
like
what you need for the Oculus Quest?
you can even run the
Fuck
Oculus on
all.
PlayStation.
You just need a phone.
yeah. I mean, I don't
And that's
I don't
supposed to be the
personally
startup
like the
procedure.
phone ones.
I mean, there's-
Yeah, I don't personally like the mobile phone ones. I usually find it to be lower quality, but like even still,
well, there's a
it's
Meta-
decent.
No,
There's a Meta one.
Yeah,
Meta Quest Pro VR.
you're looking at $1,000. Yeah.
Right, then you got the HP Reverb, which is not a bad.
See, but
either.
with the HP one, you need an actual computer for it to work.
It's not a bad price.
You know, like. Whereas I
Yeah,
said
like
with just like the standard like Oculus and Oculus Quest, not the Meta version, but I think the Meta one is a 2, but
What?
like the standard one,
fuck?
it's just. Oh yeah, like there are ones that use the Switch. They're not very good, but like
Well, there
they're
is
a thing.
only a single game that uses the Switch.
Yeah.
Uh,
That, to be fair, you can also like, you know, with certain models of the Switch, you can homebrew it to run like a handful of indie VR games, but it's not great.
yeah, the
It works, but like
Pico's not
that's
bad
the
one.
best you can say about it. Is it works?
Part of the Pico one is more of a built-in system. You download to its internal hard drive and runs from there.
Yeah, but like I said, that's what I prefer is the ones with the like everything's in the headset itself. You don't need to spend like silly money to get a high-end computer and then silly money on a fucking headset to play a game.
Yeah.
You just buy the headset. Like everything you need for it to work is in the headset. You put it on, it works.
Let's see.
You know, like it's
Oh, tax suit.
Ready Player One is coming real.
Yeah, that's it. That basically that shows you get hit.
yeah,
That gives you impressions on your skin about being shot at.
yeah. Like that's been a technology since the early 2000s. Like that,
Yeah.
I remember when that shit came out. It's really cool. I want one. I've always wanted one.
It's causing heart attacks and shit.
Yeah,
You get-
I still want one. I'll risk it.
There's the slide.
The Omni grids, yeah, they're
Yeah.
really cool. I genuinely think they're really neat. They're very expensive, but they're really quite cool.
$4,000, yeah. For a second
And that's
one.
second hand as well at $4,000.
Yeah. They're a really neat idea when they came out. It's like just like too expensive.
They're still a really neat idea, but they are ridiculously expensive.
What the fuck's that?
It's a VR pod.
Ah.
You've never heard of VR pods before?
No.
No.
Ah.
It's
They're
not-
they're quite neat to be fair.
like I'd probably fuck that. I'd probably willing to pay that more for that than I am for the walking platform.
Yeah,
To be honest.
they're really good for like VR driving simulators or like VR like. There's like I can't remember the name of it, but there's like a VR game that's basically Titanfall, where you control a mech and you go around and shoot other mechs. They're quite good for games like that.
There's an Oculus Quest.
No, it's MetaQuest.
Oculus Quest
That's just
2,
a-
all in one.
That's just a stand for it.
No, go up.
Want it to go up? Wait, oh right, that one, the second one.
Yeah.
Sorry, I assumed you'd be silly and say the other one.
No, I meant the third.
Yeah, second hand as well.
Oh right,
Oh, Oculus Quest 2.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's not a bad price actually for the Quest 2.
No, sure.
No. Makes you wonder what's wrong with it.
But second hand, that's pretty much it.
Probably someone bought a new version and thought, nah, I can't be asked anymore.
Yeah,
No, because there's only 2 Oculus Quests.
There's 3, I think, actually.
Is there?
Yeah.
I believe so. I'm actually curious, like, if I want to buy a new one, like, if I want to buy an Oculus Quest,
I think it's like
like, if I want to buy one brand
Because
new
it's gonna be a
from the
budget,
place,
They got their thingy. There. That's what it's inside. So all them individual probes. With-
yeah, there's 3 of them now, I've just seen.
So you get hit, those activate, where you get shot. And they give you like
Yeah.
pulses or like the early ones actually give you a physical pound. Which of course you have heart attacks and shit.
Okay, so the Meta
I would
Quest
prefer it to be a
3,
vibration.
the Meta
The
Quest 3
background.
releases later this year, and it's going to be £500.
Still cheap.
That's not bad. That's
the Quest 2 is only £300 for the Quest 2. That's
No.
honestly more affordable than I thought it was. And again, you can use it with a PC, but you don't have to.
Yeah, no. All you need is the phone for the start.
Yeah, you just need a smartphone to basically hook up to it to be like, boom. You know, like you don't put the phone in the thing, like the phone does separate. Like it's good. I like it. You know, like, yeah, it means, like, if your phone dies while you're in the middle of a fucking game, you're kind of screwed, but, like, just keep your phone on fucking charge while you're playing.
From the phone.
Yeah, but, like I said, like, because if to my memory, like, the app needs to still be running on the phone while you're doing shit with this thing. No? Okay.
No.
Like, I've used one, like, twice, so, like, I'm not sure. I used to have one at work, but...
I believe the first Oculus Quest needed to.
Yeah, I think the Quest 2 fixed it, but, like...
Yeah, since Quest 2, they were like, yeah, no, we'll patch that out. We'll have it so the app's on the fucking Quest itself.
Yeah, you just need to use like a phone to remote access and check it off, and then you're good.
Yeah, and for the rest of you using it, it's a-okay.
Anyway, let's move on to a different subcategory.
Away from sci-fi into something else.
How about go to horror?
Yeah, okay.
Because horror is quite a controversial topic as well.
Yeah.
Now, is this the same thing from like the 90s? Or are we going back?
I feel like if we start with like how we started with sci-fi, like the most influential, like original thing, and then move from there.
Like the original, like shot in the arm of the genre.
Yeah. The first like movie that kind of kicked off horror as a genre.
Now, I would argue you've got to come down to like something like The Birds. Was a good kind of film.
I mean, honestly, for me, I feel like you have to go even further back than that, personally.
The problem you go further back than that, you get a lot of Victorian style horror stories, which don't always translate well.
Oh no, like I feel like for me, like easily the thing for me that jump started it, and this is a little bit biased because it was probably the very first horror film I ever watched as a child. Would be the original Frankenstein's monster, the very first release of that on film.
Not bad.
That for me has got to be the thing that jump started it.
It wouldn't have been the thing that jump started it. It would have been the thing that pushed it to a jump start.
I don't know, like for me, it's the thing that kind of kicked it all off. There'd been attempts before, there were attempts after, but that was the thing that like did it bang on, and then got followed up by like obviously like Dracula.
Don't get us wrong, right? For monster films, yeah, I'll give you Frankenstein's monster. The problem with that is, if you want the true idea of what horror is, of like suspense, timing, and like terrifying you, it didn't exactly give you that.
It didn't really know.
Whereas the Birds, because the Birds' concept of it is just the animals are turning
In
humans.
fact, if that's like the sort of like criteria we're looking for of like true horror,
Yeah.
did it right? Like proper like oh you fucker horror, right? Nowadays it doesn't so much hold up as well in that department, but for its time period, I feel like it held up. It's got to be the film Nosferatu. That for me, I think was not necessarily the very first, but certainly the one that came along and said, "This is how it's fucking done, people."
You're not wrong. It wasn't bad, but again, it didn't. That was still in a niche market. I'm talking like for the wider audience.
It was a little bit like I still feel like for me that was the thing that kind of kicked it, like because the people that were in that niche market watched it and went, "Oh, you fucker."
Yeah.
Told people that were outside of that niche market who then came and watched it and went, "Oh, you fucker," to the point where like even today, like 80 fucking years later, there are people about my age who know what the film is, have seen it, and can say that's a fucking good movie. Today, it's not the best, but for when it released, fuck me, I can imagine being sat in a cinema in the 70s, watching that for the first time and shitting my pants.
For a cult classic, I'll give you top marks for it, Nosferatu.
Like, it is top tier.
But the one film that brought out the audience, which terrified whole countries, would have to be The Birds.
I don't know if, like, because I get, like, the Birds, it wasn't my first, but it was definitely one of my earlier horror movies that I ended up watching, like, kind of dipping my toe into the world of horror when I was younger. Not that scary, like, in my opinion. And I inherited this from my mother. I have a phobia of birds. I fucking hate them. They scare the shit out of me. I'm always on edge when I'm around birds. I hate them. The film does not fuck with me that much.
Not to this generation, no. But when released,
Like, oh yeah, like when it released, absolutely.
the
Like,
problem with Birds is Birds one of those horror films where it could happen.
it could, but even then,
I mean, it's happening nowadays.
Like-
Look at those fucking seagulls.
I mean, yeah.
It's slowly getting there.
You know,
Like, I think every single person in Britain has got a seagull-based horror story of, like, when they had to punch a seagull clean in the fucking head, or, like, got
Not
attacked
yet.
by a seagull.
Still waiting for it.
You've not spent enough time at the seaside then, pal.
I've had
No,
plenty of.
I don't.
I've had plenty of when I've physically fist fighted a seagull. I've also had some point where I've turned the seagull against the people. Like the.
Yeah.
You ever saw the TikTok viral video of where they put laxatives in food and threw it to seagulls?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did that one as well.
To be fair, I did once. I wish I could say accidentally. It wasn't technically an accident, but I did once murder a seagull. I didn't intend to kill it. I intended to injure the seagull. My aim was just a little bit off. When I was younger, this is gonna sound really fucked up, and that's because it is a little bit. But when I was younger, growing up, right?
When I was a leebud lad.
When I was but a wee lad, right? Me and my pals, right? We grew up in like a fairly impoverished area. Like, we were sort of like upper lower class, if you will.
You grew up in
right?
Scotland, it's supposed all over the place.
Yeah, like, we weren't what you would call comfortable, but like we were getting by. Like, you could afford a handful of luxuries here and there. Like, you could afford like a second-hand PS2 if it was like, if you got lucky and like you found one on the cheap. You could get one, right? It was like, me and my friends, we had consoles, but we were at that kind of age where, like, yeah, going and hanging out outside was more fun to us. You know, like, hanging out with each other and getting up to dumb shit was more entertaining than going home and playing video games for us. Because we were weird. And we had a game we used to play. And this is the story of why we stopped playing this game. Is, like, near where I lived, there was a little play park, right? And said play park, I to this day don't know why. But this play park was was just swarmed with birds constantly. And like, it was mostly seagulls and pigeons. We never did figure out why. But the game we used to play, you used to go down, right? And you find like some rocks and some bricks and things, and you just wait around. And you'd wait for like a seagull to fly overhead. And then everyone would just start lobbing bricks and rocks and shit at this fucking seagull mid-flight. To see if you could hit it. And if you hit it, you got a point. And you'd do that for like a couple hours until you got bored, and then whoever managed to knock the most seagulls out of the sky wins, right? Normally, like, you know, you'd hit it in the ribs or like in the wing or something. It would fall, hit the ground with a bump, bounce maybe, get up, fucking shake itself off after being stunned for 5 minutes, and then fly away again. Right? That was the game. On this particular day, me and my friends were there. We were doing that, you know, fucking throwing rocks at birds, you know, doing the thing, right? Big fucking seagull comes soaring, right? And I'm like, right, I'm gonna fucking knock that one down, right? I'm gonna fucking get its wing. And I threw the rock, and I clearly overdid the whole, like, aim for where the target's going to be, not where it is. I aimed a little too much to the left, right? Because instead of hurling this brick and catching it clean in the fucking wing, causing it to tumble out of the sky, I caught it clean in the fucking face. And, like, I'm pretty sure I knocked it out, because when the brick hit this fucking bird in the head, its wings just kind of folded in to, like, under its stomach, and it started to spiral. And, like, it did the usual thing of, like, it hit the ground. But when it hit the ground, rather than the dump you normally heard, it was crack at the same time. And you could very clearly see the bird's neck snapped clean the fucking half. On impact, so hard that, like, it actually, like, the bone came out of its neck.
Ooh, lovely.
Like blood went out of its neck when it fucking hit the ground. Everyone, including myself, just dropped the rocks we had, turned around and just walked out of the play park and never threw rocks at birds ever again. Clearly someone in the area had either seen what occurred or saw, like, the aftermath later. Because we went back to that play park, like later that day, like 3 or 4 hours later, and the bird was gone. And we know the bird didn't get up and fly away, because like, that shit was dead. Like, its neck snapped clean the fucking half. That shit didn't get up and fly. It's like, we assume to this day that, like, a councilman, like a bin lorry or something, got sent to deal with that. Because it wasn't there, like, 3 hours later when we went back to the play park to play on the swings. You know, but, like, it clearly didn't, like, you know, get up and leave on its own accord. You know, like that got dealt with by someone, you know?
Oh,
what was my point? How did I get here? What was my point? Where was I taking
no
this?
idea.
Talking about the birds. The movie The Birds.
That still doesn't explain why I was... It's fine. There was a reason.
Fat ManT said everyone's got one horror story. At least one horror story.
No, yeah, you're right. Yeah, that was how we got there, yeah.
But
that's fine.
Like for what jump started and like launched the horror genre, in my fullest opinion was Evil Dead, the original.
The problem with Evil Dead is that's an 80s classic horror film, where it was part horror, part comedy.
No, that was Evil Dead 2.
Evil Dead 1 was the exact same way.
Yeah. Like, you forget Evil Dead 2 is literally the Evil Dead 1 done again. Like, Evil Dead 2 is literally Evil Dead 1 to do-over.
Evil Dead 2 was just more comedy.
Yeah, it was literally just the do-over years.
That's more comedy, but still essentially, a lot of films of the 80s, horror films, had that...
comedy element going on.
The ridiculous aspect of it. You know, Swamp Thing, Radioactive Mutant Man.
That's what I would also argue that, like, it's a little too modern, like, for me. Like yeah, it's earlier than like our previous, like, where modern starts, but like even still, I feel like the 80s is a little bit too recent.
The problem
because like if we're working with the 80s still counting as like old, then like Alien can be thrown in there.
Yeah, Alien for Alien. Well, yeah, it's a sci-fi horror, isn't it?
Yeah, you know, like for me, like building on the idea of like Evil Dead. Like, if you want to go that route in, like, the zombie department, I would argue Night of the Living Dead. Like, the original and, like, the subsequent sequels, I feel like... Because that's what Evil Dead was, so, like, loosely based on, was kind of, like, an emulation of, essentially.
It was.
In the film department.
It was trying to combine, like, religious aspect with the Living Dead aspect.
Yes.
Which, I mean, yeah, I'll give you Night of the Living Dead was one of the big ones.
It was also like pretty much. It was like the first. It was
Romero in general.
George Romero in general, but like Night of the Living Dead was the very first time we saw the modern zombie on screen.
Yes.
You know, there had been previous movies with zombies in them, but like they were the traditional voodoo zombie. Whereas Night of the Living Dead was the first time we got like what we today know as a zombie.
The virus zombie.
Yes.
Yeah. Or the plague zombie. Yeah. I'll give you that. I mean, if you want to go for like mom. See, I'm just counting the entire 80s because horror movies in the 80s and early 90s were just B-movie knockoffs. There weren't actually any dedicated big screen releases type shit.
That's what this is part of like why I'm disagreeing with the birds as well here. Is even though it was like way, it was like I think the early 70s was the birds.
60s.
Even still, like the birds was in color, and for me like. I think literally every example I've given so far of like movies I would say were in black and white. Yeah. Like The Birds was probably one of the first done in color. It's like technically, the fact it was done in color for me puts it a bit too ahead to be the thing that like did the job.
What?
You know what I mean? Like
the problem with again, I give Evil Dead like Nosferatu again. Nosferatu was a very small cult built visual of horror already there.
Yeah, but at the time, horror itself was quite a niche thing.
Yeah, we're saying with the birds.
Like we're kind of looking for the film that took it from niche and moved it towards being more mainstream.
The Night of the Living Dead was one that did. There was a massive like
worldwide release. Did that job.
Yes. Was. And again, The Birds was another one which did the same thing. It was a multi-screen release across the entire areas. It wasn't just like a niche showing of tonight, Horror Tuesday. It was like a full week's run from Monday right through to Sunday, all the way through, like Star Wars was.
Yeah.
Which is why I think brings it more in towards what pushed out the genre to the wider audience. And not
I definitely agree with you. Like, it's a good horror movie and it did do that job. Like for me, I feel like it happened like late on, if that makes sense.
I mean, even the Day of the Dead, which one the first one did black and white with the right the shopping mall, right?
No, that's the. I think that was the second one, the shop mall one.
Yeah,
that was in color as well.
That was
it's the first one's the one in the house. You know, we're coming to get
Dawn.
you, Barbara.
The Dawn one, yes. The problem with Dawn is, although it gives you an idea of the classic one, it still was a very niche one. Now the second one, which I thought you were on about, that one was put to a wide audience.
Yeah.
And that was pretty good. It was about the same class as the Birds were. And that release.
Like I'm still willing to take the Birds as an option. I'll take
them both.
I'm just airing my concerns. Like for me, but like I do agree it was definitely
I'll say
one of the first that did kickstart the genre. Yeah.
I'll say give them both.
Yeah.
Both of them did it for different reasons.
Yeah.
Type thing.
You know, and both like less so with the Birds, but like I still argue both are very much incredibly influential to the genre as a whole.
Right,
I mean, fuck, the Birds basically fucking invented the jump scare. Like,
yeah.
It didn't do a great job of it, but like it invented the premise. You know, like.
Well, no, what Birds invented was the premise of everyday things killing you.
Yeah, it invented that whole scheme as well. Yeah.
Like, excuse me, when you run to the loo. So
yeah, go for it. So off that ManT is away.
Yeah.
Mr. Rinsevind, how are you today? How you been?
Too bad.
You doing alright? Yeah. It's been a wee while. It's been a few days since we caught up.
Yeah.
Been a little while. Yes.
Yeah.
No, I want to say it was Sunday night when we last spoke. Maybe even Monday.
Tuesday.
Was it Tuesday? Oh, of course, because I told you the story I told Fat ManT before the show on Tuesday after it happened.
Yep.
Yeah. You're right. It would have been Tuesday. Fucking that just adds to the theory that I got concussion on Tuesday. Cool. Because I don't really remember that conversation happening. So like, yeah, I think I might have got concussion from that. Yeah, cool.
Because I was just scrolling through PlayStation. I was about to log off when I saw that you were online. I was like, ah, fuck it, I'll talk through it.
Did I actually tell you how I think I got concussion on Tuesday?
I mean, other than being absolutely fucking
no. This happened before the T-boning. It's why I was an idiot for even getting in the car. Like, I was getting on the bus to go to the go-karting track, right? Yeah. And I went to put, like, I was wearing a cap, right? Like a baseball cap. And I went to put, like, a bag on a chair, like, on the bus. And I didn't see the fucking shelf above me. You know, like they have shelves on, like, coaches and stuff, to put, like, your bags and shit.
Yeah.
Like, the bag I was putting down was too big to go in said shelf, but I didn't actually clock that the shelf came as far as it did. I didn't realize it was over top of the chair. So as I stepped up onto like the little step to like reach over to the fucking chair, I basically headbutted it at full fucking force. So I couldn't see it for like the brim of my cap. Couldn't see it. So I basically just walked into it fucking like top of my like the very top of my skull first. Just like that shit was still hurting when I was like an hour later when I was putting my crash helmet on. That shit was still quite sore. Like I'm convinced I had a very a light concussion from it. Like, I wasn't concussed. Like, it's not enough of a concussion to go on my list. Like, it doesn't count. But I feel like, medically speaking, I had a gentle concussion. Like, I feel like a doctor would count it, but, like, it wasn't bad enough to, like, be added to my, like, concussion count. Because, I did a concussion check after it. Like, my memory wasn't fucked, my speech wasn't fucked, you know, my vision wasn't fucked, so, like, it wasn't bad enough for me to count it. But, like, yeah. it was bad enough a doctor would probably say, that's a concussion. Wasn't bad enough for me to say 100%, but, like, medically it might have been, you know?
So
like...
I've got a question for Fat ManT when he comes back, right?
Mm-hmm. Why don't you ask me the question first, and I'll tell you if it's a good idea or not to ask the question.
Well, that's the thing. I'll just wait till he's back so I can get both of your opinions at the same time.
That's fair. That's fair. Well, keep it in mind, because we could be here for
I've had it in mind for the past, 30 minutes.
Well, you didn't think to bring it up?
No, I have been actively going, what? And then you both keep on cutting me off.
In fairness, I haven't heard you be, saying that, so, I apologize. If I had heard you, I would have let you go, but I didn't hear that, so my apologies for that.
That's Who knows? Maybe the live stream caught it.
Possibly. It wasn't coming through on my end through the Discord, but like maybe.
Let me just help it a bit. Hang on. Let me just turn the mic up a bit.
Ah, yes, we'll just ear rape the audience. Yeah, sorry, folks at home for that. There's fucking rumbles of a mic moving. Fucking,
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Okay, hang on. Right. Okay, you're getting fucking turned down on my end. Fucking hell.
Do you want me to turn
That
myself
was.
down?
Nah. You're good now on my end. Fucking fuck the people at home. You guys can just get fucking tinnitus.
What's that?
I already have tinnitus, so like
I'm back. What happened?
welcome back.
Hello.
What I missed?
Oh fucking. Rinsevind tried to fucking deafen the audience by moving his microphone.
Ah,
No, I just turned it up a bit.
Yeah, still. Just the fucking noises of you fucking about with it. That nearly
Right.
deafened me.
right. One
I
thing.
have a question.
Oh, well then.
So I have a question. What genre would you put How to Kill a Mockingbird in? So I'm still trying to fucking figure it out.
Okay.
Psychological thriller.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, like, from the perspective of someone who hasn't seen the movie or read the book, I don't know. Because I don't know what it's about. I've never seen it, so I don't know.
It's nothing I can really describe.
Yeah.
You have to watch it. It's one of those films you can't describe very well.
No, but I think because like I personally I would put it as like another one of the foundations that started it.
No, I wouldn't say horror.
See, like... Sorry, on you go, ManT.
I say psychological thrillers. I'll give you that one. But horror genre, no.
Oh.
Now,
I can't really say.
on the same topic, right? We've done movie, right? I'm gonna cheat slightly, right? Ever so slightly, because like I feel like time period, yes, but like it was technically a TV thing versus a movie.
Well then.
But I feel like it counts because it was like a multi-part thing.
I'm listening.
For me, right? The original run of It, the one with Tim Curry as the clown.
Yeah.
Like it was originally a TV release, but like it did later get a movie cut. I feel like yeah, the movie cut came like a little bit later. You know, it was a little closer to like the modern time. But if I remember rightly, it aired on television around about the same time The Birds came out. I think it was like the 70s when that got aired on television.
It was the 80s.
Was that still in the 80s when the TV version came out?
Like I said, I was thinking back to some of the 80s stuff. Normally, I would write off the 80s as a whole. Because a lot of shit out there.
I feel like early 80s we could maybe like 81, 82, maybe even 83. I feel like yeah, you're fine.
Right, but there's one of the late 80s films which I think does solidify horror. And that would be The Poltergeist.
Oh yeah, no, Poltergeist, absolutely.
I think the Poltergeist series was a big horror solidifier. And it's fact still going, and like The Exorcism.
Yeah,
So, and
like
The Exorcist. So.
like they're not my particular cup of tea when it comes to horror.
Yeah.
They're a bit too kind of spooky bullshit for my personal tastes.
Very supernatural based
But
horror,
I can
but still.
I can absolutely agree with the idea of like they are benchmark releases that did the job.
Now, I know people saying why including like Scream, Friday the 13th, Jason, and
they were kind of hokey. You know, they were like kind of like your earlier point of like they had they leaned too much towards the comedy side of things.
Not just that though, they found a different category I call, right? Is they'll be saying it's horror, but I put down slasher horror.
I was gonna say they're like slasher more than anything else,
Which is a completely different category.
Like it counts, but like I feel like with slasher, horror is a secondary. Yeah. Like whereas like slasher is the main theme.
Slasher is about body counts.
Yeah.
And that.
Horror is meant to be psychological.
Actually, if we're going for like 80s, right? This one's a small gamble. I don't 100% believe it'll hit the criteria here, but I'm gonna put it out there. The Candyman.
It was a big release again, though. It's
like it was a little bit more kind of like cult classic. I wouldn't personally put it in slasher.
It wasn't. It's not full on slasher, but it's not full on horror either.
Yeah, it was kind of like what Chucky was. Where like it was a bit comedy, a little bit kind of like paranormal horror.
Yeah.
With a hint of slasher.
Yeah.
You know, like
my problem is
like for me, the body count wasn't high enough to put it into a slasher territory, but it wasn't too far away either.
It was
the
more...
first Chucky movie never actually had any comedy in it.
It did. It was piss funny.
It has a couple of bits here and there where like it wasn't trying to be funny, but like it was kind of funny.
It was even the people who wrote it and rated it said it was unintentionally hilarious.
Yeah, and there are actually in the original one there are actually a couple of one-liners that are pretty funny. That was like you can tell the character's like trying to be a badass, but like that was actually quite humorous.
Now,
that was good.
For me, what fits horror where horror is supposed to be something that if you watch it, you never sleep for a week.
Yeah.
And there's only one film fits that category. The problem with it is until modern era, it was very niche in the market. Right? Few horror fans knew about it, but it was very niche in the market regardless. And that was the original Japanese Ring.
Yeah. Fuck. There's a right. Sorry. Hang on. I'm gonna Google the name of a film in the background really quickly because like it's a sleeper. We've not mentioned yet.
I know one that made people like that basically made people install security cameras in their houses, and that was Paranormal Activity.
That was bullshit. I'm sorry.
It was a load of bollocks. Yes.
I mean, I would watch Most Haunted if I was going to watch that shit.
The thing is, though, is that all the movies fucking lead up to an ending where it goes into a loop, where it goes into the first movie, where it turns out the fucking main character from the fucking last movie is the main antagonist in the first movie, and the movie's continuing. It's like, fuck!
The problem with Paranormal Activity is it falls in the same category as what I used to call the body camera footage, or the found footage genre, which I hate.
Which Blair Witch started.
Yeah, the diary cam shit.
Yeah.
Which I hate with a passion, because I was like, infected all of early 90s films.
Yeah. Well, my stepdad
late 90s, early 2000 films.
He didn't hate it because it was scary. He hated it because it was against what horror stood for.
Yeah, and the camera was just, I mean, the problem with like Blair Witch, Cloverfield, the War Diaries, there's a load of films that came out of the exact same bullshit. It's like, don't do it, you bastards! It doesn't work.
No. Just have it as a cinematic, or you don't. Leave found footage horror for YouTube.
That's the problem. It was like low budget effort
nowadays.
Shit that was trying to be high budget.
Yeah.
Now, if I remember rightly, it was around about here when this came out.
If I'm not mistaken, hang on, let me quickly search up the fucking budget for Blair Witch. Because if I'm not mistaken, it was quite literally like
I think it was about
£20.
Which film are you looking for, Vegas?
It's hard to describe accurately the film.
Try.
Right, so like, cause I've seen like the first half of the film. There's this guy, right, and like he has to go to this wee sleepy town, and like there's like spooky shit happening in the town, and it turns out all the spooky shit's like happening in this big house, like on the top of a hill. Like the first like hour of the movie, fuck all happens. And then, like, he goes up to the house, and then spooky shit occurs, and he goes in the basement, there's, like, a coffin and shit. I only know this film because my dad keeps telling a story about the first time, like, him and me mum sat and watched the film together. So it was one of my dad's favourite films.
It's sort of like Annabelle Horror.
And there's, like, a scene in the film, I think there's, like, a dog in a crate or something. And it's, like, a vampire dog or some shit, and it jumps out. And apparently when that scene happened, my mum literally, like, clung to the ceiling like a fucking cartoon cat. And that's the only reason I remember that film is because of that particular story.
It sounds like early Annabelle Horror.
I want to say it might have been the Amityville, but I'm not 100% sure.
From Amityville, that house in that genre, that thing, has been like quite well used trope.
Yeah, it was either the Amityville Horror or it was like one of like the Town of Salem movies.
Yeah.
Salem, that was it. Salem's Lot.
Salem's Lot. Yeah.
Yes, that was. I've just googled it. It's Salem's Lot. Yes, with the vampire. That was the one.
Good jump scares.
Oh,
as a horror film, I was still putting like same as Friday the 13th.
Yeah, like it is quite hokey and like really shit, but like
it's like Pet Sematary.
Yeah, I mean, do you know why it's like Pet Sematary and like a lot of like other like Stephen King movies? Do you know why it is?
One.
This is gonna surprise everyone. Salem's Lot is a fucking Stephen King movie. A lot of people don't know that Salem's Lot was written by Stephen King. It was one of his books.
Yeah, he didn't write under his pen name though.
Yeah. It's literally, like, I've got a picture here right now of the first edition cover of the book. It says clean as day on the cover, Stephen King.
Anyway.
It was
way,
published in 1975, for the record.
The budget for Blair Witch Project was 60,000
That's about right.
United States dollars.
I refuse to believe it had a budget
office.
higher than £100.
Yeah, no, I do as well. I said 20 quid. But the box office for it was 248.6 million.
Oh,
Well,
it's
they
got
look
to be
good.
one of the most profitable horror movies in history.
Yes.
Like, its profit margin, like, it may not have it may not have like the highest like revenue, but its profit percentage is off the fucking charts. Like, that's
No,
like a 2,000% profit margin. It's
You
mad.
remember, you got the box office reviews. You also got the games that came out afterwards, the merchandise
Yeah.
that
Oh
fucking
my
followed
god.
it.
What? I'll actually check up what its global net worth is.
A lot.
Probably somewhere around the billion mark.
Like that film from like its merch and that, it made a fucking fortune.
So it's no.
Even the sequel did quite well from what I remember.
It did. I hated it though. I hated it.
Like I said, I don't remember it being a good sequel, but I remember it performing quite well in the box office.
I think it was about the 150's 200 mil mark again.
Yeah.
For the time it came out, it was a low burner. But again, it had one of those cult followings.
Yeah, because like most of the fans of like the first one were like, "Oh, say a sequel, we'll spend money on that." I went, that was.
It's like Hammer House of Horror
that's a bit
shit. You know,
It's like what? Sorry.
Hammer House of Horrors.
Hammer House of Someone else who knows what Hammer House of Horrors is. Oh my god.
Again, not best horror films out there, but cult followings of them kept them alive.
Like someone else who knows these. Oh, Fat Man T, you've just become one of my favorite people on planet Earth.
You forget how
Like,
old I am.
congratulations.
It's not telling me it's global. It's just telling me the first movies.
Like Rincewind, have you ever seen the Hammer House of Horrors? Have you ever seen any of those movies?
No.
Oh,
They were
treat yourself at some point.
the cult.
They're a blast.
Don't do them too serious horrors. They're brilliant films, but again, as horror films, they're not.
Yeah, if you take them as more of like more as like a B movie, like trying to be like scary but is more funny.
I would say it's like a
Like-
horror version of Monty Python.
They're the type of horror films where like they had such a bad budget, you can see the string keeping the bats in the air.
Yeah. No,
You can see in a lot of scenes the background moving instead of the fucking actor moving. They're really bad, but
the
they're
budget for
so
those
good.
films was so bad, but yet there came such classics.
They're so good. Like, they're shit, but they're great. It's amazing. I love
I
it.
tell you what, put some categories.
Google was telling me to find Jesus, apparently.
Yeah.
I put in the Blair Witch Project trying to find out its global net worth, and it's saying, yes, how much was the exchange of Jesus?
Yeah, sounds about right, yeah.
I don't know. Apparently, it was, what was it? It was 30 silver. Hang on.
Yes.
What are you talking about?
Because if I remember rightly, that's how much Judas got paid for turning over Jesus, was 30 silver pieces.
Yeah.
Yep, 30 silver coins.
Yeah.
Because Jesus is Dracula in one of the stories.
Yeah.
And the reason why silver works on him is because Judas is paid in silver, and sunlight works because he hung himself, and the rope snapped before dawn broke.
Yeah.
If you want to believe the biblical version of vampires. Oh,
It still amazes me that like vampires are canon under the Bible.
Yep. So werewolves.
Like vampires are canon in the Bible. I find that amazing. It still confuses me to this day when I get reminded that as far as the Bible is concerned, like vampires are real in the Bible canon. I find it amazing.
It's the Bible cinematic universe.
Like, 'cause that's a thing I'm willing to wager a lot of Catholics are not aware of. Is if you believe in God and you swear by the Bible, you think vampires are real, and you also think that werewolves are real.
Werewolves, werewolves, skinwalkers, that type of stuff. All them in the Bible.
Skinwalkers are in the Bible at one point. Yeah,
Well, that's the thing.
like genuinely, quite a lot of modern cryptids are mentioned in the Bible at one point or another.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's fucking brilliant, and it's
Like fuck. At this point, I'm pretty fucking sure like a couple of SCPs were in the Bible. Like it's.
Fucking man, Cain and Abel is an SCP.
Yeah.
God
I'm pretty sure God himself at this point is one of the SCPs. I'm pretty sure like the SCP Foundation made God an SCP.
No, God.
So, like, technically,
God turned himself into the SCP Foundation.
I think he actually did. Yeah.
He turns himself into living a happy life. He's sitting there, and people are just chatting away to him.
Like that's just genuinely a thing in the SCP canon as well.
No, but it wasn't. You know the rake.
Yeah.
That's in the Bible, if I'm not mistaken.
I think it is technically. I don't think it's named as the rake.
No, it's not named as the rake, but it's under a different.
I'm pretty sure the same kind of idea is. Yeah. That's well. In fairness, right? Like the rake, the skinwalker, and the Wendigo are all basically the same shit.
Yeah,
so, like, I'm willing to assume, like the original version is in the Bible, and all three kind of stemmed from that story in the Bible. I would assume.
Wendigos is a Native American one for a person who consumes human flesh because had nothing else to eat.
And it can shapeshift and shit as well.
No,
with
Wendigos can't shapeshift.
Yeah.
No, they can't. They're basically limbs extend. They get very good camouflage. But
no, later in Native American tales of the Wendigo did have the ability to shapeshift into animals.
No, that's Skinwalker, not Wendigo.
No, both ended up getting it in later versions of Native American stories. So a lot of the later stories, pretty much around about the time like the Americans started fucking shit up. A lot of the tribes started trying to like put their war shit aside and like meld their cultures together to become bigger, stronger tribes, and that meant like kind of trying to meld a lot of their stories together, and it didn't work great for them. But
do you know where the earliest point of vampirism came from?
Now I used to know this, and it's one of those pieces of random information that I have deleted at some point from my brain to make space for other random shit.
Now there's 3 stories of early vampirism. One is the Vlad Vampire Dracula.
Yes.
Which is not the earliest, to be honest.
It's one of them, though.
It's one. One of the earliest ones is Alexander.
Alexander the Vampire?
No, Alexander the Immortal.
Oh, I was gonna say, like, Alexander's not that's not a great name for a vampire, is it? No. Just Alexander.
Alexander the Immortal had 2 sons.
Mm-hmm.
I bet you keep talking.
Alright.
Cool.
This is one they used in Underworld for their base story.
Mm-hmm.
I had 2 sons. One was bitten by a wolf and gave him the lycanthrope.
Mm-hmm.
And one was bitten by a bat and then became vampires.
Unlucky. Imagine having 2 kids and both get bit by a wild animal. Like Alexander was a shit parent. Like, Jesus.
Yeah. Now, unlike the brother, the lycanthrope was wild, uncontrollable, just pure beast more than man.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas the vampire was smart, intelligent, and kept most of its wits. Hence why they bred the werewolf out down to be stronger slaves, basically.
Yeah.
That's where the genuine ones. Now the earliest one, it takes place in Asia.
I can believe that.
Between China and India. It consists of 2 large cities. One full of the vampires, which was an underground city but it was highly technologically advanced and great culture-wise. And the second one was the city of the beasts, which were your werewolves. And now all talks about these 2 eventually grew quite large, quite technological, advanced for that time period, socially advanced as well. Now, oddly enough, the vampires didn't prey, although they can consume human blood, they didn't prey on humans.
Mm-hmm.
What happened was vampires reproduce the same way humans did, except for a very small few sect who, when bit bites somebody, transmit the virus to them, which turn them feral.
Yes.
Now, there's these feral vampires, which then destroy the vampire culture, and the vampires had to hunt them down. But unfortunately, they got wiped out before they got a chance to fully finish them off. Hence, we get the ferals now.
Cool.
As for the werewolves, no one knows. They existed, then all of a sudden they vanished from history for no apparent reason. Little ones put them down with the town masters took them in, or they just blend into human society and just.
I'm gonna say probably just like blended into human society because they saw what happened to the vampires and went, "Fuck that shit."
Yeah, let's go hide over here. Now the Japanese have a similar story about foxes and raccoons.
I'm gonna say yeah, because like isn't that it's quite similar to like the fox spirits that the Japanese have.
Yeah,
I can't remember what they're called, but those.
Now the fox spirits can change shapes to humans. They basically same with toucans, tunikis, which is a bit like a raccoon type creature. Could shapeshift, and they shapeshift into humans and just blend into human society to stop getting wiped out. Anyway, let's go into modern horror.
Yes, more modern horror films. Yes.
Now, again, the modern side of it. Excuse me, I've got to hop in because we drink too much water. I'll take the say, isn't it?
I'm back.
Welcome back.
As I've noticed, the trend is a lot like the poltergeist shit come back.
Yeah, like spooky scaries back on the menu.
Yeah, a lot like exorcism type stuff and.
They've confirmed that another Paranormal Activity movie.
Oh, fuck off.
Yeah. You know what? I'm going to open with a strong choice, right? And I have an argument for it being in this category. Because I suspect, ManT, you may disagree with me being in the horror category here, right?
Well then.
But hear me out. For me, Final Destination, the Final Destination films, for me, I feel like horror.
They're supposed to be.
Like the argument can be made more like kind of action thriller, sure. But like a lot of the deaths are like they're horrifying versus like, oh yeah, you know, they're more kind of like Jesus Christ versus like, oh yeah, fuck me, that was exciting. It's more kind of like, oh god, you know, like a motherfucker gets cooked alive by a fucking sunbath, you know, like fuck that.
That's what they're now defining as horror, things that make people jump.
Yeah.
Well, it's not even just like a jump scare. It's not even that. It's more like genuinely horrifying. It horrifies you to see it. That's why for me it counts.
Now,
it's like rather than it being like yeah, it's more like oh fucking. It horrifies you to your very soul.
If I'm going on for that one, I've got to say The Conjuring.
Yeah, no, I'll give you The Conjuring. Again, not personally my cup of tea in horror films, but yes. Like, I do agree with it being in the category.
Conjuring or Annabelle, maybe.
Yeah, even Annabelle I'd give you.
But
again, not my cup of tea, but yes.
In the recent next 10 years, a lot of horror got ventured around what's known as replacement syndrome.
You
know, where, you know, if I'm next door, all of a sudden start looking like you and start replacing you. Or what I like to call the adult adoption racket, where parents adopt a child. Try and raise a child, the child's 45 years old.
And to be fair though, like that whole gimmick got based on a true story though. The child adoption ring thing, like that was genuinely a thing that happened.
It was generally true, yes. Which
you know, like
fucked up about it. But yeah,
and that's for me is what makes films like that more like terrifying. Is the fact that like not only can that happen, it genuinely did happen.
Yeah.
And it can happen again if you're an idiot.
Yeah.
Like, it's quite worrying.
Then what's your thoughts on the Annabelle doll story?
See, the Annabelle doll story, like, part of me, like, agrees with my previous statement of, like, based on a true story, so horrifying. But, like, they did, like, the Hollywood classic bullshit of based on a true story and then stretch the truth.
Yeah.
Where, like, they can get away with the whole
like the actual story.
The original story.
Like, the actual true story of Annabelle, like, yeah? You know, like, it's...
You're asking to believe what the sales happened, or Is it?
Oh, right, no, okay, I'm with you, right? Yeah, like part of me, yeah, part of me wants to say yes, I believe in it. That's like the religious side of me, like the side of me that believes in ghosts and ghouls and etc. being a thing that is on this earth.
The one thing.
But there's certain details about that original story they tell about the Annabelle doll where I'm like, I don't know. I feel like you've made that particular part up.
Right.
But the overall original story of like demonic doll possessed by evil spirit does evil shit. Yeah, I can get behind that.
Right. Problem with Annabelle as a story. Right. I can give you some facts about the history with that. Right. In the olden times, from like 700s and up to I think those early 1900s. Right. Porcelain dolls were made in a very specific way.
Yes.
Right.
And that way was to be as fucking horrifying as possible. They are creepy as shit.
Not just as horrifying as you think.
Porcelain, it was a Raggedy Ann.
No, it was porcelain.
Not the original one.
The Raggedy Ann one is a later thing.
Raggedy Ann's later.
Raggedy Ann wasn't called Annabelle either. The Raggedy Ann one, if I remember rightly, was called Jezebel or some shit like that.
Yeah. Now
it was a much later story as well.
I was talking about the Raggedy Ann story.
No, the original Annabelle, because the original Annabelle, like from the original true story, is still on display in a fucking let's say it's a witchcraft museum or something in let's say it's like Norway or something. It's on. No, that again, it's a later one. That's in an American museum, and I want to say it's in Wichita, if I remember correctly. Now
it's in Nevada. That's Zac Efron from Ghost
Nevada.
He's got it.
Yeah.
In his witch museum.
You're right. It's the one in Nevada. Yeah.
Now, the problem with Annabelle,
yeah, let's say the
original Annabelle,
the Raggedy Ann one's a later one.
Is that porcelain dolls were made hollow for a reason. Also, they had a habit of using the child's very first haircut was used. The hair from that was used to make the doll out of for its hair.
Yeah.
Right. Now,
really creepy.
There's two problems with this. If you want to believe in the spiritual side of it, one. The doll is an empty vessel able to contain a soul because it's empty.
Yes.
Two, it can be possessed because it did contain a living part of a human. Which allows the other things to be attracted to it. Now, what the common things used to do, excuse me, my deep voice, is if your child died early on, like say between the ages of like 10 and younger, is one of the things used to do for the child was buried in the Victorian period was shave its head off, all its hair off, and the hair was then used to make the porcelain doll out of.
Yes.
And the doll was then carved in the image of the dead child.
Yes, which is way creepier.
Yeah. And then you see the ideas that the soul of the child would inherit the doll and allow the parents to still, which what they believe Annabelle was.
Yeah, which theoretically can happen, but also it opens the door for demonic entities to possess the doll.
Yeah, that's what the general issue is. Now, in my belief of Taoism and Eastern craft, everything can generally get a soul at some point. Its own soul,
yes.
If it's old enough. And dolls are used particularly, especially in Japanese mythology, because dolls are empty, they can be inhabited, you can physically put a soul into them, if you wanted to. Or a soul can inhabit them very easily and then change form to take the soul's form as a vessel. So, possible? Maybe. Likely happen? No. Not in the way they describe the story.
God.
As I said, for me, there are parts of the original story where I'm like, yeah, no, I can believe it, but there are elements to it where I'm like, I feel like you're doing the same thing Hollywood ended up doing to your story of, we're going to take this small occurrence that happened, it was a bit spooky, and we're gonna stretch the truth about what actually happened a little bit for dramatic emphasis.
Because all that really happened with the doll was apparently no one knew how, but it was living around the house freely, and that was it. Apparently.
Yeah.
It went around the house freely, and it taunted people to commit suicide. Basically, that was it.
I don't think it did.
There was, I don't believe it did, but in the original telling, it they said it did.
Yeah,
I also believe there was one particular case in the original telling of the story by the original owners of it attempting to attack someone. And
Yeah,
I believe
there was-
their version of that was like it moved in an aggressive manner towards someone in the house,
Now,
as opposed
No,
to
there was
successfully attacking
it
someone.
was basically what the because it was a bishop, sorry, that had been brought in to do an exorcism, brought in to do an exorcism on the doll. He does all the checks, and he was like, right, well, I personally see nothing wrong with it, but I do sense a deep presence. He then goes in his car, he begins to fuck off. As he's driving, he gets about 10 minutes down the road, and apparently the fucking doll crawls up his fucking leg and attempts to strangle him, causing him to crash into a tree.
Yeah,
Apparently.
that apparently, like to my memory, was a thing that they claimed. However, if I remember rightly, like when it was looked into, there was no like evidence of that actually
the
occurred.
evidence for that one was he was a drunk driver.
Yeah.
It was off his tip. It was off his lips.
It was just an excuse on how he could fucking get away with the police, basically.
Yeah.
He quite literally
The
used
problem is, though, there's three stories of where this doll came from. Again, one was based in an American story, one was, I believe, English, and again, another one came from Asia. All three had a broken doll, described around the same style, same height, all around similar suspects of a child disappearing or dying.
See, but that's one of the details about the Annabelle story that kind of cements it a little harder in reality for me. Much like a lot of like cryptid tales, is so many different cultures from around the world have like a near identical story around it. That like for me kind of adds to that kind of spooky, scary element of like, yeah, it's possessed. It managed to travel the world, and like no one like noticed until many years later that they all had the same story with the same thing. You know, like, cause even especially if you look at worlds of like cryptids and shit, like monster stories.
Well,
yeah, like there's that side, but there's the idea for me of like almost every culture on Earth has a version of a vampire, a version of a zombie, a version of a werewolf, a version of a mermaid, etc., etc., etc.
Yeah, a lot of cultures do.
Like, and most of those stories for the same monsters with different cultures come from long before those cultures interacted with each other.
Yes.
You know, like
how it was even religion, for God's sake.
I mean, yeah, but like even before religions started communicating with each other and like knowing each other existed, like if you go like right the way back to even like caveman days and shit, like back when like human society was like right at its very baby stages, there were stories being told of that were very similar to each other. The idea of like monsters and humans, and these monsters being extremely dangerous and like pretending to be human to lure you out to kill you. There are countless cases of those stories being told in cave paintings across the world from civilizations that had no contact with each other because it was physically impossible for them to contact each other.
I mean,
we're talking like cavemen in like India having the same stories as cavemen that were cutting around in fucking Norway, countries that couldn't have been further apart at the time. You know, like
what was the Russian mythology for the boogeyman again?
Oh, the Baba Yaga.
Yeah, Baba Yaga.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, they have two. They've got the Baba Yaga, and they've got another one. They've got
one I know stole kids if they were. Bad.
That was the Baba Yaga.
Yeah. Don't we have a similar one?
We do. Yes.
Baba Yaga is close similar to Krampus.
Krampus, that was the one.
Oh, Krampus, the German version.
I was gonna say Krampus was German. Yeah. I'm sure there's an English tale that is very similar to the Baba Yaga as well.
Yeah.
I can't remember off the top of my head. I'm sure we do have one though.
We do, but it's not quite the same. It's much different now.
I think like the closest one I can think of off the top of my head is like the witch from Hansel and Gretel, but even then I'm pretty sure that's German as well. I'm pretty sure it was originally just fucking. I was gonna say I'm pretty sure Hansel and Gretel as well was literally just a German translation of the Baba Yaga, if I recall.
No, Hansel and Gretel was...
or at the very least it was based off the Baba Yaga.
No,
anyway.
Hansel and Gretel is based off the Witch of the Black Woods.
That was it, yes. The Witch of the Black Woods.
Yeah.
Was the Morgana, was that like German/Russian, or was that one of ours, the Morgana?
Morgana's ours, because that's
I thought it was one of like our druidic ones, but I couldn't remember.
Morgana is the sister of Arthur.
Yeah.
Or the sister of Merlin, take your pick.
Yeah, because, like, you know, different time periods, different retelling of the King Arthur story.
I watched the TV show Merlin, so I see it as King Arthur's sister.
Yeah.
In the original story, it was the various version is Morgana is the opposite of Merlin, chaos to his order.
Yeah.
Or another one is that it was Merlin's wife, and Merlin was actually the bastard when Morgana was the good one. The retelling was slightly different, and there's very different variations of the Arthur mythology around.
Why don't we fuck about with mythologies anymore?
Why? What do you
Well,
mean?
we kind of do to an extent. It's just kind of evolved.
The problem with
like-
mythology is there's a grain of truth somewhere in it, but you don't know where it's at.
Yeah. And, like, even to that extent, we do still fuck with that a little bit. It's just, like I said, it's just evolved quite a lot over the years.
I mean, England's
Like today you've got, like, the urban legends
Yeah.
kind of thing. Like, especially, like, internet urban legends, where you've got shit like Jeff the Killer, for example, or Slender Man, and
People are
Like-
still trying
like,
to
a
find
lot of
out
them
the
are-
fakes for Jeff the Killer.
fuck it, that was solved years ago. It was literally the
What's that?
original author who just photoshopped his face. Like, he literally came out and said that. Why do people keep forgetting that I hate this planet?
What's that?
That's
Jeff the
like
Killer.
Jeff the Killer, the original photograph of Jeff the Killer. Like,
Oh.
literally the guy came out and admitted it. Years ago.
Yeah.
Decades ago at this point. It was literally a photo of him he photoshopped. Why am I the only cunt who ever remembers that? What the hell?
The problem with urban
Like,
legends.
that was big press news at the time.
Ooh.
That was a headline in a BBC news article, for fuck's sake.
Right, the problem with urban legends and we'll call the mythos monsters is
Yes.
if you believe psychic powers exist, right? Or a psychic field exists that all humans project,
Yeah.
right? The theory goes, excuse me, the more people believe in something in the single arc, the psychic field aligns and it creates an image that becomes reality by our collective
Yeah.
viewpoint of it. So, like Slender Man is the most common one. There's a whole people saying,
that's right.
I've seen Slender Man, he's attacked me, I've seen him this, I've seen him there, right? And it's because the idea is like most like a hallucination, is that
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
people see the stories of it online, it gets stuck in the head like a constant new hallucination of, yeah, it's definitely him, I've seen him, because it's built in our psyche now to be there. It's like the
It's
damn-
like probably
the damn
one of, like, the more
pervert-
modern versions of that occurring is probably with the Hat Man, if either of you are familiar with that story.
Smile Man's one I can remember.
The Smelling Man, like, is based on a much older thing, but no, the Rincewind, are you familiar with the Hat Man? Have you heard that urban legend yet?
Hatman is very vague. I've heard of the name. I've just not
The Hat? No, okay. Right, I'll give everyone a quick version of what the Hat Man is. So, for a bit of context, there's a whole ass community on the Tinterweb who basically get high as shit off of antihistamines. Like, don't ask, but that's their whole shtick. I was gonna say there's a couple versions of Hat Man. One got made into a movie, but like the more common version is it's essentially a shared hallucination that apparently you get from getting high on antihistamines. It's one particular brand of antihistamines. I don't remember off the top of my head, but like I said, it's what it says on the tin. It's essentially a black silhouetted figure, sometimes seen with a face, sometimes not, but always wearing like a wide brimmed hat.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Traditionally,
It's just sleep paralysis.
Yeah, it's basically a sleep paralysis demon, but you're seeing it while high as opposed to, like, you know, having a sleep paralysis episode.
Imagine having sleep paralysis while high.
It's
Believe it
quite
or not,
common.
it's happened, actually. It's very common.
In fact, there's a lot of experiments were done early, 80s and 90s, where they basically got students off their tits on LSD and shit, and purposely paralyze them, make them trip out and shit to see what happened.
Yeah,
Try
and
it.
the answer is usually sleep paralysis.
Yeah.
Oh.
Now, what they're trying to prove back then with their experiments was, could they unlock the human psychic mind to the other world, or do humans have a collective subconscious? Or they're trying to prove with that one. So basically, got one poor bastard, terrify the shit out of him, got him high LSD, put him in a room full of everyone else high LSD, and see if all hallucinate the same shit.
If I remember rightly, like there were a handful of attempts where like that did actually happen, where everyone reacted to the same like hallucination.
They did, but
I believe there were a couple times where it worked.
It did what it could put down to the fact is one person influenced the rest of the group, not down to collective subconscious
I'll take them out.
type thing. But what it did prove one thing is the twin effect is real.
Yes, the twin effect is real. Yes,
that does work somehow.
You see one thing, and you point it out to someone, and they then see it.
No, the twin effect is the one with like born twins, where like if you punch one in the stomach, the other one gets a sore stomach. That premise.
Yeah.
Oh.
There's vast experiments on that in the early late 40s.
I was gonna say like even the Nazis were playing with that shit for fuck's sake. Like,
Yeah.
come on, everyone had a bash at that at one point or another.
Yeah, it was a big, it was a great, famous Nazi doctor who like took quite a few children.
Yeah, he was pretty much obsessed with that premise, and like I'm pretty sure like 80% of the research that ends up getting done was like we didn't even do. We just stole his notes and went, yeah, that checks out.
Yeah,
because like most of it was too fucked up for like anyone to go, yeah, we'll give that a bash. Which is like, we're just gonna believe his notes on that one because like we ain't fucked enough to do that.
Apparently,
there's a couple of them were fucked enough to do it, but like that ain't it. That ain't on the list.
On the experiments, they proved that shared pain was more common amongst girls.
Yeah.
But shared knowledge was more common amongst boys.
Yes.
So boys make better spies, but girls make better empathy users. Somehow.
It is genuinely really quite interesting.
So one of the experiments he did was he tied two twins, I think it was a mile apart across the complex, and basically stabbed one twin with needles while watch for the one to react to it. He was quite deranged, that doctor.
He was, but like at the same time, much like a lot of the German scientists, genuinely a fucking smart guy.
I was brilliant.
The range as fuck with no morals.
That was the problem is.
But at the same time, fucking genius.
It was pure scientific knowledge without the concurrence of having a moral issue behind it. Which is why I say science should always have someone there with morals, because science left unchecked is bad.
Dangerous. Like, it can go places that are just wrong.
Yeah, nuclear bomb for one thing.
Yeah. Speaking of which, Oppenheimer looks decent. It looks like a good movie. Might watch it.
That was Christopher Nolan. Most of his movies.
Yeah, that as well. Him at Peaky Blinders is in it. What's his face?
Cillian Murphy.
Thank you, Cillian Murphy.
Yeah.
Project Oppenheimer.
Yes. It genuinely just looks like a really good movie. Like I'm quite excited to watch it at some point.
I mean, if you go back on like research shit, is a thing in the early 60s to late 80s, early 90s, but every major country was doing psychic research in one way or another.
Yeah. I mean, here's my question, right? Like, this is a question to you guys.
Okay.
It's like obviously, like psychic ability to an extent when it comes to like the twin theory, like it's a thing. Mm-hmm. Like it's somewhat a thing. But you like the psychic, like the guys that can predict the future, or like the ones the police sometimes use that are getting scammed by, where they can like look at a dead body and like apparently know how it died, or they can be told the details of the case and tell you exactly what happened. They can't, but like they're good at bullshitting, basically.
Right.
Do you guys believe in that flavor of psychic? Like the guys that,
right?
Like they have that like literal psychic abilities where they can like see the future, or they can predict things, or they can like have like telepathy, so they can move shit with their mind, and telekinesis rather. Like people that can read minds and stuff like that.
Right. Do you want the quick answer or the long answer?
Either or. We've got time, so like either or.
Long answer. Right. Go and read see the future. It's possible calculating the future with maths and probabilities. You get down close to what's called true prediction. That's what they use computers for nowadays. On that side. Can a person see the future accurately? No. Is a brain capable of making them calculations? Yes.
Yeah.
Consciously? No chance. Because the consciousness takes up too much time.
Yeah.
Now, as for clairvoyance, as a standpoint.
So which one's clairvoyance?
Clairvoyance is the.
Like I only know clairvoyance is like the spell out of fucking Skyrim where it tells you where your quest is. That's the only one I'm familiar with.
Essentially, the same thing. It's one where they can see, like, take an object and find track person who has it, or
okay.
dead guy. Oh fuck! Right, turn a second. Talk. Ask Frog, and you're going for a piss again. My bladder's fucking shot. 2 seconds.
So, Rincewind, same question. Do you believe in like psychic abilities, like reading minds, telling the future, etc., etc., etc.?
I don't know, because there's people that claim they do. Like, let's see, the Mayans, for example. They predicted lots of stuff. They predicted the future, and they got quite a lot of them right. Other than, 20.
Yeah, like the 2012, like the end of the world. But in fairness, like
it was just the end
like
of the calendar.
I was gonna say my understanding of that is just like they never finished the calendar. Like that was as far as they got before they died. Like
they were there just like, I'm too old for this shit. It'll just end then.
Like for me, it was more a case of like they did it to 2012 and went right in like 100, maybe 200 years, we'll come and update it to like go further, or we'll make a sequel to the calendar to carry on from there. But like that's long enough for our generation. We're fine. And then the Spanish killed them all.
Yeah.
Like literally 5 minutes after they finished the calendar, the Spanish came and went, haha, smallpox. That's my belief.
Yeah.
When it comes to the Mayans in particular.
There's also people that say they can kill birds with their minds and stuff. It's like,
yeah, I've heard like murmurings about those guys and like, no, fuck off.
Yeah, no, I
like it's a cheap hokey magic trick. You can piss off.
I knew people who claimed they could do it. And it was actually great. Of course you can.
Yeah, like for me, like can I go off like what ManT was on about, like with the predicting the future. I think you know this already, Rincewind. Is like I personally do believe in it to an extent when it comes to telling the future. I believe there are people that can do that. Yeah. I mostly believe in it due to personal like experiences, like with my family and stuff. And like my belief around how it works isn't like traditionally how it's perceived to work. Like most people that do believe in it look at it as like, yes, they see the future, they're predicting the future, they're always right, yada yada. The way I look at it is like it's more like they're kind of confirming multiverse theory, like the idea that like there are certain pivoting points in time that kind of split timelines off into different like versions of what can happen. And people who have say like visions in dreams and stuff of the future are seeing like those pivot points in sort of like their like usually more traditionally their personal or family's histories of like this is a thing that can happen. If it does happen, it's the version that's supposed to happen and will take us on to this path, but there are other outcomes. That's my personal view on it. Is they're basically seeing a snapshot of a potential future, either as like a warning of try and avoid that shit from happening, or this is a thing that's going to happen, it will happen, you can't stop it, but here's a heads up that it's coming. That's my personal view on those.
DARPA called that quantum viewing.
Yes.
In their official research, which actually that just ended last year for that one.
Yeah, like personally, I believe in quantum viewing as a thing. I think that is like a real thing. I fully believe in it.
Well, that's what deja vu is.
I think it's how like psychics that can predict the future work. The ones that are correct about it. Like that's my view on those.
Well, that's what deja vu technically is. Is what it says.
Yeah.
It's a breach in the veil.
Yeah, because it's gonna make some of the people at home kind of lose me for a minute here, but like follow the plot. Like suspend your disbelief, people at home, right? You guys as well. I think I've told both of you guys like this before, anyways. Like but like I come from a long line of people who claim to be psychics, but personally I view more as quantum viewers, where they have it's kind of lost its power over the generations, but still. They do have these visions. It's usually once in a generation, my family. They have these visions of like the future. 9 times out of 10, it happens, so on and so forth. And like, I've had it myself a couple of times, and it does trigger deja vu to an extent. But for me, it's like a conscious deja vu, where like I'll have like a vision in a dream of a thing happening, and then like usually between 2 and 5 years down the line, it happens. And in that moment, I can consciously go, oh yeah, I know this. I knew this was going to happen. I know what's going to happen next. And walk you step by step through what's about to happen as it happens. Because I've seen it before. My brain consciously goes, we had a dream about this happening. That's about to happen, and then it happens.
Yeah.
Like, versus, like, having that dream and being able to wake up the next day and say, I had this dream, this is going to happen. It's more like I have that dream, and, like, my brain knows to store it in the, like, right at the back of my head for whatever reason, and then when it actually occurs, my brain can pull all of it forward and go, boom! Here's everything that's going to happen in the next 10 minutes. And I can, like, rattle off what's going to happen in the next 10 minutes as it's occurring.
Right. Now, back when I was going about clairvoyance.
Yes.
Right. Now, scientific tests done on clairvoyant individuals. Right. Carried out up to the 90s. The shutdown project down. I think Japan's still doing research on it. Clairvoyance is a tangible thing that happens at an approximate rate of 67.2% of those tested. Of those tested, the actual rating of those testees was 70.8%. Was found to be found as accuracy rate is about that. Women are more accurate than men, on average. The problem with it is because they can't get the rate into the 90s, then scientifically they can't disprove it.
Yeah.
But
they
again,
can't say outright it's a no, but they can't outright say it's a definite.
Yeah, because there's too much evidence saying it does. And they say because the problem with the accuracy rating is it comes down to interpretation of what they say. You know, oh, it's by a river on a dry bed or by a tree with a garden wing. You know, it's down to some interpretations where they find exact landmarks. So that's why the accuracy rate drops so much. But they believe women are more tuned to it because they're more empathetic. Now, the theory behind why it works is 1, they can't explain it. 2, quantum viewing.
That's a pretty strong theory. Like, we don't know. Like, I believe that.
2, again, another version of quantum viewing.
Yeah.
Or 3, right, which is slightly more a bizarre one, but also a more believable answer. Hang on. Excuse me. I've drank far too much water. Let me hop in. Is that you know how the human creates an EM field with their own unique frequency? Every person has one.
Yeah.
Is when you touch an object, you leave a piece of that behind, which will be marked.
Yeah.
The theory is these clairvoyant
Don't mind Rinsevind, he's choking in the background, like his girlfriend's walked in.
Can pick up an item, trace that leftover energy, then track it back to the main source of it, which would be your remains, or your living body if it still exists. Which I can understand that being a thing, but I also understand why people don't want to believe it either, because it's a very odd. How the body, even though people say the body loses its static charge when it dies, how can I still trace it? I know. Like
for me, like rather than like the static field, like I believe it, but like replacing static field with more like part of the soul, essentially. Like that's not even technically correct. What I think it's like they essentially form a bond with the item. You like in like RPG games, right? You've got to like bind a magic item to yourself to use it. Kind of like that, of like they can sort of bind themselves, usually accidentally, like they're not consciously doing it, but they can bind to an item, which kind of forms a connection between them and that item, and if they focus enough, they can like intuitively know roughly where it is due to said bond.
Yeah.
Like it's more of like a spiritual bonding versus a literal part of you being left on it thing.
Well, that's the problem. Is that that's like how the theories go.
Like, it's kind of like the Taoism thing of like items gaining souls. Is like the item has a soul, you have a soul. The two souls kind of connect with each other. Is what causes it to occur. Is my view on it. But obviously, there's no scientific way to prove if that is how that works because we can't track souls in items yet.
That's why it went to the static field.
Yeah, because like if they started claiming souls and shit, they'd sound like you're fucking idiots. But like
Now, onto the other version of psychic powers is that's where things get a little bit more weird
Mhm.
on the research side of it.
Like, I mean, let's pre-emphasize this really quickly, right? The psychics that the police use that can fucking solve crimes magically because they're psychic. Scam. They're not fucking real. They're scam artists who are good at bullshitting. And that needed to be said. They're horse shit. We can carry on.
There's about 6 I know of in history that I can't say 100% a scam.
No, they were just very talented scammers that got lucky.
Well, one of them didn't get paid. She refused to take payment for it.
I don't care. She was a talented scammer. Mother Teresa refused payment for a lot of shit. She still wasn't very good. She was just good at pretending to be good.
Now,
Mother Teresa did some fucked shit they don't tell you about.
back to the theory of psychics. Right? Now, this also comes back to why magic exists as well. We're going to love this one.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Psychics exist, have always existed. Right? Now, they believe why psychics exist is they break reality.
Yeah.
In a way. Basically what happens is a psychic person has in their mind their own reality syndrome. Where say your reality is you can fly.
Mm-hmm.
Now what happens with psychics is they can project that reality onto other people, thus then creating a reality allowing them to fly. Understand so far?
I'm with you, yeah.
Right? And that's so depending on what reality you use and what vectors you use in that reality depends on whether or not that person or how powerful that person can be.
Yeah.
Right, so say a weak person or category 0 can't affect has ability but can only affect say 5 people in range.
Yeah.
So they can only make them 5 people believe in their power, so therefore their power only affects 5 people. Now you get further up the scale up to category 5 where basically they can convince the entire world that their power is real. And thus become gods, as essentially the point.
Yeah, so I am listening. I was reading a thing.
Interesting?
No, I was just trying to see how long we've been running for. It's like just shy of 4 hours.
Yeah. Now, magic was apparently created as a way to counteract the said psychics because they were in the muck, and apparently the ones who created the magic were the fucking church.
I can believe it.
Particularly the English Puritan Church, or known as Necessarius.
Yes. Unfortunately, however, magic has existed long before the church, so...
Yeah.
Like, neat idea, I could believe it if I wasn't a history nerd.
It has, but the problem is, what they're saying is the church brought more towards the forefront of it in modern times.
Still. Then, if the church invented it, why did they kill all the magic people? Or at least attempt to.
So they can control the magic people.
Still.
It's a weird theory, but I don't dislike it, the idea of the church trying to wipe out magic users and only then to use them themselves.
Oh yeah, like, I can fully believe the church would do that, but like...
The idea of the witch hunters, to be a witch hunter, you have to be a witch in the first place.
Yeah.
You know, that was that kind of carbosh.
Yeah, like, 'cause I was about to say, like, we already know they basically did do that because of the witch... I think we're called witch finders.
Yeah.
Where they'd literally take witches who, like, confessed and go, okay, now go hunt the other witches for us. And then they'd tell you where the other witches lived.
Yeah, so-called good witches or tamed witches.
Yes. Like, we already know the church did basically do that, but, like, to the extent that theory suggests, no. Just no.
Well, like
I don't hate it, but, like, no. They didn't, no. Cool idea, though. It would make a good movie. That would make a really good movie.
It made a decent TV show.
Yeah.
No, there's actually a TV show, an anime based on that theory, which is
I'm gonna say, like, there's literally an anime based on it, yeah.
a certain type of index.
Yeah. I get it. I feel like you could make a really good, like, fantasy movie out of it as well.
Alright.
With, like, knights and shit, you know, like, you could make a really good movie out of that.
Probably if you look at a lot of fantasy settings and fantasy stories, right, the church isn't great in part of the kingdom, and a lot of like look at paladins. for instance.
Yeah.
In D&D, they're essentially magical knights. ran
Pretty
by the
much,
church.
yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, like it's a similar kind of concept.
And knights generally, and most knights are religious orders, in one way or another.
Yeah, most of them were.
So
Looking at you, the Knights Templar.
yeah, one of the most powerful in the world.
Hmm.
And
I still love, like, because this is a thing that, like, on the Knights Templar, a thing that kind of annoys me. Is, like, the Knights Templar are still a thing, they are still around,
yes,
but not in the way a lot of people think they're still around. Like, I'm really referring to, like, the theory of the Illuminati, of how the Knights Templar became the Illuminati, and that's the whole thing.
yeah,
Like that theory is, like, correct at the start, and then very quickly dwindles off into horseshit. Of, like, the Knights Templar survived and are still a thing. That part is correct.
yes, it's fine.
The part where they went away and started a new organization, that part is correct. The part where that organization became the fucking Illuminati is horseshit.
The problem with the Knights
The
Templar,
Illuminati's not a thing. The Freemasons, yes. The Freemasons are a real thing. They were originally the Knights Templar. They were basically founded by the survivors of the Knights Templar. That is true. The Freemasons then forming the Illuminati, however, bullshit.
right?
And I know this because quite weirdly enough, this is going to be a key theme in this fucking episode, I feel, I have got a lot of family members who either are currently Freemasons or used to be. And a lot of them were very high-ranking members. Not a fucking hint of the Illuminati or controlling fucking influential people to be seen or heard.
Right.
Outside of occasionally getting donations from local councillors.
Right. The problem with the Freemasons, right, as the Knights Templar theorium, right, is the Freemason Society, even as it stands now, existed long before Templars did.
Yeah, but, like, they kind of, like, died for a bit. Like, not died, but, like, they were basically, like, no one, and then the Knights Templar came and went, hey, like, can we join your thing? They went, yeah, sure, and then they kind of built back up
The
again.
question
It was
is, you know
great.
what the origins of the Freemasons are.
Off the top of my head, it was basically, from my memory, essentially a guild for people that work with rocks.
Yes.
It was basically a union for, like, masons.
Yes, but where there's a specific point in history where it's written where they started from, and became the main source where their religious connotations behind it.
I want to say it was like the 1300s, maybe, off the top of my head.
You have to go way, way further back than that.
Was it before that even?
Before that, before even Jesus.
I don't know. I'll be honest.
King David.
Really?
Yep, David of Jerusalem, and the building of the first temple.
Makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Because, like, that's quite a big workload, so it would make sense the Masons would get together and be like, right, let's all agree on, like, some basic shit, form a little alliance so we all get, like, a fair pay for this bullshit. And that just kind of stuck around and became essentially the first workers' union. Like, I can believe that.
Yeah, and that's where we got the original connotation from as well. Is that story. Nowadays,
Again, I can believe it.
Nowadays, it's a very weird gentleman's club with a lot of members through it.
I was gonna say it's basically a gentleman's club that does a surprising amount of charity work.
But also, the reason why they say they're influential in Illuminati shit is because a lot of high-level people become members of the Freemasons. A lot of presidents, a lot of mayors and high officials are a part of it. Yeah,
but it genuinely is just because they're a genuinely really good organization that does a lot of good work. Like, they're generally just a really chill group of guys that do charity stuff. They're kind of nice.
In some places, yes, but you like the Pudding Club.
I was gonna say, I'm not. If you're referring to like an American thing, I'm not familiar with the American Freemasons. I just know the British ones.
No,
because again, lots of families were members of it. Like,
the American ones are a bit more sinister in terms of their Freemasonry. No,
fair.
Pudding Club is a British one from Oxford.
I'm not familiar with them. They're from down south.
It's basically a group of the most influential students at the school get together and have pudding once a week.
Mm-hmm.
The problem with the Pudding Club is most people who are in the Pudding Club are going to be, or scout to be, like high-end financiers of banks, or from like presidents, the prime ministers, and that type of stuff come from it.
Fair enough.
And that's the worry, is it's one of those groups that exists, but doesn't seem nefarious on the surface. But when you trace back how people's been in it and connections throughout the history, it becomes more concerning, shall we say?
Yeah, but like, still,
To give you an idea, right?
like you can say the same about lacrosse. To be fair,
Well, the game lacrosse.
yes, like think about the amount of like British like prime ministers that used to be on the lacrosse team, and like fellow ex-team members are now like bank managers. Like yeah, it's probably not as statistically high, but it's still a lot.
Well, give me an idea then, right? With a pudding club, right? The head of nearly every major news organisation in the country, all the banks, and the past, I think there's only 2 of them so far, because of girls, have all been members of the pudding club, prime ministers.
Even still, again, you can probably say it very similarly for lacrosse.
Oh yeah, I mean the problem is
And cricket, most likely. I'm willing to wager cricket is probably also responsible for a lot
that's
of
the
those
problem with
connections
secret
too.
societies, right? Is you can make very general connections, saying, "Oh well, these high-powered people got together and decided to take over the world." The problem is, though, are they high-powered because the club existed, or the high-powered because they're actually damn good at the job and they got there?
I feel like probably a mixture of both. Because like the point of the like from what you've described there, the pudding club is it was like for people who were good at their thing anyway while at the school.
Yeah.
And it was essentially like all the smart people can hang out and just chat shit, you know, shoot the shit about business and whatnot, and
Oh, it was the high achievers.
essentially revise with each other about each other's topics.
Yeah, it was generally the high achievers that did it. They were part of the club.
Yeah.
You know, you had like a certain grade average to get in the first place.
Yeah, so like it was essentially a mixture of the two.
Yeah.
Like I feel like if the club didn't exist, it wouldn't have made them any more or less likely to be where they are today.
I think
It's more just they were more or less likely to be friends while in their positions.
one of the things is that most of the families were wealthy. They were part of the pudding club because it's Oxford. Of course they were.
Well, yeah.
Right? Is connections help with things.
I mean, yeah, absolutely.
Now, will the connections not
Even
exist?
still, if you get, especially if you get into like politics, you're gonna make those connections anyway.
That's what I'm saying. Will this connection exist outside the pudding club? Probably.
They definitely would have, yeah.
Would it be faster? Maybe a little bit slower than you've planned, but the connections will probably still be there at some point.
Yeah, like it's not like they got into their positions of power any quicker due to those connections. They still would have made those connections in time to get into the positions of power they hold.
Now, to me though, the true cult of the shadowy power is the fencing clubs.
Oh yeah, no, the fencing clubs by far, yeah.
They are some of the dickish people I know.
Oh yeah, like a friend of mine's younger brother was part of a fucking fencing club, and like, A, he was a dickhead. B, gossipiest motherfucker I have ever met. Yep. And that's saying something, because I've met me. That fucking kid gossiped like fuck, and he was straight. It was weird. He was a cis white guy. Better at gossiping than I am. And that's impressive.
That's that though.
You know, like that guy got the first scoop on literally everything. That guy knew shit about my friends before I did.
Again with the fencing
clubs, it was impressive.
We with public fencing clubs is, for such a benign ideology of sport, right, they hold an awful lot of interesting power in a lot of places.
They genuinely do.
It's rather, it's odd, shall we say, for such a benign thing of, I'm going to try and kill my opponent, because it's based on dueling.
No. I'm going to pretend to kill my opponent with a blunted stabbing stick, but it's got a circle so I can't stab him anymore.
Yeah, they've changed that now because these used to be cut originally.
Yeah, like fencing is like today. Fencing is just LARPing with extra steps.
Well, that's like steps now tied to a fucking computer now to make sure you don't not call you hits.
Like it's literally LARPing with extra bullshit. Like
it's like we can't trust you motherfuckers. You won't call your own hits. So now we're going to make you do.
Yeah, because they're posh cunts who'll cheat because they're posh.
What is the most cheated sport, Apple? I think it's that one.
Football, probably. I don't fucking know.
Fishing.
I can believe it. I mean, yeah, literally every fisherman ever has lied at least once about how big the fish they caught was.
Every fisherman, apparently, in every fish competition, everyone cheats. They haven't been caught yet.
Yeah.
So the point is just so bad cheating at it. The point is, if they start banning all the cheaters, everyone left to do the competitions.
Yeah.
It's so ridiculous.
What it is as well, it's like, it's not even hard to cheat at fishing. Like,
it's not.
Like, I can turn a 2-pound trout into a 6-pound trout with like very little effort.
Or the most common one is actually buy the fish and just see them. Or a lot of people like see them in certain areas.
So I can, like, all I have to do is catch a fish and then just force feed fucking weights down its throat.
That's one common one people do. Another common
Yeah,
one
like
is,
it's not hard.
Is you go to the fishery, buy large bass, especially the bass fishers. Then you go to the lake you know you're going fishing at. You put them into their cage at the bottom of the lake where you're fishing. Then as you try and hook them up, you just pull them out the cage.
Yeah.
And that. So they just start doing genetic testing now on the fish people catch and all sorts. To make sure they come from the right place. The cheese getting so bad, it's fucking hilarious. Every damn hero knew the scam in the fishing world. Like, Christ almighty. You thought
there's an easy way to like prevent like especially like the taking fish from elsewhere fucking scam. Right, rather than doing genetic testing, cheaper option. You know the little fucking tracking tags we put on whales and shit?
Aye.
Just fucking like the fish that you're gonna put in like when you're building the lake. It's like restocking day. Put those fucking tags on the fish, and then if someone catches a fish and it doesn't have the tag, it doesn't count. Like, problems, because those tags are fucking hard to take off, especially by accident.
Oh, my favourite one was buying dead frozen fish.
Yeah.
And throwing them out. I love that one.
Mainly because that shit worked for like 30 fucking years straight.
It still works to this day unless you know exactly what you're looking for.
Yeah.
Alright, lads. Well, I'm gonna go off. I'm quite tired.
It's fair.
That's fair, man. Catching a bit.
I'll speak to you all either later on or Sunday.
So Rincewind has just made his decision about how I'm going to handle his religion for the D&D campaign. Nice.
Yeah.
Yep. Oh yeah, and he's just cemented it. Okay. I'll be honest. That's what I was hoping for because it makes my life genuinely easier.
Are you one of the genetic ones, are you?
Yes. So I'll be honest, I already had a plan in my head for like what to do with him. I just, want to give him one last chance at being involved in the creative process.
I mean,
because I'm a nice guy.
I mean, he picked a good paladin, which is the worst.
Yeah. Yeah, he's getting punished.
It's. I mean, yeah, I'm all for quirky characters, for Christ's sake. But Jesus Christ, that reminds me. You'd need to watch the new iOS stream.
I will do. If I remember rightly though, like chaotic good are the ones where like they morally they're good guys, but like they're willing to do slightly fucked up. They basically adhere to like their own code of law, if I remember rightly, aren't they? Or am I thinking of chaotic lawful?
Hang on, I'm about to check which one he is.
I don't think chaotic lawful is even a thing. I think it is chaotic good I'm thinking of.
Do I have his
Hang on, let me just Google chaotic good. Here we go, alignment system.
Nope, I don't have his character sheet on my list. Hang on.
Yeah.
rinsevind, there you are. Right.
Yeah, he's bound by his own sense of morals, and yeah, okay, I can abuse that.
Hang on, I'm just checking if he's lawful chaotic or chaotic good.
It'll be chaotic because I don't think chaotic lawful is a thing. I'm gonna double check that though.
It is on the list.
Yeah, so it is. I think it's the same shit either way.
No, chaotic lawful is laws you can be bound by laws.
Yeah, follows the laws, but is like will actively look for and abuse loopholes in the law. Yeah. I'll say you're not showing that on the stream, are you?
No, I'm not.
No, good, good. Keep it that way. We don't want spoilers, I was gonna say I'm gonna pull it up as well on my end, and then we can search the character sheet together. Because I've got a better idea of where it lives off the top of my head.
Chaotic good. Yeah, it's chaotic good.
Was it chaotic good?
Yeah, it's on page 3.
Excellent. It's on page 3. It's normally page 1 where that gets hidden.
No, it's on page 3, right at the bottom. Oh, his age is 111.
Cool.
No face, skin light grey.
Ah, yes, there it is there. Chaotic good.
Right, his traits is good.
Excellent.
I quote or misquote secret test. Proverbs most every situation. Nothing can shake my optimism. Ideals, charge. We must help bring the changes in the good gods constantly working in the world. Chaotic. Bonds. I will do anything to protect the temple that I serve. And flaws. My piety sometimes leads me to blindly trust those that oh shit. Oh fuck. Do not take advantage of that, please.
Do you taste that? You taste that? Do you know what that is?
That's me trying to bail his ass out of jail.
That tastes a whole lot like fear, Fat ManT. Tell me, are you afraid of what I'm going to do?
To put rinsevind,
Do you fear my power?
That
Do you fear what I may do to your precious little characters?
That's not my character, it's fucking Winston's character.
Are you scared? You should be.
Hang on, how is he carrying 100?
Because I have excellent news for yourself and everyone else at the table. You don't have to worry about where your god is anymore. Because he's right here. And he's fresh out of mercy.
You had mercy?
Long ago. Many a moon ago. Back when dragons still flew the skies of our world. Monsters ran free in the dark. Then I had mercy. Mercy enough to give you humanoid mortals fire and light. To give you more than just the sacred 8 hours of protection from my creatures of the night.
Right.
But you abused these abilities I gave you to create machines, weapons, items of death and destruction. It was when you started using my godly gifts for destruction and death, and lost your own sense of mercy, that I lost mine in kind.
Is that when the bad guy speeches it?
No, that's... I'll be honest, that right there is good old-fashioned improv. Because this is the type of skill set you learn when you study fucking acting. At a college that trained one of the best Scottish actors in history.
I do have an interesting point that I just realised something.
Mm-hmm.
Right, according to this, his carry weight is 133.3 pounds.
Yes.
Right, now, I know fact... Now, according to this, apparently he's strength 17, by the way.
Yeah. I was going to say, it's a strength modifier, and if I remember rightly, the paladin class naturally gives you a boost to your carry capacity anyway.
Hang on, infantry. Where's my carrying weight?
It'll be bottom of page 2.
Yeah, I'm carrying more shit than he is.
Yeah.
Yeah, my carrying weight's only 95 pounds.
Mm-hmm.
So how does that work?
Right, well, for a start, his chainmail armor weighs 55 pounds.
Yeah, I'm wearing chainmail as well.
What else? He has 20 pounds of rations.
Same here.
10 pounds of torches as well.
Yeah.
So that's already 50, 60, 70, 80. Sorry, 95.
That's
10 pounds of rope as well.
Yeah, I've got all everything in his backpack, I've got the same.
Plus the McGubbins on top of that. He's not equipped that yet, so that's why that's wrong. But that's fine, that'll fix itself later on.
You can see my screen.
No, that's actually your point. Let me jump to your screen. Hang on.
I've got chainmail, which is 55 pounds. With 3 pounds of common.
I would say, where is your carried weight? Where is that?
Up here.
Oh, it's up there. Right, carried. Yeah, you're wearing chainmail.
Mm-hmm.
Pound, that's 1-5, that's 5. 6. You need to remember to delete your normal glaive at some point too. 3.
I don't know how to
5.
glaive, to be honest.
That weighs that. What is causing that?
I say I don't know how to get rid of the glaive. I don't know how you get rid of it.
We'll sort it later.
Oh, hang on, manage inventory.
Water skin.
Oh, right, that's how I was doing it. Right, now I know. Right, I know what's wrong. I worked out.
What's that?
Right, on my screen, what's done is it's split between the backpack and the equipment.
Yeah.
It's two
Whereas
separate.
on the digital character sheet, it doesn't.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, so that will drop when he equips his armor and that.
It will delete.
I will assume, because if I pull up your your PDF version of your character sheet, it should be different on that versus your D&D Beyond version. Yeah, I'm just gonna double check that now though, just to confirm my suspicions around that though.
Yeah, it seems it's separate the two weights out. Which will be a ball ache to try and work out incumbent.
On the PDF version it combines it.
Yeah.
Which is the correct way to do it. That is how that's supposed to work. I don't know why the website does it split. It is supposed to be combined, so even your equipped items still can contribute to your overall encumbrance.
Yeah. I don't know why encumbrance. Hang on, my strength. Your carry weight is your strength.
Curiosity.
Strength times 5, isn't it?
It's something like that off the top of my head, yeah. That really only weighs that? Okay. Yeah, sure, we can go with that. We can sort that later.
You're not a frog sheet, are you?
No, I'm looking at yours actually, because I was curious how much your weapon weighs.
£6.
Yeah, it's the same as the
I think
the base.
Yeah, base
item. Yeah, that makes sense. Wait, you're at that. None of that. Yeah, that's fine.
So my only weakness to my character is my charisma.
There we go. And wisdom, to be fair, both are some weekends.
It is slightly, but I can still multi-class into wizard.
Yeah, I mean it's even the same with your charisma. You can still multi-class into say bard or warlock. Yeah, because you've got a 12.
Nope, can't. You need 13,
yeah,
need 13 minimum.
Yeah.
To do it.
So like with one level up, you can multi-class in. Like it's fine.
Any level
You're 1 point off it.
Yeah, we get to level 4 fucking multi-class.
Yeah, it's like you've got time to get your charisma up to like in order to multi-class into warlock or even bard if you want
now,
to.
To break the level 20 cap, right? You can't do it by level ups. But what you can do it by is items. Apparently.
Yeah, there are certain items that can force level ups that will get you past the 20 threshold.
Yeah. So any item that has a plus modifier to the strength or some dexterity in that.
Yeah.
Technically, you can push it beyond what's supposed to be.
So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna keep Rincewind's character sheet tabbed for later, for when I sit and do his religious shit. Ready for the show, and then I don't have to fuck around.
Yeah.
Pulling that up later to refer back to. Yeah, no, it's honestly it's amazing news that he's at chaotic good, because fucking it genuinely makes my life easier than it already was going to be.
Yeah, I think mine.
Because what I was originally thought I was going to have to do was sit down and basically expand religion right off the bat to have an extra couple.
Yeah.
But no, because of his alignment, and like the overall strangeness to his character, I can make him work with one of the religions the only religion I already have set up. And because of his character flow, it's gonna work perfectly for the story too. So, mwah. That is A+ perfection right there.
I'm checking my notes actually. Yeah, all my family's definitely dead.
Family.
Yeah, family entire village are gone.
Yep.
But the guild one's still there. Yes, you're right about that one.
Yes. I know I'm right about that. Yeah.
And I've clearly put out enemies as the Church of Thessia and the Kingdom of Atrixia.
Yes. Veritas and Altrax, but yes.
Yes.
If I know you, I set up the Church of Altrax. Okay, no, so I have two religions on the go. Perfect.
Yeah, because
technically free because I have an offshoot. Perfect.
Yeah, because the Church of Thessia is my main antagonist. Veritas. Yeah. My main antagonist in this one.
Yeah, because there's the main church who are the bad guys, and then there's the off branch who are the technical good guys.
Yeah. And for some reason I have proficiency in firearms. I don't know why.
That's just D&D. That's just 5e being 5e. But basically, because of the setting of the campaign, you can ignore that. Firearms won't be turning up.
We've got crossbows.
Yeah.
I don't know
if I remember rightly, crossbows count under martial weapons. If I remember rightly.
What's that doing there? Oh yeah, no, I don't know what that's for. Yeah, that's what the other attacks. No one attack has firearms actually, because one of my feats is in firearms as a fighter.
Yeah. But I say, if I remember rightly, crossbows do come under martial anyway, so it doesn't matter. And even if they don't, it's fine. Like like guns aren't turning up. It's fine. That's a lie. A singular firearm might turn up at one point in the campaign, way late in, like right near the end, maybe for like 5 minutes.
Bad news for you though. If I get some tinkering tools, because my fishing firearms, I can make them at level 2. Yeah.
What? The way we're going to treat that, right, is no. Because in this world they have not been invented yet, I don't give a fuck what your character sheet says. I don't give a fuck what the rule says. They have not been invented yet in this world. You are not inventing the gun. No.
You can't stop me.
Actually, I am the dungeon master. Yes, I can.
If I come with a good story reason why gun exists, you can't stop me.
No. I can outright say no. I still have that power. I can veto. And I'm doing it now ahead of time. No. You are not allowed.
Just one little gun.
While yes, tabletop RPGs are a collaborative storytelling experience, and while yes is the dungeon master's job to make sure everyone's having fun and telling the stories they want to tell, it's also dungeon master's job to make sure no one's being a prick. With that in mind, no. You're being a prick, so no.
What?
And even if you weren't being a prick, the fact that you want to invent the gun makes you a prick.
Look, it's a handgun, not a howitzer.
It's still a gun, so no. In fact, if anything, that makes it more of a no. If it was a howitzer, I could maybe stretch it, like, it's a cannon. Cannons were invented before flintlocks. I could maybe say aye. But I'm still going to say no, because that comes later. A cannon is going to appear at one point in the story for about 5 minutes. No.
It's not like making nukes.
I'm saying no to... Well, I'm saying no to official nukes. Officially a nuclear bomb, no. A thing that does essentially the same thing in the sense of, like, can an explosive that does enough damage to kill a dragon? Maybe. We'll see.
Oh, way back. That correct. That reminds me. What character make for Hezekiah? Ahsoka.
What? Sorry.
What character
Ahsoka?
Yeah.
I don't know yet. I don't know yet.
Because they would give some background details first.
Yeah, that's... Like, I need to catch up with Ahsoka. Like I said, I'm going to do that tomorrow when I catch up with our other potential guest. And say, like, hey, are you in, are you out? Or, you know, if you're in, let's sit down and do your character sheet together. If you're out, then cool. Maybe next time. As that's tomorrow's job. So I'll let you know when I know, basically, what the plan is there. Because I would rather sit down with, like, anyone that wants to join and do the card sheet with them, so that if they have any questions, like much like I did with you, if they have any questions about how this shit works, I can walk them through it. If you want to, like, double check, hey, am I allowed to do this much? Then, like, yeah, that's fine. Tell them what, you know, like, no to Blood Hunter, for example, and things like that. Like,
by the way, I built a Blood Hunter. I built a Blood Hunter.
I know you did, and yes, I know, but I'm still saying no. Fuck that.
Right. It's not that good, actually. When I look through some of the stuff.
I'm still just no. It's just no. Just no.
Oh, well.
Like at lower levels, yeah, no, they're pretty shit. Even a high level Blood Hunter can be pretty shit. However,
if you build it right, it will be a beast.
Yes, and like the same can be said for most classes. Looking at you, Paladins, but like Blood Hunters take it to a whole different fucking extreme. You build that shit the right way, you one-tap dragons. It's not fucking happening.
I have more time dragons at this point in time.
Honestly, no, you're not even close.
Not yet.
Obviously, even by like late game, where like you're like approaching level 20, it's still gonna be a not even close. Like, you underestimate the health pool of a dragon.
Depends about how bad my scythe gets.
You underestimate how fucking powerful dragons get. Like people talk about like beholders and shit being the most dangerous fucking boss fight in D&D, and they are wrong.
I thought Trask was the most dangerous D&D fight.
It's up there, but like a well-built dragon fight is way more of a threat.
Oh, that reminds me. Yes.
You can kill a Tarask. There are dragon fights you can set up where the dragon will win.
That reminds me. Send me the run the server quickly a second.
Oh yeah, hang on. You say a second, like it's gonna take me the best part of 5 minutes to fucking get this working. It's a good thing you brought it up, because I'll be honest, I was like 10 minutes away from going, let's wrap this up. So like, you know, you timed that well.
Yeah, I'm gonna wrap it up in a minute. I just want to make sure I just want to check how this works.
Yeah, to make sure like it'll function properly in that.
And I have to rebuild the damn thing in D&D fucking in Foundry later. The Cold West said if I'm going to build the asset, I should just bring.
Yeah, to my understanding, you basically download the PDF version. You can import the PDF straight in.
No, you did it. No, the link for the PDF.
Yeah.
You copy that and paste that straight in.
Yeah. Either way, to my understanding, it's fairly simple. Yeah, it's booting up. I will send you a link when it has booted up, and you can jump in and do your thing. So while that does its thing, I'm gonna go ahead and make a cigarette. Yeah, here we go. Right, that one. Loading data. Yeah. Do me a favour, Foundry. Load slightly slower. Like, give a gamer a chance to actually make a cigarette. Like, Jesus Christ. There we go. That button. Me. my password. And then it's what? It's that button. That button. Control C, Discord, U, link. Do you still have your logins, or do you need me to redo those?
No idea what logins is.
So, here,
Hang on, wait there before you do anything.
No, I'm just gonna.
No, because they might
Control
save
V.
them. They might save them on me.
Because I'll just send you them back through. That's all I was gonna do.
I'll save on my Google end. Yes, it did.
Fab.
Yep. It didn't save the username, but it saved the password.
Okay, do you need the username sending back through?
No, I've got it. Because the username you just get from a scroll list.
Yeah, that's
Right.
fine then.
So, right. Hang on, I'll share this. Can you see my screen still?
Yeah.
Right. So, go create actor.
I would say do me a favor, because I've set a bit up for you already. Do me a favor, don't click on the scenes yet. I want them to be a surprise for you as we get into them.
Right, so... sheet. I'll go create one. Grow one, play a character, create actor. No, that's not what I want.
Alright, so see if you right click on them in the actors list. And then import data.
D&D. So you know matches.
Have you got it set to all files?
I've got all files. No, that didn't work.
Let me have a bash, hang on. Here. That button. Pretty sure I have these saved somewhere. Yeah, let me use that one. No, okay, so what we do is we go to here. Cloud. I pull up the website. Into there. I should have a spare character sheet cutting around somewhere I can borrow. Yeah, sure, we'll use that one. We'll go with, yeah, that. Sure, yeah, cool. Yeah, it works for me. Yeah, you can be a barbarian, fuck it. Yeah, you can have them. That there, that there, that there, that there, that there, and that can go there. That's fine. Apply. That's fine. So I'm speedrunning building a character. That one will do. Next. Yeah. Next. Right. We may have to Google how to do this, you know.
I just have.
Okay. Yeah.
Right, it says go, right, to import character, go DD Beyond, Video Foundry. Go to Actors tab, create new actor. And create new actor. Then go to D&D Beyond, copy URL of character input, then click D&D Beyond
the actor's name.
next to the actor's name Foundry. Paste character URL in the field and click import. Now.
Oh! Ah, right, okay. Yeah, I see the button. Right, so... Right, you see, like, the big grey bar at the top of the character sheet? It's got the little version of the character's name, where it says Crow. You see that little button right there? That button.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so, what I think you do is... No, right, okay, yeah. So it'll be... What does these do? Oh, look at that, they don't do shit. No. Fuck. Right, so like, Control C. In fact, no, it'll be this link. It'll want surely. And then. No, okay. If I right, we're gonna borrow Rinsewind's one for 2 seconds to try and make this work. Control C. Over Control V. No. Oh, hang on. If I like that, right?
D&D Beyond characters into Foundry Virtual Tabletop. Before we go any further, my name is Howie. This is the Blue Collar DMU.
That button.
Channel, the channel dedicated.
Yeah, whatever, Foundry, go away. Yeah, that's fine, you do you.
Do streams on Twitch. There's going to be a link for that down in the description below. In addition to what we do here for these videos, we actually stream a live stream game. Like I said, that'll be on Twitch, but the VOD will be...
Ah, right, I know what the problem is.
Make sure you check that out.
What would that be?
You need to put the module in for it.
Now, in order to do this
module
on how to import these D&D Beyond characters into Foundry Virtual Tabletop the new way, this is as of December 2020.
Oh, do I have to fucking dick around?
I'm going to do this in a step-by-step fashion, including how to install the module itself. If you know how to install the module,
right, hang on then, let's... Let me see how to do that.
I'm watching the video for it now.
Yeah, I know.
Can you see it?
Alright, so now that here,
yeah.
You can see that I'm in Foundry Tabletop, and I'm actually on the add-on modules tab that you can see right here. What we're going to do over here is we're going to come down to install module. Now, what you're actually looking for is you're actually looking for the D&D Beyond importer. So we're going to look for import, and you can see it's
Yeah,
this one
okay.
right here by Mr. Primate. That is the D&D Beyond software that you actually want to bring in, or the module that you want to bring in here for Foundry Virtual Tabletop version 0.7.8. If you bring in anything else, like the VTTA assets importer, it's not up to date right now, so it's not going to work for you, but you bring in this D&D Beyond importer,
Called
install it.
Beyond Importer.
You what?
I said, what was it called again?
It's D&D Beyond Importer.
Uh,
Right, I need one for a quick pee again. 2 seconds.
Making contact modules for consequence I to reload. That's. Oh, right. I see. Right. Right. Yes, I can fix it. You may get booted in a second or two. Okay, I'm gonna have to reboot the app to do this. Hang on. Yes, you can have admin. Into here. Into that button. So, integrate your game content card spells. Yeah.
Right, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Just so you know, the server name didn't change, by the way.
Yeah, no, I know. Fine.
Right, so you found the installer, have you?
Yeah, I think I've got it.
Yeah, kick me out.
Yeah, I was gonna say it will do. Yeah, and then I go back to here.
Slow that down.
And then I click that. Click me.
You back up?
Just about. Log in. Right, that should come up now.
I've got to reload back in. 2 seconds.
Yeah, and then I go into here. That button. That button. Save settings. Yes.
Right.
That should now work.
Right, I've just jumped in.
So I should be able to click that. Now the button's there. I click the button. Yep, there we go.
Right, so where's the button at now? Alright, that's it there.
Yeah, the big fuck off button right there.
Right.
Yeah, just tell it to piss off, it's fine.
Right.
No
so,
one cares.
Right. Blah, 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 blah.
Okay, wish I'd known that sooner. That could have been much more seamless if I knew that sooner, but that's okay.
It's a learning process.
Yes. Much of this is going to be a learning process.
Alright, so what URL do I download? Is it Thai URL PDF thing? Am I putting in?
Watch the rest of the video, that'll probably fucking tell you.
Probably a good idea, actually.
Yeah, like, I don't fucking know. What am I, psychic? I don't fucking know.
This is probably a good idea before we go in.
Tabletop side of things, I know this display is going to look a bit differently than what you're used to. I actually have the Dungeons and Dragons little motif kind of download on here, but it's all the same things. So what you're going to do in order to make sure that this module is actually installed and on your computer is you're going to come over here to the settings tab and you're going to go over to manage modules, and then you're going to come down to find that D&D Beyond.
I must admit though, I do like the idea of how the modular system works in this thing.
You're going to make sure that that is checked on.
It's kind of neat. It's pretty handy.
Yeah, I think what you're looking for, your FX you're looking for, your cloud?
Yeah, I believe they're a module.
Here, and you can actually see it. It's up here on my screen right there. Also can get the details from here, from the GitHub page for it. You're going to need it just to make it work. There's some other cool things that it has the ability to do, which we'll actually talk about in a future video. All right, now that we're over here in D&D Beyond, we can actually utilize this plugin. So what you're going to do is we're actually going to get the cookie from D&D Beyond's website. So I want to make sure that we're actually logged into our profile here. We're going to hit the little dice here, and we're going to click Get Cookie right there. From there, we're actually going to go back over to Foundry Virtual Tabletop. From here, we're going to go to our Configure Settings, Module Settings, and we're going to scroll down to our D&D Beyond importer. Now from here, we're actually going to input that cookie that we got from over here on D&D Beyond. So what we're
Unfortunately, pal, we can't see what fucking button you click to get the cookie, but I'm sure I can figure that much out.
You can actually become a Patreon supporter. There's some other really cool functionality that you can get as part of this. But for right now, as far as the base just importer, all you're going to need is that cookie. We'll throw it in right here. Now that we got the cookie installed and everything, all we need to do now is we actually need to create the character. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a new actor. And we're actually going to bring in my Artificer Kitu from my actual home games that I play. And you'll see right here we have this D&D Beyond import button right here. Very similar to the old VTTA extension that used to be out for this particular system, but it's a little bit different because of obviously we have a couple of different things with the extension going on. We're going to come in here, we're going to open up a new tab for D&D Beyond. We're going to go to my collections into my characters. We're going to grab Kitu right here. Now, all we need for Kitu actually is going to be, there's going to be a lot of weird warnings about, I have Beyond 20 activated, but it doesn't have an active Foundry tab for whatever reason it says, but don't worry about that. What we're going to do is we're going to copy our URL. You can't see this because it's a little bit off screen because obviously I don't want you guys stealing all the characters, but you'll end up seeing
so it's like most of the shit that you're showing us that I need to see.
Now, I want to actually update the weapons, other equipment.
Deckhead. I don't know what fucking dice button he was talking about. I've yet to find that button. As far as I can tell, it does the cookie thing like automatically now. They've changed that. Because I can't even find the button he was on about fucking putting the cookie in, never mind finding the cookie on the website. So yeah, so see that box at the top where it says URL? Yeah, you put it into there. Presumably with a Control V. And then the little button at the right with the fucking arrow coming out of the box. And you click that, and that should... Yeah. It's accepting that URL. So now you close the importer button.
Right, so just...
No, yeah, so start import. Oh, hang on. I can fix that. Hang on. Are you on Crow or Crow 1?
I'm on Crow.
You're on Crow, right. Why can't I... Okay. All players...
Oh, right, I know what's wrong.
Sure.
No, it's not your fault.
Okay, what's wrong? My fucking desktop has crashed, so I need to tab over to Discord now, which is great.
No,
there we go.
Collections.
Ah, right, yeah. On actual D&D Beyond, you need to set it as public.
There we go. Alright, jump there. Is that the same URL I'm using?
Should be.
010 Yes. Right then.
I was gonna say if you click the little button you had to click earlier, if you click that again, that should research it, and then it'll recognize it's set to public now. Yeah, you with me?
Yeah, wait for it to load itself.
I think it's done it. It's fine.
Right.
it should take it like 2 or 3 seconds to check the URL, so like it's cool. There you go. Yeah, and then hit start import. That should.
No, it's not letting me do it. Hang on. Let's try this one. Right, close that. Reopen.
Then click it again. Yeah. What's that say? On it? Well, we'll never know.
It's about compendium.
I have to open the compendium items, check the compendium exists, and is set in module settings. What do you
Oh.
mean?
I know what's wrong.
What's wrong? Tell me. I might be able to fix it.
My weapon.
Oh, for the merms. Oh, do we have to import that first and then import the fucking... Oh, for fuck's sake. Yeah, you should be able to do that. That's fine. Alright, here's my vote, right? Here's my vote on what we do. We say goodnight to the folks at home.
Yes.
I leave fucking Foundry running on my computer and just put my computer on sleep mode, and then I go the fuck to bed.
Yeah, folks, we'll catch you in the morning.
Yeah. Well, we won't catch you in the morning. We'll see you on Sunday.
See you on Sunday, yeah. Good night from me.
Yeah, it's good night from myself as well, Mr. Vegas. Thank you for joining us for this episode. It's been a fun episode. Do your line.
Good night and good luck.
Thank you for joining us, and we will catch you all on the next one.